The Theory of Capitalist Development. Principles of Marxian Political Economy. Forward. In places Dr. SWEEZY's book will no doubt provoke a good deal of discussion. A case in point is the emphasis he lays on the underconsumption aspect of crises, in contrast to the disproportionality and the tendency of the rate of PR of it to fall l. /vhilk on this point my own view has moved, itnk, much nearer to the one expounded here since 8 or 10 years ago. There are places at which I have myself felt incli need to question the argument of this book, for example, the characterization of fascism as being and to s inception a middle-class movement and his treatment of the Bortkevik's corollary. Dr. SWEEZY, who has been serving with the A1 Narrakan Army on the co-tin end of Europe, tells me that there are several passages which, had he the leisure to do so, he would himself rewrite today. This applies especially to the final section, where the question is raised of the existence of capitalism and socialism, which is such a burning one at the present moment. The brief discussion of this matter may appear to some readers, perhaps, as too abstract, and for those reading it today it suffers from having been written before the United Nations organization, and also the concrete difficulties confronting it had taken shape. Nevertheless, an issue which events are daily proving to be a crucial one is here posed clearly and boldly. If the book serves to provoke more informed discussion in a territory where this has previously been allaying, and misinterpretation and vulgarization have too often reigned instead, it will I feel sorry, have gone a long way to fulfill the author's intention in writing it, and have justified Mr. Dennis Dobson's enterprise in producing an edition for this QNTRY. Bulletin to say this is to understate the value of the contribution which this book makes to economic literature. It deserves the warm appreciation of English readers as a cogent and lucid, and in many ways an original exposition of a subject that to so many has remained baffling and obscure, an exposition which is the product of a mind of high quality and distinction, and shall continue to rank for some time as a standard work in its field. Maurice Dobb. October 1945. There exists in English no reasonably comprehensive analytical study of Marxian political economy. This book is intended to fill the gap. It is, H.O. Weaver, neither complete nor exhaustive, many important topics have altogether omitted, and others have been passed over with no more than a brief reference. Nevertheless, I hope it will contribute to a better understanding of an important body of social thought which in the past has too often suffered from ignorant and superficial treatment. I have not tried to gloss over difficulties, but neither have I gone out of my way to dwell upon complex theoretical problems unless they seem to be directly related to the task in hand. Throughout the book I have quoted frequently and extensively from the works of Marx and his followers. This unquestionably makes for an awkward style of presentation, but it has seemed unavoidable. It is not possible to take for granted an acquaintance with the literature of Marxism. Much of the most important work, even of Marx himself, has never been translated into English, while New York relevant books and periodicals are available only in the larger libraries. Moreover, interpretations of Marxian theories have differed widely, and I am anxious that my own interpretations, however much some readers may disagree with them, shall at any rate not give the impression of being made up out of whole cloth. Quotations from Capital are taken from the 3-volume edition published by Charles Kerr & Co. of Chicago. I have felt free to simplify the punctuation in the passages quoted, and in several cases, all of which are recorded in the footnotes, I have altered the translation itself to convey more accurately the meaning of the German original. Besides presenting and analyzing the views of other writers, I have also attempted to solve certain theoretical problems which have long been the subject of controversy, and to bring within the framework of Marxian theory a variety of issues which it seems to me have hitherto received inadequate analysis. In the latter connection the reader's attention is particularly directed to Chapter X, Our Realization Crises, Chapter 12, Chronic Depression, Chapter 14, The De-Development of Monopoly Capital, Chapter 15, Monopoly and the Laws of Motion of Capitalism, and Chapter 18, Fascism. The arrangement of the subject matter follows a definite pattern, starting from the most abstract problem of political economy, the theory of value, and proceeding by successive stages to the pressing problems of present-day world society. Many friends and colleagues have been kind enough to read all or parts of the manuscript in various stages of completion and to offer valuable criticisms and suggestions. Among them I should like particularly to mention S. Eric Roll, Louis Feuer, Franz Neumann, Alan R. SWEEZY, Robert K. M. Egerton, Sven Larsson, Stanley Moore, and Mr. Paul Barron. The criticisms of my wife, Maxine Yapel SWEEZY, have been especially helpful, though she can legitimately complain that they have not always been accepted. My greatest debt is to Dr. Shigito Tsuru, with whom I have had the good fortune to have many discussions over a period of years, not only on the topics covered in this book but also on a wide range of related subjects. Dr. Tsuru has read the entire manuscript and has helped me in innumerable ways to improve both form and content. It is a great pleasure for me to be able to include an appendix by him explaining and comparing the reproduction schemes of Quesnay, Marx, and Keynes. This appendix should, I think, be of great interest to economists. Needless to say, none of the above-named persons is in any way responsible for the views which I have expressed or for analytical errors which may remain. I have included as a second appendix a translation of several pages from Rudolf Hilferding's book Das Finanzkapital, first published in 1910, under the title The Ideology of Imperialism. The idea is widespread in English-speaking countries that Marxism failed to understand and foresee the ideological trends which have reached their climax in the present-day fascist states. Even a brief excerpt from this well-known work of the period before the First World War should do much to dispel this groundless WHN. This book went out of print several years ago. Neither the original publisher nor the author thought that the demand would again be sufficient to warrant a new edition. Conditions have changed, however. Abroad, the increasingly brisk competition between the systems has stimulated renewed interest in Marxian ideas, while at home relaxation of the tensions of Cold War and witch hunt has allowed this interest to be expressed more freely than was possible in the late 1940s and early 1950s. As a result, a need for usable and reliable introductory material on Marxism has made itself felt, and the demand for the theory of capitalist development has correspondingly grown. The point has now been reached where a new printing seems called for. My first inclination was to prepare a revised and expanded second edition, but on more mature consideration I decided against it. Not that the book lacks faults and deficiencies, far from it. But it seemed to me that a serious attempt to remedy the bigger ones would go beyond the scope of an introduction and might badly impair the value of the book for the purpose for which it was first intended. Since, to my knowledge, no comparable text has been published in English in the intervening period, I concluded that the theory of capitalist development in its original form still has a useful function to perform. For the rest, I confess to a certain prejudice against too much alteration of a book once published. The late Professor Schumpter, to whom this book indirectly owes a great deal, including its title, aptly wrote in the preface to the English translation of his theory of economic development, books, like children, become independent beings when once they leave the parents' home. They lead their own lives, while the authors lead their own also. It will not do to interfere with those who become strangers to the house. I am content to follow his advice and example, and to leave this work as it came into the world. Paul M. SWEEZY. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 2 October 2, 1956. My first inclination was to prepare a revised and expanded second edition, but on more mature consideration I decided against it. Not that the book lacks faults and deficiencies, far from it. But it seemed to me that a serious attempt to remedy the bigger one would go beyond the scope of an introduction and might badly impair the value of the book for the purpose for which it was first intended. Since, to my knowledge, no comparable text has been published in English in the intervening period, I concluded that the theory of capitalist develop 111 and in its original form still has a useful function to perform. For the rest, I confess to a certain prejudice against too much alteration of a book once published. The late Professor Scumpter, to whom this book indirectly owes a great deal, including its title, aptly wrote in the preface to the English translation of his theory of Eco 1101 Nick develop 111 and, books, like children, become independent beings and once they leave the parents' home. They lead their own lives. While the authors lead their own also. It will not do to interfere with those who become strangers to the house. I am content to follow his advice, and example, and to leave this work as it came into the world. Paul M. SWEEZY. Cambridge, Mass. Society is more than a number of individuals. It is a number of individuals among whom certain definite and more or less stable relations exist. The form of society is determined by the character and form of these relations. 1. Social sciences comprise all those branches of knowledge which have as their aim the study and understanding of these relations and their changes in the course of time. All this, it will be said, is obvious to the point of banality. And so it is. But it is as well to remember that the most obvious things are frequently the most important. Those who neglect the obvious do so at their own peril. Let us take the modern science of economics as a case in point. Economics, by common consent, is a social science. One has only to consult a university catalogue to convince oneself. Its subject matter is drawn from the field of the production and distribution of the goods and services which people need and want. From these two premises it would seem to be a legitimate conclusion that economics studies the social, interpersonal, relations of production and distribution. What these relations are, how they change, and their place in the totality of social relations would seem to be the indicated subjects of inquiry. But do economists see matters in this way? Let us glance briefly at the work of Professor Lionel Robbins, The Nature and Significance of Economic Science, 1 St. ed., 1932, for Enlightenment. Professor Robbins's book is not chosen as an extreme example, but merely as a convenient summary of views which are widely held among modern economists. Does Professor Robbins regard economics as a social science in the sense that it deals primarily with relations between people? The definition of economics which would probably command most adherents is that which relates it to the study of the causes of material welfare, HETELLS, p4. This, surely, 3. is not a very prom 1s1ng definition, since it suggests all kinds of natural and applied sciences which the economist could scarcely be expected to master. We may, therefore, be thankful that Professor Robbins decides to reject this approach. In order to get at the essence of the matter, he next proceeds to consider the case of isolated man dividing his time between the production of real income and the enjoyment of leisure. P12, here is our good friend Robinson Crusoe, and Professor Robbins finds his behavior very instructive. Without returning to the mainland, Professor Robbins works out a definition of economics. Economics is the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. P15, this does not look very much like the definition of a science of social relations. It purports to be rather a definition of a science of human behavior in general. We are not, therefore, surprised to find that this science produces results which are generally relevant to all forms of society, that is to say, under the most different conditions as regards the kind of relations existing between the members of society. The generalizations of the theory of value, according to Professor Robbins, are as applicable to the behavior of isolated man or the executive authority of a communist society, as to the behavior of man in an exchange economy. p19, the same thing, no doubt, could be said of the generalizations of physiology. Professor Robbins hardly goes so far as to affirm that economics is not a social science, but he has an evident distaste for the view that it is. If one took the point of view of the classical economists, he says, it was possible to regard the subject matter of economics as something social and collective. With the more recent appreciation of the importance of individual choice, however, this approach becomes less and less convenient. p69, furthermore, he tells us that instead of studying the aggregate output of society and its division, that is to say, the result of the social relationships of production, we regard the economic system as a series of interdependent but conceptually discrete relationships between men and economic goods. p69, in other words, the economic system is not considered primarily in terms italics added. 5. Of relations between men and men, social relations, but in terms of relations between men and things. It would be a mistake to conclude that the modem economist does not concern himself at all with the social relations of production. On the contrary, he is continually engaged in researches which have an obviously social character. He will perhaps point to these researches as proof that charges brought against him on this score are unfounded. But this misses the essential point which we are trying to make. It is, of course, perfectly true that in applying or using the conceptual apparatus of economic theory, social relations are inevitably encountered and must be brought into the discussion. The point we are concerned to emphasize is that this conceptual apparatus is intended to be so constructed as to transcend any particular set of social relations. Consequently, the latter enter the picture only incidentally, as it were, and at the level of application. We say incidentally because they need not enter at all. One see fact that eco_Lamic theory is supposed to be equally applicable to Robinson Crusoe and to various types of social economy proves this. To put the matter otherwise, economic theorizing is primarily a process of constructing and interrelating concepts from which all specifically social content has been drained off. In actual application, the social element may be, and usually is, since Robinson Crusoe is mostly serviceable and interesting in the preliminary stages of theorizing, introduced by way of ad hoc assumptions specifying the field of application. Let us attempt to make our meaning clear by examining the particular concept wages, which plays a role in all modern economic theories. The term is taken from everyday language in which it signifies the sums of money paid at short intervals by an employer to hired workmen. Economic theory, however, has emptied out this social content and has redefined the word to mean the product, whether expressed in value or in physical terms, which is imputable to human activity engaged in a productive process in general. Thus Robinson Crusoe, the self-employed artisan, and the small peasant proprietor as well as the factory laborer all earn wages in this sense, though in common parlance, of course, only the last named is properly to be regarded as the recipient of wages. In other words, wages becomes a universal category of economic life, the struggle to overcome scarcity, instead of a category relevant to a particular historical form of society. In investigating the present economic system, economists introduce either explicitly or by implication such institutional and social assumptions as are necessary in order that wages take the form of money payments by employers to hired workmen. What lies behind this form, however, is derived from the productivity theorems, which in themselves are entirely empty of social content. From this point it is an easy and natural step to treat wages as really or in essence the marginal productivity of labor and to regard the relation between employer and worker as expressed in the actual wage payment as incidental and in itself of no particular significance. Thus Professor Robbins states that the exchange relationship in this case between employer and worker is a technical incident, subsidiary to the main fact of scarcity. p19, nor is this the end of the matter. Once the point of view just set forth has been adopted, it is extraordinarily difficult, even for the most cautious, to avoid slipping into the habit of regarding the productivity wage as in some sense the right wage, that is to say the income which the worker would receive under a fair and just economic order. We do not refer to the justifications of the present economic system which the older economists were in the habit of putting forward in terms of the productivity theory. They were too blatant and obvious and have long since gone out of fashion. We are referring to a much more subtle use of the productivity theory as a standard of desirability by critics of the status quo. Both Professor Pigou and Mrs. Robinson, for example, hold that the worker is exploited if he receives as wages less than the value of the marginal physical product of his labor. Thus the present economic system is by implication criticized to the extent that it falls short of conformity with a model constructed from concepts which are altogether lacking in social content. Something which bears a striking resemblance to the 18th century natural law manner of judging society is thus smuggled through the back door by those who would carefully avoid bringing it openly into the front hall. It would be possible to make a like analysis and to come to 7. Broadly similar results if we were to examine such other central concepts of economic theory as rent, interest, profits, capital, etc. But the point is probably sufficiently clear by now. In each case the concepts are borrowed from everyday language, the social content is drained off, and the resulting universal categories are applied indifferently to all kinds of economic systems. These systems are then judged to differ from one another largely in unessential matters of form, as far as the economist is concerned. And it may even be, as we have seen, that they are evaluated not in social terms, but by reference to abstract models which are felt to be of prior logical importance. It seems obvious that in this way the economist avoids a systematic exploration of those social relations which are so universally regarded as having a relevance to economic problems that they are deeply embedded in the everyday speech of the business world. And it is even more obvious that the basic point of view which modern economics has adopted unfits it for the larger task of throwing light on the role of the economic element in the complex totality of relations between man and man which make up what we call society. It seems reasonable to suppose that the state of affairs which has been briefly sketched in the foregoing paragraphs has more than a little to do with what may fairly be described as a widespread feeling of dissatisfaction with economists and their works. This being the case, it might appear that the most fruitful procedure would be to launch upon a detailed investigation of the central tenets and beliefs of modern economics from the point of view of its shortcomings as a truly social science of human relations. Critical analysis of this kind, however, is at best a thankless task, and it is commonly open to the justifiable charge of failure to offer anything constructive in place of what it rejects. We have, therefore, decided to abandon the terrain of received doctrine, having convinced ourselves that there is reason to be restless there, and to explore another approach to the study of economic problems, namely, that which is associated with the name of Karl Marx. In what follows, consequently, we shall be concerned very largely with Marxian economics. This should not be taken to 8. Imply that there is any intention of revealing what Marx really meant. On this score we make the simplifying, though perhaps not obvious, assumption that he meant what he said, and we set ourselves the more modest task of discovering what, if anything, can be learned from Marx. Part 1. Value and surplus value. D1 discuss 10 Ns of methodology in economics, as in other fields, are likely to be tiresome and unrewarding. Nevertheless, to avoid the problem altogether is to risk serious misunderstanding. In this chapter, therefore, we shall attempt as briefly as possible to set forth the chief elements in Marx's approach to economics. This is the more important in V. Larx's case since many of his original and significant contributions are precisely of a methodological character. Lukács, one of the most penetrating of contemporary Marxists, has even gone so far as to assert that orthodoxy in questions of Marxism relates exclusively to method. 1. The use of abstraction. From AF Onel.OF View 1/1 Marx's economic methodology may appear strikingly similar to that of his classical predecessors and his neoclassical successors. He was a strong adherent of the abstract deductive method, which was such a marked characteristic of the Ricardian school. In the analysis of economic forms, he wrote in the preface to Capital, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. Moreover, Marx believed in and practiced what modern theorists have called the method of successive approximations, which consists in moving from the more abstract to the more concrete in a step-by-step fashion, removing simplifying assumptions at successive stages of the investigation so that theory may take account of and explain an ever wider range of actual phenomena. When we inquire further, however, we find striking differences between Marx and the representatives of the classical and neoclassical tradition. The principle of abstraction is itself powerless to yield knowledge. The difficult questions concern II. 1-2. The manner of its application. In other words, one must somehow decide what to abstract from and what not to abstract from. Here at least two issues arise. First, what problem is being investigated? And, second, what are the essential elements of the problem? If we have the answer to these questions, we shall surely know what we cannot abstract from, and, within these limits, we shall be able to form our assumptions according to criteria of convenience and simplicity. Now, we need go no further than the first question to convince ourselves that economists have not always been in agreement on their objectives. The problems which several well-known economists have set themselves for investigation may be cited: the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, Adam Smith; the laws which regulate the distribution of the produce of the earth, Ricardo; man's actions in the ordinary business of life, M. Marshall; price and its causes and its corollaries, Davenport; human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses, Robbins. No doubt there is overlapping here, but it is doubtful if any two could be regarded as identical. From this it follows that no TWO investigators will handle their materials, including the manner in which they apply the weapon of abstraction, in exactly the same way. One may abstract from a difference which another is trying to explain, yet each may be justified from the point of view of the problem which he is studying. This must be particularly kept in mind by the student of Marx, since his objective to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society too is radically different from that of non-Marxian schools of thought. Even after the investigator's task has been determined, however, there is still no sovereign formula to guide his footsteps. As Hegel very correctly remarked in the introduction to his philosophy of history, in the process of scientific understanding, it is of importance that the essential should be distinguished and brought into relief in contrast with the so-called non-essential. But in order to render this possible, we must know what is essential. 8. To bring the essential into relief and to make possible its analysis, that is the specific task of abstraction. But where to start? How to distinguish the essential from the non? The use of abstraction. Essential methodology can pose these questions, but unfortunately it cannot provide ready one-nade answers. If it could, the process of scientific understanding would be a far more routine matter than it actually is. In practice, it is necessary to formulate hypotheses about what is essential, to work these hypotheses through, and to check the conclusions against the data of experience. If we are to understand the achievement of a particular scientist, we must, therefore, try to identify his key hypotheses and to see, if possible, where he gets them from and how he develops their implications. It need hardly be pointed out that this is not always an easy matter, but, in the case of Marx, we know enough about his intellectual development to make the attempt. As a student at the university, Marx concentrated in jurisprudence and philosophy and planned to enter upon an academic career. His radical leanings, though at the time he was not even a socialist, prevented his getting a teaching position, and in 1842 he accepted the editorship of the newly founded Rheinische Zeitung. In this capacity he came into contact for the first time with actual social problems and also with new social ideas, particularly the socialist and communist ideas which were emanating from France in such quantities in the 1830s and 1840s. In a controversy with the Augsburger Zeitung, Marx was somewhat discomfited to discover that he did not know what to think of socialism. He therefore resolved at the first opportunity to give the subject the serious study which he was convinced it merited. The opportunity was not long in coming. In a few months the Zeitung was shut down by the authorities, and Marx found himself a free agent. He immediately plunged into an intensive study of socialism and communism, of French history, and of English political economy. It was during the next few years, spent mostly in Paris and Brussels, that he broke with his philosophic past and achieved the mature point of view from which he was to write his later economic works. In short, his approach to economics was shaped and determined long before he decided to make the study of economics his primary concern. We have in the JUSTLY famous preface to the Critique of Political Economy a statement by Marx concerning his intellectual development during these crucial years. Though many readers will be familiar with this preface, it may perhaps not be amiss to reproduce a portion of it here. Italics are added. I was led by my studies, he wrote, to the conclusion that legal relations as well as forms of state could neither be understood by themselves, nor explained by the so-called general progress of the human mind, but that they are rooted in the material conditions of life which are summed up by Hegel after the fashion of the English and French of the 18th century under the name civil society. The anatomy of that civil society is to be sought in Political Econ 01 New York. The study of the latter which I had taken up in Paris, I continued at Brussels. The general conclusion at which I arrived and which, once reached, continued to serve as the leading thread in my studies, may be briefly summed up as follows: in the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they had been at work before. From forms of development of the forces of production these relations turn into their fetters. Then comes the paradox of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. It is apparent from this that Marx's primary interest was society as a whole, and, more especially, the process of social change. Political economy, the anatomy of society, is significant not primarily for its own sake but because it is in this sphere that the impetus to social change is to be found. It must be emphasized, because the contrary has so often been asserted, that Marx was not trying to reduce everything to economic terms. He was rather attempting to uncover the true interrelation between the economic and the non-economic factors in the totality of social existence. Once having reached the conclusion that the key to social change is to be found in movements of the mode of production, Marx was in effect committed to an exhaustive study of political economy from the standpoint of the laws governing changes in the mode of production. To lay bare the economic law of emotion of modern society now BECA1NE the scientific goal to which he devoted most of the remainder of his life. How, given this objective, could one recognize the essential aspects of the problem? Marx retained, because they seem to stand up under searching studies to the actuality of historical development, those elements of Hegel's thought which emphasized process and development through the conflict of opposed or contradictory forces. Unlike Hegel, however, he traced decisive historical conflicts to roots in the mode of production, that is, he discovered them to be what he called class conflicts. Thus the Communist Manifesto, 1847, after an introductory note, begins, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. The economic forces at work manifest themselves in class conflicts under capitalism as under earlier forms of society. It follows that the essential economic relations are those which underlie and express themselves in the form of class conflict. These are the essential elements which must be isolated and analyzed through the method of abstraction. Even this hypothesis, however, could lead to divergent procedures. The classical economists were also very much interested in the economic roots of class conflicts. In a sense, this is exactly what the distribution of the produce of the earth meant to Ricardo, but the social antagonism which occupied most of their attention, both intellectual and emotional, was the conflict between industrial capitalists and landlords. Consequently, they placed great, sometimes predominant, emphasis on land and the income derived from the ownership of land. Indeed, without a knowledge of the true doctrine of rent, Ricardo asserted, it is impossible to understand the effect of the progress of wealth on 1.6. Profits and wages, or to trace satisfactorily the influence of taxation on different classes of the community. For Marx recognized the tendency to lay primary emphasis on land and rent, but he regarded it as misguided. Nothing seems more natural, he wrote, than to start with rent, with landed property, since it is bound up with land, the source of all production and all existence, and with the first form of production in all more or less settled communities, viz., agriculture. 5. Nevertheless, he added at once, nothing could be more erroneous. His reason for adopting this attitude is the key to his subsequent procedure. In capitalist society, agriculture comes to be more and more merely a branch of industry and is completely dominated by capital. Capital is the all-dominating power of bourgeois society. It must form the starting point as well as the end and be developed before land ownership is. It would thus be impractical and wrong to arrange the economic categories in the order in which they were the determining factors in the course of history. Their order of sequence is rather determined by the relation which they bear to each other in modern bourgeois society, and which is the exact opposite of what seems to be their natural order or the order of their historical development. What we are interested in is not the place which economic relations occupy in the historical success of different forms of society. We are interested in their organic connection within modern bourgeois society. 6. The italicized sentence is particularly important. That capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society meant to Marx, as it would have meant to one of the classical economists, that the primary economic relation is that between capitalists and workers. As he expressed the point in another place, the relation between wage labor and capital determines the entire character of the mode of production. 1. Even before he began his researches for the Critique and for Capital, he had expressed the same judgment in the Manifesto. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. This relation must form the center of investigation, the power of abstraction must be employed to isolate it. 5. To re-17. Duce it to its purest form, to enable it to be subjected to the most painstaking analysis, free of all unrelated disturbances. The adoption of this position requires a procedure involving at least two fairly distinct steps. First, all social relations except that between capital and labor must be provisionally assumed away, to be reintroduced, one at a time, only at a later stage of the analysis. Second, the capital-labor relation itself must be reduced to its most significant form or forms. This is not a quantitative question. It does not mean that the most frequent, or modal, forms of the relation must be selected for analysis. Significance, in this context, is a question of the structural characteristics and tendencies of the whole society. Marx, as is well known, selected the forms of capital-labor relation which arise in the sphere of industrial production as the most significant for modern capitalist society. Capitalists and workers are alike reduced to certain standard types, from which all characteristics irrelevant to the relation under examination are removed. Individuals are dealt with, he wrote in the preface to Capital, only insofar as they are the personifications of Econon 1 IC categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. What is the nature of this capital-labor relation? In form it is an exchange relation. The capitalist buys labor power from the worker, the worker receives money from the capitalist with which he acquires the necessaries of life. As an exchange relation, it is clearly a special case of a large class of such relations which have a common form and structure. It is evident, therefore, that the study of the capital-labor relation must begin with an analysis of the general phenomenon of exchange. In this way we arrive at the actual starting point of Marx's political economy. Part I of the first volume of Capital, which summarizes the earlier critique of political economy, is entitled Commodities. Whatever is customarily intended for exchange rather than for direct use is a commodity. The analysis of commodities, therefore, involves the analysis of the exchange relation and its quantitative aspect, exchange value. It includes, moreover, an analysis of money. As we shall see later on, some of I-1 Marx's most interesting results arise out of the treatment of commodities. 1/8. Having laid the necessary foundation with the analysis of commodities, Marx proceeds to his main task. Almost the entire remainder of the first volume of Capital is devoted to the capital-labor relation in its isolated purified forms. In other words, Volume I begins and remains on a high level of abstraction. It is difficult for those unacquainted with Marx's method to believe that this statement can be meant seriously. They point to the wealth of factual and historical material which is such an outstanding feature of Volume 1. Does this not mean that Marx was, in fact, just the reverse of abstract? This reasoning misses the point. The legitimate purpose of abstraction in social science is never to get away from the real world but rather to isolate certain aspects of the real world for intensive investigation. When, therefore, we say that we are operating on a high level of abstraction, we mean that we are dealing with a relatively small number of CTS of reality. We emphatically do not mean that those aspects with which we are dealing are not capable of historical investigation and factual illustration. A cursory checkup is sufficient to indicate that the great bulk of the factual material introduced by Marx in Volume I relates directly to the capital-labor relation and is of an illustrative or historical character. It constitutes, therefore, a confirmation rather than a contradiction of the statement that Volume I begins and remains on a high level of abstraction. The establishment of this fact allows us to draw an important corollary, namely, that the results achieved in Volume I have a provisional character. In many cases, though not necessarily in all, they undergo a more or less extensive modification on a lower level of abstraction, that is to say, when more aspects of reality are taken into account, it follows that the tendencies or laws enunciated in Volume I are not to be interpreted as direct predictions about the future. Their validity is relative to the level of abstraction on which they are derived and to the extent of the modifications which they must undergo when the analysis is brought to a more concrete level. Recognition of this fact would have saved a great deal of sterile controversy. As an X. This aspect of Marx's method is well treated by Henrik Grossman in the introduction to his book Das Akkumulation und die Zusammenbruchsgesetze des kapitalistischen Systems, 1929. Ample we may cite the famous law of the increasing misery of the proletariat, which Marx called the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. 8 anti-Marxists have always maintained the falsity of this law and have deduced from this the incorrectness of Marx's analysis of capitalism. Some Marxists, on the other hand, have been equally concerned to demonstrate the truth of the law, and so a controversy producing much heat and little light has raged for more than a half-century. Both sides are guilty of the same misunderstanding of Marx's method. The law in question is derived on a high level of abstraction. The term absolute used in describing it is used in the Hegelian sense of abstract, it constitutes in no sense a concrete prediction about the future. Moreover, in this particular case, Marx says as much in perfectly clear language, so that misinterpretation seems peculiarly difficult to condone. Having stated the law, he immediately adds, like all other laws it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. It would be impossible to have a plainer warning not to interpret the law as a concrete prediction. A proper regard to problems of method would have rendered this misunderstanding, along with many others, unnecessary. We need not discuss the whole plan of capital. For present purposes, it is only necessary to point out that the intent of volumes II and III was to take into account factors which were consciously left out of volume I, that is to say, to bring the analysis to progressively lower levels of abstraction. At the same time, and in a sense paradoxically, volumes II and III contain relatively less factual material than volume I. This is accounted for by their unfinished state. In compiling volumes 2 and 111 from Marx's manuscripts, Engels found a great deal of illustrative material, but it was barely arranged, much less worked out. 9 Volume 1, on the other hand, Marx prepared for the press himself, so that he was able to integrate his factual and theoretical materials in a way which Engels could not possibly have accom. Grossman cites a large number of examples. Das Akkumulationszusammenbruchsgesetz der kapitalistischen Systems, pp. 23 fft. Perhaps the most recent example is the pamphlet by Alex Biddleman and V. J. Jerome, Leninism the Only Farxism Today, 1934. This pamphlet is a criticism of Louis Corey's Decline of American Capitalism, 1934. 20. Published for the later volumes without going far beyond the functions of an editor, a course which he wisely declined to pursue. We have discussed Marx's use of abstraction in general terms and do not propose at this stage to enter into particular cases. It is well to note, however, that a great many criticisms of Marx's economics are, consciously or unconsciously, based upon a rejection of the assumptions with which he works. Our discussion should help to establish criteria by which to judge the validity of these criticisms. In each case, the following 3 questions should be asked about the simplifying assumptions, or abstractions, which give rise to criticism. 1. Are they framed with a proper regard for the problem under investigation? 2. Do they eliminate the non-essential elements of the problem? 3. Do they stop short of eliminating the essential elements? If all 3 of these questions can be answered in the affirmative, we may say that the principle of appropriate abstraction has been observed. This principle is of great assistance in testing the relevance and validity of a considerable range of Marx criticism. To the historical character of Marx's thought, Marx's method, says Lukács, is in its innermost essence historical. 10 This is certainly correct, and no discussion of the problem which fails to emphasize it can be regarded as satisfactory for Marx. Social reality is not so much a specified set of relations, still less a conglomeration of things. It is rather the process of change inherent in a specified set of relations. In other words, social reality is the historical process, a process, which, in principle, knows no finality and no stopping places. Social systems, like individuals, go through a life cycle and pass from the scene when from forms of development of the forces of production they turn into their fetters. The process of social change, however, is not purely mechanical, it is rather the product of human any of the best discussions in English of this aspect of Marx's thought, and, indeed, of all the problems treated in this chapter, will be found in Karl Marx, 1938. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The only immutable thing is the abstraction of movement. Mars immortalize. Marx, T.B. Poverty of Philosophy, International Publishers ed. p. 93. 2. Action, but action which is definitely limited by the kind of society in which it has its roots. Men make their own history, Marx wrote, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly found, given, and transmitted from the past. 11. Society both is changing and, within limits, can be changed. Consistent adherence to this position leads to a consistently historical approach to social science. Moreover, and this is but another aspect of the same thing, it leads to a critical approach to every form of society, including the present. The importance of this point is difficult to overstress. It is a characteristic feature of non-Marxian thought that it can comprehend the transitory character of all earlier social orders, while this same critical faculty fails when it is a question of the capitalist system itself. This is, no doubt, true to a certain extent of all historical epochs, but, as we shall see later on, there are special reasons why it applies with peculiar force to our own. For the typical modern thinker, as Marx expressed it, there has been history, but there is no longer any. 12. Lukács' remark in this connection is striking. This and anti-historical core of bourgeois thought appears in its most glaring form when we consider the problem of the present as a historical problem. The complete incapacity of all bourgeois thinkers and historians to comprehend world historical events of the present as world history must remain an unpleasant memory to all level-headed people since the World War and the World Revolution. 18. Nothing that has happened since I-922 could lead one to alter this judgment, rather the contrary. Marxists, on the other hand, consistently interpret contemporary events in a world historical context. The difference is obviously not a question of intelligence, it is a question of method and approach. Most people take capitalism for granted, just as they take the solar system for granted. The eventual passing of capitalism, which is often conceded nowadays, is thought of in much the same way as the eventual cooling of the sun. That is to say, its relevance to contemporary events is denied. From this point, 2 of view, one can understand and criticize what happens within the framework of the system, one can neither understand nor evaluate what happens to the system itself. The latter fact not infrequently takes the form of a simple denial that one can meaningfully talk about social systems. Great historical events, however, generally concern whole social systems. The result is that to the typical modern mind they assume a catastrophic character, with all that this implies in the way of emotional shock and intellectual confusion. To the Marxist, on the other hand, the specific historical, i.e. transitory, character of capitalism is a major premise. It is by virtue of this fact that the Marxist is able, so to speak, to stand outside the system and criticize it as a whole. Moreover, since human action is itself responsible for the changes which the system is undergoing and will undergo, a critical attitude is not only intellectually possible, it is also morally significant as, for example, a critical attitude toward the solar system, whatever its shortcomings, would not be last but not least, practically important. 2. 1. The first chapter of Capital is entitled Commodities. It has already been pointed out that a commodity is anything that is produced for exchange rather than for the use of the producer. The study of commodities is therefore the study of the economic relation of exchange. Marx begins by analyzing simple commodity production, that is to say a society in which each producer owns his own means of production and satisfies his manifold needs by exchange with other similarly situated producers. Here we have the problem of exchange in its clearest and most elementary form. In starting from simple commodity production, Marx was following a well-established tradition of economic theory, but this should not be allowed to obscure the sharp break which divides his analysis from that of the classical school. In the case of Adam Smith, for example, exchange is tied in the closest possible way to the main technological fact of economic life, namely, the division of labor. According to Smith, division of labor is the foundation of all increases in productivity, it is even the basis of the human economy, what distinguishes the latter from the life of the beasts. But Smith is unable to conceive of division of labor independently of exchange. Exchange, in fact, is prior to and responsible for division of labor. The following passage sums up Smith's theory of the relation between division of labor and exchange. This division of labor, from which so many advantages are derived, is not originally the effect of any human wisdom, which foresees and intends that general opulence to which it gives occasion. It is the necessary, though very slow and gradual consequence of a certain propensity in human nature which has in 23. View no such extensive utility, the propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. 1. This propensity to truck, barter, and exchange, moreover, is peculiar to human beings. Nobody ever saw a dog make a fair and deliberate exchange of one bone for another with another dog. 2. Exchange and division of labor are in this manner indissolubly bound together and shown to be the joint pillars supporting civilized society. The implications of this position are clear. Commodity production, rooted in human nature, is the universal and inevitable form of economic life. Economic science is the science of commodity production. From this point of view, the problems of economics have an exclusively quantitative character. They begin with exchange value, the basic quantitative relation between commodities established through the process of exchange. Turning now to Marx, we see at the very outset the difference in approach which marks off his political economy from that of Adam Smith. Marx does not deny the existence of a relation between commodity production and the division of labor, but it is by no means the hard and fast relation depicted by Smith. The difference in points of view is clearly brought out in the following passage. This division of labor is a necessary condition for the production of commodities, but it does not follow conversely, that the production of commodities is a necessary condition for the division of labor. In the primitive Indian community there is social division of labor without production of commodities. Or, to take an example nearer home, in every factory the labor is divided according to a system, but this division is not brought about by the operatives mutually exchanging their individual products. Only such products can become commodities RZ.LITH regard to each other as result from different kinds of labor, each kind being carried on independently and for the account of private individuals. 8. Division of labor is deprived of none of the importance which was attributed to it by Smith, but it is emphatically denied that division of labor is necessarily tied to exchange. Commodity production, in other words, is not the universal and inevitable form of economic life. It is rather one possible form of economic life, a form, to be sure, which has been familiar for many centuries and which dominates the modern period, but nonetheless a historically conditioned form which can in no sense claim to be a direct manifestation of human nature. The implications of this view are striking. Commodity production itself is withdrawn from the realm of natural phenomena and becomes the valid subject of socio-historical investigation. No longer can the economist afford to confine his attention to the quantitative relations arising from commodity production, he must also direct his attention to the character of the social relations which underlie the commodity form. We may express this by saying that the tasks of economics are not only quantitative, they are also qualitative. More concretely, in the CA_SE of exchange value there is, as Adam Smith saw, the quantitative relation between products. Hidden behind this, as Marx was the first to see, there is a specific, historically conditioned, relation between producers. Following Petrie, we may call the analysis of the former the quantitative value problem, the analysis of the latter the qualitative value problem. The great originality of Marx's value theory lies in its recognition of these two elements of the problem and in its attempt to deal with them simultaneously within a single conceptual framework. The same considerations, however, account in no small degree for the great difficulty in understanding the theory which is almost invariably experienced by those brought up in the main tradition of economic thought. For this reason it has seemed advisable to separate Marxian value theory into its two component parts and attempt to deal with them one at a time. Consequently, in this chapter we shall discuss the qualitative value problem, leaving the more familiar quantitative problem for consideration in the next chapter. To use value. Every commodity, Marx wrote, has a twofold aspect, that of use value and exchange value. For in possessing use value a commodity is in no way peculiar. Objects of human consumption in every age and in every form of society likewise possess use value. Use value is an expression of a certain relation between the consumer and the object consumed. Political economy, on the other hand, is a social science of the relations between people. It follows that use value as such lies outside the sphere of investigation of political economy. 5. Marx excluded use value, or, as it now would be called, utility, from the field of investigation of political economy on the ground that it does not directly embody a social relation. He enforces a strict requirement that the categories of economics must be social categories, i.e. categories which represent relations between people. It is important to realize that this is in sharp contrast to the attitude of modern economic theory. As previously noted, Lionel Robbins says, and in this he is merely formulating the practice of all non-Marxian schools, we regard the economic system as a series of interdependent but conceptually discrete relationships between men and economic goods. 6. From this starting point, it follows, of course, that use value or utility takes a central position among the categories of economics. But it should not be overlooked in any comparison of Marxian and orthodox economics that their respective starting points are in this respect diametrically opposed. Nor should it be made a matter of reproach against Marx that he failed to develop a subjective value theory, since he consciously and deliberately dissociated himself from any attempt to do so. This does not mean that use value should play no role in economics. On the contrary, just as land, though not an economic category itself, is essential to production, so use value is a prerequisite to consumption and, as Petrie correctly remarks, is in no sense excluded by Marx from the causal chain of economic phenomena. 1. 3. Exchange value. In possessing exchange value relative to one another, commodities show their unique characteristic. It is only as commodities, in a society where exchange is a regular method of realizing the purpose of social production, that products have exchange value. At first sight it might seem that even less than in the case of use value have we here to do with a social relation. Exchange value appears to be a quantitative relation between things, between the commodities themselves. In what sense, then, is it to be conceived as a social relation and hence as a proper subject for the investigation of the economist? Marx's answer to this question is the key to his value theory. The quantitative relation between things, which we call exchange value, is in reality only an outward form of the social relation between the commodity owners, or, what comes to the same thing in simple commodity production, between the producers themselves. The exchange relation as such, apart from any consideration of the quantities involved, is an expression of the fact that individual producers, each working in isolation, are in fact working for each other. Their labor, whatever they may think about the matter, has a social character which is impressed upon it by the act of exchange. In other words, the exchange of commodities is an exchange of the products of the labor of individual producers. What finds expression in the form of exchange value is therefore the fact that the commodities involved are the products of human labor in a society based on division of labor in which producers work privately and independently. Strictly speaking, the concept exchange value applies only when commodities are present in the plural, 8, since it expresses a relation between commodities. An individual commodity, however, possesses the social quality which manifests itself quantitatively in exchange value. A commodity, insofar as we center our attention on this social quality, is called by Marx a plain value. Late in chapter I of Capital, he says, when, at the beginning of this chapter, we said, in common parlance, that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, we were, accurately speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility, and a value. 9. As a use value, a commodity is a universal feature of human existence, present in every and all forms of society. As a value, A commodity is a feature of a specific historical form of society which has two main distinguishing characteristics: 1. Developed division of labor, and 2. Private production. In such an order and in none other, the labor of producers eventuates in commoditize, or, neglecting the universal aspect of commodities, utility, in values. It is essential to realize that it was this analysis of the social characteristics of commodity production, and not an arbitrary preconception or an ethical principle, which led Marx to identify labor as the substance of value. We must now examine this more closely. 4. Labor and value. The requirement that all economic categories must represent social relations led Marx directly to labor as the value that lies hidden behind exchange value. Only one property of a commodity, as Petrie expressed it, enables us to assume it as the bearer and expression of social relations, namely its property as the product of labor, since as such we consider it no longer from the standpoint of consumption but from the standpoint of production, as N1A realized human activity. 11. In what sense, then, are we using the concept labor? Labor also has two aspects, the one corresponding to the use value and the other to the value of the commodity which it produces. To the commodity as a use value corresponds labor as useful labor. The cat is a use value that satisfies a particular want. Its existence is the result of a special sort of productive activity, the nature of which one's determined by its aim, mode of operation, sub 1 ECT, means and result. The labor, whose utility is thus represented by the value in use of its product, or which manifests itself by making its product a use value, we call useful labor. 12. Thus tailoring creates a coat, spinning creates yarn, weaving creates cloth, carpentering creates a table, etc. These are all different varieties of useful labor. But it would be incorrect to assume that useful labor is the only source of use value. Nature cooperates both actively and passively in the process of producing use value. As William Petty put it, labor is its father and the earth its mother. 1.3. If, now, we abstract from the use value of a commodity, it exists simply as a value. Proceeding in a similar fashion to abstract from the useful character of labor, what have we left? Productive activity, if we leave out of sight its special form, viz., the useful character of the labor, is nothing but the expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, though qualitatively different productive activities, are each a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, and muscles, and in this sense are human labor. Of course, this labor power, which remains the same under all its modifications, must have attained a certain pitch of development before it can be expended in a multiplicity of modes. But the value of a commodity represents human labor in the abstract, the expenditure of human labor in general. 1. 4. Thus, what use value is to value in the case of commodity, useful labor is to abstract labor in the case of productive activity. When Marx says that labor is the substance of value, he always means, therefore, labor considered as abstract labor. We may sum up the qualitative relation of value to labor with the following statement: on the one hand, all labor is, speaking physiologically, an expenditure of human labor power, and in its character of identical abstract human labor, it creates and forms the values of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is the expenditure of 30. Human labor power in a special form and with a definite aim, and in this, its character of concrete useful labor, it produces use values. 111. 5. Abstract labor, which is represented in the value of commodities, is a concept which has an important place in Marx's thinking. It must be admitted, however, that it is not an easy concept to comprehend, and for this reason it seems wise to consider the matter in further detail. It may be well to remove at once any misunderstandings of a purely verbal character. To many the expression abstract labor suggests something slightly mysterious, perhaps not a little metaphysical and unreal. As should be clear from the last section, however, nothing of the sort was intended by Marx. Abstract labor is abstract only in the quite straightforward sense that all special characteristics which differentiate one kind of labor from another are ignored. Abstract labor, in short, is, as Marx's own usage clearly attests, equivalent to labor in general. It is what is common to all productive human activity. Marx did not think he was the first to introduce the idea of labor in general into political economy. For example, in speaking of Benjamin Franklin, whom he regarded as one of the first economists, after W.M. Petty, who saw through the nature of value, he had the following to say: Franklin is unconscious that by estimating the value of everything in labor, he makes abstraction from any difference in the sorts of labor exchanged, and thus reduces them all to equal human labor. But although ignorant of this, yet he says it. He speaks first of the one labor, then of the other labor, and finally of labor, without further qualification, as the substance of the value of everything. 16. And in another connection, he remarks that it was a tremendous advance on the part of Adam Smith to throw aside all limitations which mark wealth-producing activity and to define it as labor in general, neither industrial, nor commercial, nor agricultural, or one as much as the other. 17. Ricardo, as Marx was well autre, adopted the same point of view and followed it out with 3.1. Greater consistency than Smith. And this, as in many other cases, Marx started from a basic idea of the classical school, gave it precise and explicit expression, developed it, and utilized it in the analysis of social relations in his own original and penetrating fashion. It is important to realize that the reduction of all labor to a common denominator, so that units of labor can be compared with and substituted for one another, added and subtracted, and finally totaled up to form a social aggregate, is not an arbitrary abstraction, dictated in some way by the whim of the investigator. It is rather, as Lukács correctly observes, an abstraction which belongs to the essence of capitalism. 18. Let us examine this more closely. Capitalist society is characterized by a degree of labor and mobility much greater than prevailed in any previous form of society. Not only do workers change their jobs relatively frequently, but also the stream of NEW workers entering the labor market is quickly diverted from declining to rising occupations. As Marx expressed it, we see at a glance that, in our capitalist society, a given portion of human labor is, in accordance with the varying demand, at one time supplied in the form of tailoring, at another in the form of weaving. This change may possibly not take place without friction, but take place it must. 1.9. Under these circumstances, the various specific kinds of labor in existence at any given time and the relative quantities of each become matters of secondary importance in any general view of the economic system. Much nr significant is the total size of the social labor force and its general level of development. On these depend the productive potentialities of society, whether the latter be manifested in the production of consumers' goods or in the production of implements of war. This is a conclusion which commands universal assent in the modern world. It flows from such common facts of experience that no one would think of denying it. It is important to observe, however, that in arriving at this conclusion we were obliged to abstract from the differences between specific forms of labor, an abstraction which is inevitably implied in the very notion of a total labor force available to society. We are likely to forget or overlook this. 3.2. Only because the differences are practically of secondary importance. In the course of a methodological discussion, Marx emphasizes this point in the following terms. This abstraction of labor is but the result of a concrete aggregate of different kinds of labor. The indifference to the particular kind of labor corresponds to a form of society in which individuals pass with ease from one kind of work to another, which makes it immaterial to them what particular kind of work may fall to their share. Labor has become here, not only categorically but really, a means of creating wealth in general and is no longer grown together with the individual into one particular destination. This state of affairs has found its highest development in the most modern of bourgeois societies, the United States. It is only here that the abstraction of the category labor, labor in gene, al. Labor sans phrase, the starting point of modern political economy, becomes realized in practice. Point 20. To sum up, we may say that the reduction of all labor to abstract labor enables us to see clearly, behind the special forms which labor may assume at any given time, an aggregate social labor force which is capable of transference from one use to another in accordance with social need, and on the magnitude and development of which society's wealth-producing capacity in the last resort depends. The adoption of this point of view, moreover, is conditioned by the very nature of capitalist production, which promotes a degree of labor mobility never before approached in earlier forms of society. 6. The relation of the quantitative to the qualitative in value theory. We are now in a position to see precisely what is implied in the thesis that abstract labor is the substance of value. A commodity appears at first glance to be merely a useful article which has been produced by a special kind of workman, working privately and in isolation from the rest of society. This is correct so far as it goes. But investigation reveals that the commodity in question has this in common with all other commodities, i.e., they are all values, namely, that it absorbs a part of society's total available labor force, i.e., they are all materialized abstract labor. It is this characteristic of commodities, which presupposes use value and manifests itself in exchange value, that makes of commodity the starting point and central category of the political economy of the modern period. We have reached these conclusions through a purely qualitative analysis, and it may appear that they have little bearing on the quantitative problem. This, however, is not so. The truth is that the basic significance as well as the main tasks of quantitative value theory are determined by the qualitative analysis. Here we shall merely indicate the reasons for this, leaving more detailed treatment for the next chapter. From a formal point of view, it appears that quantitative value theory is concerned solely with discovering the laws which regulate the relative proportions in which commodities exchange for one another. This is, indeed, the way in which orthodox theory regards the matter. It is simply a question of exchange value, but for Marx, as we already know, exchange value is merely the phenomenal form behind which hides value itself. The question therefore arises, what, beyond the mere determination of exchange ratios, is the quantitative value problem? The analysis presented above provides us with an answer. The fact that a commodity is a value means that it is materialized abstract labor, or, in other words, that it has absorbed a part of the total wealth-producing activity of society. If now we reflect that abstract labor is susceptible of measurement in terms of time units, the meaning of value as a quantitative category distinct from exchange value becomes apparent. As Marx stated it, magnitude of value expresses the connection that exists between a certain article and the portion of the total labor time of society required to produce it. 21. The main task of quantitative value theory emerges from this definition of value as a magnitude. It is nothing more nor less than the investigation of the laws which govern the allocation of the labor force to different spheres of production in a society of commodity producers. Marx carried through this task will be treated in the next chapter. Before returning to the further implications of Marx's qualitative analysis, it is well to remark that the two concepts, socially necessary labor and simple labor, which have stood in the forefront of nearly every attack on Marx's economics, both pertain to the quantitative aspect of value theory and hence will come up for subsequent consideration. That critics of Marx have concentrated their attention on this aspect of the theory, and at that one-sidedly, is no accident. Their attitude towards the value problem has disposed them to a preoccupation with exchange ratios to the neglect of the character of the social relations which lie hidden beneath the surface. Hence lengthy critiques of socially necessary labor, but hardly a word about abstract labor. 7. Our analysis of commodities has led us to see in exchange value a relation between producers in a definite system of division of labor, and in the particular labor of individuals a component part of the aggregate labor force of society. In other words, we have looked beneath the forms of social organization to discover the substance of social relations. That we are able to do this, however, is no indication that the forms are unimportant. On the contrary, they are of the greatest importance. Reality is perceived in terms of form. Where, as here, there is a gap between form and substance which can be bridged only by critical analysis, the understanding plays queer trjcks. Error and fantasy are readily accepted as obvious common sense and even provide the basis for supposedly scientific explanation. An incapacity to comprehend, a false consciousness, permeates, to a greater or lesser extent, the structure of thought. This principle applies with peculiar force to commodities and commodity production. The thinking to which this form of social organization gives rise frequently bears only a remote and perverted relation to the 3-5 real social relations which underlie it. In his doctrine of commodity fetishism, Marx was the first to perceive this fact and to realize its decisive importance for the ideology of the modem period. In commodity production, the basic relation between men assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. This reification of social relations is the heart and core of L/1 Marx's doctrine of fetishism. In the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world, the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and with the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor, so soon as they are produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. This fetish character of the commodity world has its in the peculiar social character of the labor which produces commodities. As a general rule, articles of utility become commodities only because they are products of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into contact with each other, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products and indirectly, through them, between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the social relations between the labor of private individuals appear for what they are, i.e. not as the direct social relations of persons in their work, but rather as material relations of persons and social relations of things. 22 In earlier periods of history, when the relations of production had a direct personal character, such a reification of social relations was obviously impossible. Even in the early stages of commodity production itself, this mystification is as yet very simple. 23. And is therefore easily seen through. It is, in fact, only when commodity production becomes so highly developed and so widespread as to dominate the life of society that the phenomenon of reification of social relations acquires decisive importance. This occurs under conditions of relatively advanced capitalism such as emerged in Western Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries. Here the impersonalization of productive relations is brought to its highest pitch of development. The individual producer deals with his fellow men only through the market, where prices and amounts sold are the substantial realities and human beings merely their instruments. These quantities vary continually, independently of the will, foresight, and action of the producers. To them their own social movement takes the form of the movement of things which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. This is, indeed, a state of society in which the process of production has the mastery over man instead of being controlled by him. 2. And in which, therefore, the real character of the relations among the producers themselves is both distorted and obscured from view. Once the world of commodities has, so to speak, achieved its independence and subjected the producers to its sway, the latter come to look upon it in much the same way as they regard that other external world to which they must learn to adjust themselves, the world of nature itself. The existing social order becomes in the apt expression of Lukács, a second nature which stands outside of and opposed to its members. 25 The consequences for the structure of thought are both extensive and profound. Here we shall have to be content with a few suggestions which may serve to illustrate the possibilities for critical interpretation which are opened up by the doctrine of fetish 1sm. The application of the ideas and methods of natural science. 37. To society is one of the most striking features of the capitalist period. While the development of the natural sciences themselves was certainly in part responsible, nevertheless, the deeper roots of the phenomenon must be sought in the changed attitude towards society which was the reflex of the flowering of commodity production. In the field of political economy the results of the Transitio are most clear observable in the 18th century doctrines of the physiocrats in France and the classical school in England. The loi nature/le of the physiocrats, the invisible hand of Adam Smith, their common faith in the wisdom of laissez-faire as an economic policy, all attest to a profound belief in the impersonal and automatic character of the economic order. This bias against conscious social action in economic affairs which grew up in the 18th century remained a very prominent feature of capitalist ideology until quite recently. Its specific roots in the characteristics of commodity production, as well as its connection with cognate doctrines of natural law and social automatism, are brilliantly illuminated by Marx's theory of fetishism. Reification of social relations has exercised a profound influence on traditional economic thinking in at least two further important respects. In the first place, the categories of the capitalist economy value, rent, wages, profit, interest, etc. have been treated as though they were the inevitable categories of economic life in general. Earlier economic systems have been looked upon as imperfect or embryonic versions of modern capitalism and judged accordingly. It requires but little reflection to see that this procedure slurs over significant differences between social forms, encourages an unhistorical and sterile taxonomy, and leads to misleading and at times even ludicrous judgments. Thus, it has been common for economists to denounce medieval prohibitions of usury as irrational and misguided because, in modern capitalism, interest plays an important part in regulating the productive mechanism. Or, to take another example, we find Keynes evaluating pyramid building in ancient Egypt and cathedral building in medieval Europe in terms appropriate to a public works program in 20th century England. 26 It cannot, of course, be denied that certain features are common to all forms of social economy, but to comprehend them all in a single set of categories and hence to ignore their specific differences is in a very real sense a negation of history. That modern economics has consistently pursued this course is the best evidence of its subordination to the fetishism inherent in commodity production. In the second place, the attribution of independent power to things is nowhere more clear than in the traditional division of factors of production into land, labor, and capital, each of which is thought of as producing an income for its owners. Here, as Marx expressed it, we have the complete mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the transformation of social conditions into things, the indiscriminate amalgamation of the material conditions of production with their historical and social forms. It is an enchanted, perverted, topsy-turvy world in which Monsieur Le Capital and Madame La Terre carry on their goblin tricks as social characters and at the same time as mere things. It is true that in the Ricardian theory of value and distribution, the high watermark of classical political economy, the foundation for a rational view of capitalist productive relations had been laid. But Ricardo himself was never able to raise himself above a narrowly limited outlook. And his followers, alarmed by the vistas which were opened up to them, quickly retreated into the world of illusion from which he had all but given them the means of escape. Thenceforth, it was only critics of the existing social order, like Marx, who cared to take up where Ricardo had left off by laying bare the real social relations underlying the forms of commodity production. What contact with social relations the post-Ricardians allowed themselves was effectually dissolved by the rise of subjective value theory in the final third of the 19th century. Turning from political economy in a narrow sense, it was apparent that the commodity-producing form constitutes the most effective possible veil over the true class character of capitalist society. Everyone appears first of all as a mere commodity owner with something to sell. This is true of landowners, capitalists, and laborers alike. As commodity owners they all stand on a perfectly equal footing, their relations with each other are not the master-servant relations of a regime of personal status, but the contractual relations of free and equal human beings. It does not appear to the worker that his own lack of access to the means of production is forcing him to work on terms dictated by those who monopolize the means of production, that he is therefore being exploited for the benefit of others just as surely as the serf who was forced to work a certain number of days on the lord's land in return for the privilege of working a strip of land for himself. On the contrary, the world of commodities appears as a world of equals. The labor power of the worker is alienated from the worker and stands opposed to him as any commodity to its owner. He sells it, and so long as true value is paid all the conditions of fair and equal exchange are satisfied. This is the appearance. Those who regard capitalist forms as natural and eternifan, generally speaking, this includes most of those who live under capitalist forms, accept the appearance as a true representation of social relations. On this foundation there has been erected the whole vast superstructure of ethical and legal principles which serve at once to justify the existing order and to regulate men's conduct towards it. It is only by means of a critical analysis of commodity production, an analysis that goes beneath the superficial forms to the underlying relations of man to man, that we can see clearly the historically relative character of capitalist justice and capitalist legality, just as it is only by such an analysis that we can see the historical character of capitalism itself. This illustration, while it cannot be pursued further here, shows that the doctrine of fetishism has implications which far transcend the conventional limits of economics and economic thinking. If commodity production has fostered the illusion of its own permanence and hidden the true character of the social relations which it embodies, it has at the same time created the economic rationality of modern times without which a full development of society's productive forces would be unthinkable. Rationality, in the sense of a deliberate adaptation of means to ends in the economic sphere, presupposes an economic system which is subject to certain objective laws which are not altogether unstable and capricious. Given this condition, the individual can proceed to plan his affairs in such a way as to achieve what is, from his own standpoint and from the standpoint of prevailing standards, an optimum result. That this condition is fulfilled by commodity production does not mean that the system is to be regarded as a planned or rational whole. On the contrary, the development of commodity production under capitalist conditions displays on the one hand an intense rationalization of its part processes and an ever-increasing irrationality in the behavior of the system as a whole. It is clear that we have to do here with one of the most comprehensive contradictions of the capitalist order. A social system which has sway over man educates him to the point where he has the capacity to control his own destiny. At the same time it blinds him to the means of exercising the power which is within his grasp and diverts his energies increasingly into purely destructive channels. The study of this process will claim our attention in later chapters of this book. Here it suffices to point out that qualitative value theory with its corollary in the doctrine of commodity fetishism is the essential first step in the Marxian analysis of capitalism. He who has not understood this has understood little of Marx's critical method. 3. 1. The first step. In every society, from the most primitive to the most advanced, it is essential that labor be applied to production and that goods be distributed among the members of society. What changes in the course of history is the way in which these productive and distributive activities are organized and carried out. As Marx expressed it, every child knows that if a country ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but for a few weeks, it would die. Every child knows too that the mass of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. That this necessity of distributing social labor in definite proportions cannot be done away with by the particular form of social production, but can only change the form it assumes, is self-evident. No natural laws can be done away with. What can change in changing historical circumstances, is the form in which these laws operate. And the on in which this proportional division of labor operates, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifest in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. One exchange value is thus an aspect of the laws governing the allocation of productive activity in a commodity-producing society. To discover the implications of this form of production, in terms of social relations and social consciousness, was the task of qualitative value theory discussed in the preceding chapter. To discover the nature of these laws in quantitative terms is the task of quantitative value theory, and it is in this sense that value theory has constituted the traditional starting point of modern political economy. If we bear this in mind, we shall 41. Realize that the investigation of exchange value itself is only the beginning of economic science and not, as some writers have maintained, its ultimate objective. Commodities exchange against each other on the market in certain definite proportions, they also absorb a certain definite quantity, measured in time units, of society's total available labor force. What is the relation between these two facts? As a first approximation, Marx assumes that there is an exact correspondence between exchange ratios and labor-time ratios, or, in other words, that commodities which require an equal time to produce will exchange on a one-to-one basis. This is the simplest formula and hence a good starting point. Deviations which occur in practice can be dealt with in subsequent approximations to reality. Two obvious qualifications need to be introduced at once. In the first place, it is not true that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor spent on it, the more idle and unskillful the laborer, the more valuable would his commodity be, because more time would be required in its production. To know more labor than that which is socially necessary, that is to say necessary under the existing social conditions, is to be counted in the determination of value. The labor time socially necessary is that required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. 8. It should be noted that the concept of socially necessary labor is concerned solely with the quantity of labor performed, and has nothing to do with use value or utility. Secondly, labor more skilled than average, or simple, labor must have a correspondingly greater power of producing value. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather as multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled labor being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. For the quantitative relation between an hour of simple labor and an hour of any given type of skilled labor is observable in the relative values of the commodities which they produce in any hour. This does not mean, of course, that the relation between two types of labor is determined by the relative values of their products. To argue in this way would be circular reasoning. The 43. Relation between the two types of labor is theoretically susceptible to measurement independently of the market values of their products. There are two possible cases here: either the skilled laborer is more proficient because of superior natural ability, or the skilled laborer is more proficient because of superior training. Let us examine these in turn. If the difference between two workers is a question of natural ability, as a rule the superiority of the more skilled will manifest itself regardless of the line of production in which he may be engaged. In order, therefore, to establish a quantitative relation of equivalence between the two workers, it is only necessary to put them in the same line of production, where their relative effectiveness can be easily measured in purely physical terms. Once the required ratio has been established in this way, it can be used to reduce these two kinds of labor to a common denominator in value-creating terms, no matter how freely the workers in question may move from industry to industry. There is nothing artificial in this solution of the problem in a society in which a high degree of labor fluidity is an established fact. If, on the other hand, the difference between two workers is a question of training, then it is clear that the superior worker expends in production not only his own labor, which we can assume would have the quality of simple labor in the absence of training, but also indirectly that part of the labor of his teachers which is responsible for his superior productivity. If the productive life of a worker is, say, 100,000 hours, and if into his training went the equivalent of 50,000 hours of simple labor, including his own efforts during the training period, then each hour of his labor will count as 1½ hours of simple labor. This case, therefore, presents no more difficulties than the first. In practice, differences in skill are likely to be the result of a combination of differences in ability and differences in training. These more complex cases present no new questions of principle and can be handled in accordance with the methods outlined for the two basic cases. The influence exerted by ability and training makes itself felt only slowly and imperfectly, and frequently in ways which are not obvious. It is for this reason that Marx remarked that the different proportions in which different sorts of labor are 44 duce to unskilled labor as their standard, are established by a process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, and, consequently, appear to be fixed by custom. 11. Critics of Marx's, and Ricardo's, theory of value have always maintained that the reduction of skilled to simple labor involves circular reasoning. The argument seems to be that the greater value-creating power of the more skilled worker is deduced from the greater value of his product. If this were so, the criticism would, of course, be valid, but our analysis has shown that there is no need to rely on such fallacious reasoning. A more substantial attack on the theory would center attention on the assumption that differences in natural ability remain more or less constant even though workers are shifted about from one line of production to another. It is clearly not difficult to think of cases which violate this assumption. There are individuals who have great ability in some special line of activity but whose general productive capacity is in no way remarkable, for example, opera singers, star baseball players, NR1 mathematicians, and so forth. But these are exceptional cases which should not be allowed to distort our view of the labor force as a whole. So far as the vast majority of productive workers is concerned, specialized talents are not of great importance. The qualities which make a good worker, strength, dexterity, and intelligence, do not differ greatly from one occupation to another. No more than this need be granted to establish the essential commensurability of simple and skilled labor. Having demonstrated the theoretical feasibility of reducing skilled to simple labor, we may follow Marx in abstracting from the conditions in the real world which make such a reduction necessary. For simplicity's sake we shall henceforth account every kind of labor to be unskilled, simple labor. By this we do no more than save ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. 6. From the point of view of the problems which he set himself to investigate, differences between skilled and unskilled labor were not essential. To ignore them, hence, is an appropriate abstraction within the meaning of that term explained in chapter I above. This is not to imply that such an abstraction would always be appropriate. If Marx had been interested in x. 45. Planing differences in wages, for example, it clearly would have been illegitimate. It would be a serious error, though one which is frequently committed, to suppose that the whole of Marx's quantitative value theory is contained in chapter I of Capital. That chapter, it will be recalled, is entitled Commodities, and its emphasis is overwhelmingly on what we have called the qualitative value problem. So far as the quantitative value problem is concerned, it makes no attempt to go beyond the first approximation contained in the proposition that commodities exchange for one another in proportion to the quantity of socially necessary labor embodied in each. Moreover, even in respect to this first approximation, the circumstances under which it would be unconditionally valid are not investigated. It is evident that we have in chapter I no more than a first step into the field of quantitative value theory. Subsequent steps are left, in accordance with the plan of Capital, until a later stage of the work. Here we shall attempt to round out Marx's basic ideas on the subject of value, not because it is essential to do so for the immediately succeeding chapters, which are based on Volume 1, but because this seems to be the best way of avoiding misunderstandings which might otherwise arise. 2. The role of competition. Let us first inquire under what conditions exchange ratios would correspond exactly to labor-time ratios. Adam Smith's famous deer beaver example, which was also used by Ricardo, provides a convenient starting point. In that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, The proportion between the quantities of labor necessary for acquiring different objects seems to be the only circumstance which can afford any rule for exchanging them for one another. If among a nation of hunters, for example, it usually costs twice the labor to kill a beaver which it does to kill a deer, one beaver should naturally exchange for or be worth 2 deer. It is natural that what is usually the produce of 2 days or 2 hours labor, should be worth double of what is usually the produce of 1 day's or 1 hour's labor. 7. Adam Smith's hunters are what Marx would have called simple commodity producers, each hunting with his own relatively simple weapons, in forests which are open to all, and satisfying his needs by exchanging his surplus catch against the products of other hunters. Why, under these circumstances, would deer and beaver exchange in proportion to the quantity of time required to kill each? It is easy to supply a proof of what Adam Smith took for granted. A hunter by spending 2 hours of his time can have either 1 beaver or 2 deer. Let us imagine now that 1 beaver exchanges for 1 deer on the market. Under the circumstances anyone would be foolish to hunt beaver. For in 1 hour it is possible to catch a deer and thence, by exchange, to get a beaver, whereas to get a beaver directly would require 2 hours. Consequently the situation is unstable and cannot last. The supply of deer will expand, that of beaver contract until nothing but deer is coming on the market and no takers can be found. Following this line of reasoning, it is possible to show by exclusion that only one exchange ratio, namely 1 beaver for 2 deer, does constitute a stable situation. When this ratio rules in the market, beaver hunters will have no incentive to shift to deer hunting, and deer hunters will have no incentive to shift to beaver hunting. This, therefore, is the equilibrium ratio of exchange. The value of 1 beaver is 2 deer and vice versa. Adam Smith's proposition is thus demonstrated to be correct. To get this result, 2 implicit assumptions are necessary, namely, that hunters are prepared to move freely from deer to beaver if by so doing they can improve their position, and that there are no obstacles to such movement. In other words, the hunters must be both willing and able to compete freely for any advantages which may arise in the course of exchange by shifting their labor from one line to another. Given this kind of competition in a society of simple commodity production, supply and demand will be in equilibrium only when the price 47 of every commodity is proportional to the labor time required to produce it. Conversely, prices proportional to labor times will be established only if the forces of competitive supply and demand are allowed to work themselves out freely. The competitive supply and demand theory of price determination is hence not only not inconsistent with the labor theory, rather it forms an integral, if sometimes unrecognized, part of the labor theory. Marx does not touch on this point in the first chapter of Capital. Like the classics, he always tended to take it for granted. But in various other parts of his economic writings he deals with supply and demand, an expression which was used merely to summarize the competitive forces at work on the market and always in the sense of a mechanism for eliminating deviations between market prices and values, what Oscar Lang aptly terms an equilibrating mechanism. 8. Thus in volume 111, where several pages are devoted to the subject, we read that the relation of demand and supply explains, therefore, on the one hand only the deviations of market prices from market values, and on the other hand the tendency to balance these deviations, in other words, to suspend the effect of the relation of demand and supply. 9. And the point is made even more clearly in value, price, and profit as follows: at the moment when supply and demand equilibrate each other, and therefore cease to act, the market price of a commodity coincides with its real value. 10. 3. The role of demand. Marx is often accused of having ignored the role of demand, in the sense of consumers' needs and desires, in determining quantitative value relations. The issue is unimportant so long as discussion is confined to exchange ratios in a simple commodity-producing society like Adam Smith's hunters, for under these conditions the pattern of consumers' wants plays no part in the determination of equilibrium values. If beaver and deer are both useful, nothing can have value without being an object of utility. 11. They must exchange in proportion to their respective labor times regardless of the relative intensity of the desire for each. We have already expressed the opinion, however, that the quantitative value problem is broader than the mere question of exchange ratios, that it includes an investigation of the quantitative allocation of society's labor force to different spheres of production in a society of commodity producers. When the problem is thus broadly conceived, consumers' demands can no longer be neglected. If, for example, beaver are used only for making fur hats while deer provide the community's basic food, a great deal more labor will go into hunting deer than into hunting beaver. Thus, if it is desired to know both the exchange ratio and the distribution of labor, it is necessary to have two kinds of information: first, information on the relative labor cost of beaver and deer, and, second, information on the relative intensity of demand for beaver and deer. Given these two kinds of information, it is possible to determine what may be called the general economic equilibrium of the society in question. It is an equilibrium because it defines the state of affairs which, in the absence of any change in the basic conditions, will persist, and it is general because not only the relative value of beaver and deer is established, but also the quantities of beaver and deer produced and the distribution of the society's labor force are established. When the tasks of quantitative value theory are thought of in this broad sense, the pattern of consumer wants cannot be neglect. It is just here, however, that the charge of ignoring demand cannot be successfully maintained against Marx. The contrary impression seems to be so widespread that a lengthy quotation from Volume 3 may not be out of place. If this division of labor among the different branches of production is proportional, then the products of the various groups are sold at their values, or at prices which are modifications of their values, due to general laws. It is indeed the law of value enforcing itself, not with reference to individual commodities or articles, but to the total products of the particular social spheres of production made independent by division of labor. Every commodity must contain the necessary quantity of labor, and at the same time only the proportional quantity of the total social labor time must have been spent on the various groups. For the use value of things remains a prerequisite. The use value of the individual commodities depends on the particular need. 49. Which each satisfies. But the use value of the social mass of products depends on the extent to which it satisfies in quantity a definite social need for every particular kind of product in an adequate manner, so that the labor is proportionately distributed among the different spheres in keeping with these social needs, which are definite in quantity. The social need, that is the use value on a social scale, appears here as a determining factor for the amount of social labor which is to be supplied by the various particular spheres. For instance, take it that proportionally too much cotton goods have been produced, although only the labor time necessary for this total product under the prevailing conditions is realized in it. But too much social labor has been expended in this line, in other words, a portion of this product is useless. The whole of it is therefore sold only as though it had been produced in the necessary proportion. This quantitative limit of the quota of social labor available for the various particular spheres is but a wider expression of the law of value, although the necessary labor time assumes a different meaning here. Only so much of it is required for the satisfaction of the social needs. The limitation is here due to the use value. Society can use only so much of its total labor for this particular kind of product under the prevailing conditions of production. 12. If Marx recognized so clearly the part played by demand in determining the allocation of social labor, it may well be asked why, in terms of his entire systematic theory, he treated this factor so briefly and, one might even say, casually. Why did he not work along the lines of his contemporaries, Jevons, Walras, and Menger, in developing a theory of consumer's choice? There are two fundamental reasons for Marx's apparent neglect of this problem. In the first place, under capitalism effective demand is only partly a question of consumers' wants. Even more important is the basic question of income distribution, which in turn is a reflection of the relations of production, or, in other words, of what Marxists call the class structure of society. Marx was very emphatic on this point. Be marked by the way that the social demand, in other words that which regulates the principle of demand, is entirely conditioned on the mutual relations of the different economic classes and their relative economic positions, that is to say, 50. First, on the ratio of total surplus value to wages, and, second, on the division of surplus value into its various parts, profit, interest, ground rent, taxes, etc. And this shows once more that absolutely nothing can be explained by the relation of supply and demand unless the basis has first been ascertained on which this relation rests. 18. And again, it would seem that there is on the side of demand a definite magnitude of social wants of the working class which require for their satisfaction a definite quantity of certain articles on the market. But the quantity demanded by these wants is very elastic and changing. Its fixedness is but apparent. If the means of subsistence were cheaper, or money wages higher, the laborers would buy more of them, and a greater social demand would be manifested for this kind of commodities. The limits within which the need for commodities on the market, the demand, differs quantitatively from the actual social need, varies naturally for different commodities. In other words, the difference between the demanded quantity of commodities and that quantity which would be demanded, if the money prices of the commodities, or other conditions concerning the money or living of the buyers, were different. 14. Insofar as one accepts the position that market demand is dominated by income distribution, and it is difficult to see how this can be denied at least for the case of modern capitalism, it would seem that we cannot very well escape the conclusion that the problems of value should be approached via the relations of production rather than via the subjective valuations of consumers. As we have already seen in the last chapter, the labor theory is constructed to take full account of the productive relations specific to simple commodity production. In the next chapter we shall see how the theory of surplus value carries on this approach for the case of capitalism, which is a more advanced form of commodity production. This consideration alone, however, would hardly be sufficient to explain the degree to which Marx neglects consumers' wants. For even though their importance is limited, nevertheless there is no doubt that they do play a part in determining the allocation of society's productive efforts. A second factor must be the role of demand taken into account. In Chapter I it was emphasized that Marx was primarily interested in the process of social change. More specifically, in Capital he was investigating the economic law of motion of modern society. From this point of view, anything which is in itself relatively stable and merely reacts to changes elsewhere not only can but must be given a subordinate place in the analytical scheme. It is clear that Marx thought of consumers' wants as falling in the category of reactive elements in social life. Wants, insofar as they do not spring from elementary biological and physical needs, are a reflection of the technical and organizational development of society, not vice versa. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. If one is interested in economic change, and if one accepts the position that subjective factors play an essentially passive role in the process of change, one can scarcely deny that Marx was justified in neglecting consumers' wants as he did. Orthodox economists, though most of them approach the problem of value via a theory of consumers' choice, have generally been obliged in practice to recognize the primacy of production and income distribution whenever they tackle questions of economic evolution. Schumpeter may be taken as an example. In his recent treatise on business cycles, he states, "We will, throughout, act on the assumption that consumers' initiative in changing their tastes in changing that set of data which general theory comprises in the concepts of utility functions or indifference varieties is negligible, and that all change in consumers' tastes is incident to, and brought about by, producers' action." 15. And a little further on, Schumpeter remarks that even spontaneous changes in consumers' tastes are unlikely to be of importance unless they cause shifts in real income. Schumpeter in effect admits that for the problems in which he is interested, business cycles and the developmental tendencies of the capitalist system, the theory of consumer's choice is of little or no relevance. Nearly all modern business cycle analysts follow the same course, though few as consciously as Schumpeter. The Keynesians, for example, pay little attention to subjective value problems except when they speak ex professo of pure theory, which, since it is furthest removed from real problems, is naturally the last stronghold of obsolete ideas. Demand plays a very important role in their analysis, but what they have to say about it is dominated by the distribution of income, that is to say by the existing relations of production. It is perhaps no exaggeration to say that the importance of the Keynesian contribution stems largely from the fact that here, for the first time since Ricardo, orthodox economics accords to the real relations of capitalist production reasonable, v8 in the analysis of the capitalist process. It would be a further step forward if the Keynesians could be brought to realize that this is what they are doing. We see that Marx's relative neglect of the problems of consumers' choice finds ample support in recent trends in economic thinking. 4. Law of value vs. planning principle. We are now in a position to see that what Marx called the law of value summarizes those forces at work in a commodity producing society which regulate a. the exchange ratios among commodities, b. the quantity of each produced, and c. the allocation of the labor force to the various branches of production. The basic condition for the existence of a law of value is a society of private producers who satisfy their needs by mutual exchange. The forces at work include, on the one hand, the productivity of labor in the various branches of production and the pattern of social needs as modified by the distribution of income, and, on the other hand, the equilibrating market forces of competitive supply and demand. To use a modern expression, the law of value is essentially a theory of general equilibrium developed in the first instance with reference to simple commodity production and later on adapted to capitalism. This implies that one of the primary functions of the law of value is to make clear that in a commodity-producing society, in spite of the absence of centralized and coordinated decision-making, there is order and not simply chaos. No one decides how the productive effort is to be allocated or how much of the various kinds of commodities are to be produced, yet the problem does get solved and not in a purely arbitrary and unintelligible fashion. It is the function of the law of value to explain how this happens and what the outcome is. Marx makes this point in an important passage near the end of Capital. Since individual capitalists meet one another only as owners of commodities, and everyone seeks to sell his commodity as dearly as possible, being apparently guided in the regulation of his production by his own arbitrary will, the internal law enforces itself merely by means of their competition, by their mutual pressure upon each other, by means of which the various deviations are balanced. Only as an internal law, and from the point of view of the individual agents as a blind law, does the law of value exert its influence here and maintain the social equilibrium of production in the turmoil of its accidental fluctuations. 16. It follows that insofar as the allocation of productive activity is brought under conscious control, the law of value loses its relevance and importance, its place is taken by the principle of 54. Planning. In the economics of a socialist society, the theory of planning should hold the same basic position as the theory of value and the economics of a capitalist society. Value and planning are as much opposed, and for the same reasons, as capitalism and socialism. 5. Value and price of production. Price, as Marx uses the term in volume I of Capital, is merely the money expression of value. As such, its analysis belongs to the theory of money, which we shall not attempt to present in this work. In Volume 3, however, there is the quite different concept of price of production. Prices of production are modifications of values. Since, however, the differences between prices of production and values are attributable to certain features of capitalism that have not yet been taken into account, we shall postpone the discussion of the subject until a later stage of the argument. See chapter VU Balo W. Only one point in this connection needs to be made here. As we shall see, prices of production are derived from values AC according to certain general rules. The deviations are neither arbitrary nor unexplained. The view that has dominated Anglo-American Marx criticism since Bombach, 17, namely, that the theory of production price contradicts the theory of value, is hence the very opposite of the truth. Not only does the theory of production price not contradict the theory of value, it is based directly on the theory of value and would have no meaning except as a development of the theory of value. 6. Monopoly price. The introduction of monopoly elements into the economy of course interferes with the operation of the law of value as the regulator of the quantitative relations of production and exchange. When we speak of monopoly price, Marx remarked, we mean in a general way a price which is determined only by the eagerness of purchasers to buy and by their solvency, independently of the price which is determined by the general price of production and by the value of the product. 18. In other words, the monopolist's control over supply enables him to take advantage of demand conditions. In this case, therefore, demand acquires a special significance, and both price and quantity produced, hence also the allocation of labor, are different from what they would be in a regime of competition. Moreover, and this is the most serious aspect of monopoly from an analytical point of view, the discrepancies between monopoly price and value are not subject to any general rules, as is the case with discrepancies between production price and value. Later, when we investigate monopolistic tendencies in capitalist society, we shall find, however, that this arbitrary element in price determination under monopolistic conditions is less troublesome than might at first be thought. So far as the functioning of the system as a whole is concerned, we shall discover that the kind, if not the extent, of changes caused by monopoly can be reasonably well analyzed and interpreted before we leave the subject of monopoly price. One point in particular needs to be stressed. Quantitative value relations are disturbed by monopoly, qualitative value relations are not. In other words, the existence of monopoly does not in itself alter the basic social relations of commodity production, the organization of production through the private exchange of the individual products of labor. Nor does it change the essential commensurability of commodities, that is to say, the fact that each represents a certain portion of the time of the total social labor force, or, to use Marx's terminology, that each is a congelation of a certain amount of abstract labor. This is an important point, for it means that even under monopoly conditions we can continue to measure and compare commodities and aggregates of commodities in terms of labor time units in spite of the fact that the precise quantitative relations in one plied in the law of value no longer hold. It is important not to confuse commodity production in general with capitalism. It is true that only under capitalism all or even a majority of the products take the form of commodities, one so that capitalism can certainly be said to imply commodity production. But the converse is not true, commodity production does not necessarily imply capitalism. In fact, a high degree of development of commodity production is a necessary precondition to the emergence of capitalism. In order, therefore, to apply our theory of value to the analysis of capitalism, it is first necessary to inquire carefully into the special features which set this form of production off from the general concept of commodity production. 1. Capitalism. Under simple commodity production, to which we have so far largely confined our attention, each producer owns and works with his own means of production. Under capitalism, ownership of the means of production is vested in one set of individuals while the work is performed by another. Both means of production and labor power are, moreover, are commodities, that is to say, both are objects of exchange and hence bearers of exchange value. It follows that not only the relations among owners but also the relations between owners and non-owners have the character of exchange relations. The former is characteristic of commodity production in general, the latter of capitalism only. We may therefore say that the buying and selling of labor power is the differentia specifica of capitalism. As Marx expressed it, the historical conditions of its existence are by no means given with the mere circulation of money and commodities. It can spring into life only when the owner of the means of product 56. And subsistence meets in the market with the free laborer selling his labor power. And this one historical condition comprises a world's history. Capital, therefore, announces from its first appearance a new epoch in the process of social production. 2. In simple commodity production, the producer sells his product in order to purchase other products which satisfy his specific wants. He starts with commodities, turns them into money, and thence once again into commodities. Commodities constitute the beginning and end of the transaction, which finds its rationale in the fact that the commodities acquired are qualitatively different from those given up. Marx designates the circuit symbolically as CMC. Under capitalism, on the other hand, the capitalist, acting in his capacity as a capitalist, goes to market with money, purchases commodities, labor power and means of production, and then, after a process of production has been completed, returns to market with a product which he again converts into money. This process is designated as MCM. Money is the beginning and end. The rationale of CMC is lacking, since money is qualitatively homogeneous and satisfies no wants. Indeed, it is evident that if the M at the beginning has the same magnitude as the M at the end, the whole process is pointless. It follows that the only meaningful process from the standpoint of the capitalist is MCM, where M is larger than M. The qualitative transformation of use value is here replaced by the quantitative expansion of exchange value as the objective of production. In other words, the capitalist has reason for laying out money for labor power and means of production only if he can thereby acquire a larger amount of money. The increment of money, the difference between M and M, is what Marx calls surplus value. It constitutes the income of the capitalist as capitalist and furnishes the direct aim and determining incentive of production. 8. It is of the utmost importance not to overlook the implications of this analysis. For Marx, the decisive importance of surplus value is due to the specific historical form of capitalist production. The following passage brings this point into sharp relief. The simple circulation of commodities selling in order to buy is a means of carrying out a purpose unconnected with circulation, namely, the appropriation of use values, the satisfaction of wants. The circulation of money as capital is, on the contrary, an end in itself, for the expansion of value takes place only within this constantly renewed movement. The circulation of capital has therefore no limits. Thus the conscious representative of this movement, the possessor of money, becomes a capitalist. His person, or rather his pocket, is the point from which the money starts and to which it returns. The expansion of value, which is the objective basis or mainspring of the circulation MCM, becomes his subjective aim, and it is only in so far as the appropriation of ever more and more wealth in the abstract becomes the sole motive of his operations that he functions as a capitalist, that is, as capital personified and endoved with consciousness and a will. Use values must therefore never be looked upon as the real aim of the capitalist, neither must the profit on any SI7, GLE transaction. The restless never-ending process of profit-making alone is what he aims at. For one need only contrast this statement with the all but universal view of orthodox economists that the acquisition of surplus value as an incentive of production derives from an innate characteristic of human nature, the so-called profit motive, to see how deep is the gulf separating Marxian from orthodox political economy. We shall have frequent occasion, in later chapters, to revert to this point. Until it has been thoroughly grasped, there can be no question of a genuine understanding of Marx. 2. In order to discover the origin of surplus value, it is first necessary to analyze the value of the commodity labor power. When we say that labor power is a commodity, we do not imply that labor is itself a commodity. The distinction is an important one and must be carefully borne in mind. It may be clarified as follows. The capitalist hires the worker to come to his factory on a certain day and be prepared to perform whatever tasks are set before him. In so doing, he is buying the worker's capacity to work, his labor power, But so far there is no question of the expenditure of brain and muscle which constitutes actual labor. The latter enters the picture only when the worker is set into motion on a specific task. Labor, in other words, is the use of labor power, just as, to use Marx's analogy, digestion is the use of the power to digest. In the strictest sense, labor power is the laborer himself. In a slave society this is obvious, since what the purchaser buys is the slave and not his labor. Under capitalism, however, the fact that the labor contract is legally limited or terminable, or both, obscures the fact that what the worker is doing is selling himself for a certain stipulated period of time. Nevertheless, this is the reality of the matter, and the concept of a day's labor power is probably best understood to mean simply a laborer for a day. Now, since labor power is a commodity, it must have a value like any other commodity. But how is the value of this peculiar commodity determined? Marx answers this question in the following manner: the value of labor power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor turn necessary for the production and consequently also the reproduction of this special article. Given the individual, the production of labor power consists in his reproduction of himself or his maintenance. Therefore the labor time requisite for the production of labor power reduces itself to that necessary for the production of those means of subsistence. In other words, the value of labor power is the 60. Value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the laborer. His means of subsistence must be sufficient to maintain him in his normal state as a laboring individual. His natural wants, such as food, clothing, fuel, and housing, vary according to the climatic and other physical conditions of his country. On the other hand, the number and extent of his so-called necessary wants are themselves the product of historical development and depend, therefore, to a great extent on the degree of civilization of a country. 5. We shall return to this problem below. For the present, the following point is to be particularly noted, that the value of labor power reduces to the value of a more or less definite quantity of ordinary commodities. We are now ready to proceed with the analysis of surplus value. The capitalist comes into the market with money and buys machinery, materials, and labor power. He then combines these in a process of production which results in a certain mass of commodities which are again thrown upon the market. Marx assumes that he buys what he buys at their equilibrium values and sells what he sells at its equilibrium value. And yet at the end he has more money than he started with. Somewhere along the line more value or surplus value has been created. How is this possible? It is clear that surplus value cannot arise from the mere process of circulation of commodities. If everyone were to attempt to reap a profit by raising his price, let us say by 10% or what each gained American Samoa a seller he would lose as a buyer, and the only result would be higher prices all around from which no one would benefit. It seems to be equally obvious that the materials entering into the productive process cannot be the source of surplus value. The value which the materials have at the outset is transferred to the product at the conclusion, but there is no reason to assume that they possess an occult power to expand their value. The same is true, though perhaps less obviously, of the buildings and machines which are utilized in the productive process. What differentiates buildings and machinery from materials is the fact that the former transfer their value to the final product more slowly, that is to say, over a succession of production periods instead of all at once as in the case of materials. It is, of course, true that materials and machinery can be said to be physically productive in the sense that labor working with them can turn out a larger product than labor working without them, but physical productivity in this sense must under no circumstances be confused with value productivity. From the standpoint of value, there is no reason to assume that either materials or machinery can ultimately transfer to the product more than they themselves contain. This leaves only one possibility, namely that labor power must be the source of surplus value. Let us examine this more closely. As we have already seen, the capitalist buys labor power at its value, that is to say, he pays to the worker as wages a sum corresponding to the value of the worker's means of subsistence. Let us suppose that this value is the product of 6 hours labor. This means that after production has proceeded for 6 hours, the worker has added to the value of the materials and machinery used up a value which we know reappears in the product, an additional value sufficient to cover his own means of subsistence. If the process were to break off at this point, the capitalist would be able to sell the product for just enough to reimburse himself for his outlays. But the worker has sold himself to the capitalist for a day, and there is nothing in the nature of things to dictate that a working day shall be limited to 6 hours. Let us assume that the working day is 12 hours. Then in the last 6 hours the worker continues to add value, but now it is value over and above that which is necessary to cover his means of subsistence. It is, in short, surplus value which the capitalist can pocket for himself. Every condition of the problem is satisfied, while the laws that regulate the exchange of commodities have been in no way violated. For the capitalist as buyer paid for each commodity, for the cotton, the spindle, and the labor power, its full value. He sells his yam at its exact value. Yet for all that he withdraws more from circulation than he originally threw into it. 6. The bare logic of this reasoning can be expressed in a simpler manner. In a day's work the laborer produces more than 6 a day's means of subsistence. Consequently the working day can be divided into 2 parts, necessary labor and surplus labor. Under conditions of capitalist production the product of necessary labor accrues to the laborer in the form of wages, while the product of surplus labor is appropriated by the capitalist in the form of surplus value. It is to be noted that necessary labor and surplus labor as such are phenomena which are present in all societies in which the productiveness of human labor has been raised above a certain very low minimum, that is to say, in all but the most primitive societies. Furthermore, in many non-capitalist societies, e.g. slavery and feudalism, the product of surplus labor is appropriated by a special class which in one way or another maintains its control over the means of production. What is specific to capitalism is thus not the fact of exploitation of one part of the population by another, but the form which this exploitation assumes, namely the production of surplus value. 3. The components of value. From the foregoing analysis it is apparent that the value of any commodity produced under capitalist conditions can be broken down into 3 component parts. The first part, which merely represents the value of the materials and machinery used up, does not, in the process of production, undergo any quantitative alteration of value. 7. And is therefore called constant capital. It is represented symbolically by the letter C. The second part, that which replaces the value of labor power, does in a sense undergo an alteration of value in that it both reproduces the equivalent of its own value, and also produces an excess, a surplus value, which may itself vary, may be more or less according to circumstances. 8. This second part is therefore called variable capital and is represented by the letter V. The third part is the surplus value itself, which is designated by S. The value of a commodity may, in keeping with this notation, be written in the following formula. C plus V plus S equals total value. This formula, moreover, is not limited in its applicability to the analysis of the value of a single commodity but can be directly extended to cover the output during a certain period of time, say a year, of an enterprise or of any group of enterprises up to and including the whole economy. 2 comments may be made in this connection. First, it should be noted that the formula JUST presented is in effect a simplified version of the Modern 1 corporate income statement. Total value is equivalent to gross receipts from sales, constant capital to outlay on materials plus depreciation, variable capital to outlay on wages and salaries, and surplus value to income available for distribution as interest and dividends or for reinvestment in the business. Marx's value theory thus has the great merit, unlike some other value theories, of close correspondence to the actual accounting categories of capitalistic business enterprise. Second, if the formula be extended to take in the entire economy, it provides us with a conceptual framework for handling what is usually called the national income. Nevertheless, it is necessary not to overlook the differences between the Marxian income concepts and those which are employed by most modern investigators. If we use capital letters to designate aggregate quantities, we can say that modern theorists, when they speak of gross national income, commonly include V plus S plus that part of C which represents depreciation of fixed capital, but exclude the rest of C. By net national income, they mean simply V plus S, which includes all payments to individuals plus business savings. Comparing Marxian with classical terminology, we find a different type of discrepancy. By gross revenue, Ricardo, for example, understood what modern one theorists call net income, that is to say, V plus S, while net revenue to Ricardo signified surplus value alone, that is to say the CERN of profits and rent. 4. The formula C plus V plus S constitutes the analytic backbone, so to speak, of Marx's economic theory. In the remainder of this chapter we shall define and discuss certain ratios which are derived from it. The first of these ratios is called the rate of surplus value, is for fun her discussion of the relation between the value formula and income concepts, see Appendix A below. Defined as the ratio of surplus value to variable capital, and is denoted by S equals rate of surplus value V. The rate of surplus value is the capitalist form of what Marx calls the rate of exploitation, that is to say, the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor. Thus suppose that the working day is 2 hours, and that 6 hours are necessary labor and 6 hours surplus labor. Then in any society in which the product of surplus labor is appropriated by an exploiting class, we shall have a rate of exploitation given by the following ratio, 6 hours 6 HRS equals 100 per center. Under capitalism the product of labor assumes the value form. If we assume that in 1 hour the worker produces a value of $1, the rate of surplus value will be E given by $6. $6 equals I00 per center. Which is, of course, numerically L identical with the rate of exploitation. The two concepts, rate of exploitation and rate of surplus value, can often be used interchangeably, but it is important to remember that the former is the more general concept applicable to all exploitative societies while the latter applies only to capitalism. The magnitude of the rate of surplus value is directly determined by three factors: the length of the working day, the quantity TF commodities entering into the real wage, and the productiveness of labor. The first establishes the total time to be divided between necessary and surplus labor, and the second and third together determine how much of this time is to be counted as necessary labor. Each of these three factors is in turn the focal point of a complex of forces which have to be analyzed in the further development of the theory. The rate of surplus value may be raised either by an extension of the working day, or by a lowering of the real wage, or by an increase in the productiveness of labor, or, finally, by some combination of the three movements. In case of an increase in the length of the working day, Marx speaks of the production of absolute surplus value, while either a lowering of the real wage or an increase in productivity, leading to a reduction of necessary labor, results in the production of relative surplus value. Marx almost always works with the simplifying assumption that the rate of surplus value is the same in all branches of industry and in all firms within each industry. This assumption implies certain conditions which are never more than partially realized in practice. First, there must be a homogeneous, transferable, and mobile labor force. This condition has already been discussed at considerable length in connection with the concept of abstract labor. If it is satisfied, we can speak of a competition among the laborers and an equilibration by means of their continual emigration from one sphere of production to another. 9. Second, each industry and all the firms within each industry must use just the amount of labor which is socially necessary under the existing circumstances. In other words, it is supposed that no producers operate with an exceptionally high or exceptionally low level of technique. To the extent that this condition is not satisfied, some producers will have a higher, or lower, rate of surplus value than the social average, and these divergences will not be eliminated by the transferability and mobility of labor as between occupations and firms. It is important to understand that the assumption of equal rates of surplus value is based, in the final analysis, upon certain very real tendencies of capitalist production. Workers do move out of low-wage areas into higher-wage areas, and producers do try to avail themselves of the most advanced technical methods. Consequently, the assumption can be said to be no more than an idealization of actual conditions. As Marx expressed it, such a general rate of surplus value as a tendency, like all other economic laws, has been assumed by us for the sake of theoretical simplification. But in reality it is an actual premise of the capitalist mode of production, although it is more or less obstructed by practical frictions causing more or less considerable. 66. Surplus value and capitalism. D.F. errances locally, such as the settlement laws for English farm laborers. But in theory it is the custom to assume that the LWS of capitalist production evolve in their pure form. In reality, however, there is but an approximation. Still, this approximation is so much greater to the extent that the capitalist mode of production is normally developed, and to the extent that its adulteration with remains of former economic conditions is outgrown. 10. 5. The second ratio to be derived from the formula C plus V plus S is a measure of the relation of constant to variable capital in the total capital used in production. Marx calls this relation the organic composition of capital. Several ratios would serve to indicate this relation, but the one which seems most convenient is the ratio of constant capital to total capital. Let us designate this by the letter Q. Then we have C equals Q equals organic composition of capital C plus V. In non-technical language, the organic composition of capital is a measure of the extent to which labor is furnished with materials, instruments, and machinery in the productive process. As in the case of the rate of surplus value, the factors which determine the organic composition of capital at any time are themselves subject to a variety of causal influences. Certain important aspects of the problem will be discussed as we proceed. For the present we need only note that the rate of real wages, the productivity of labor, the prevailing level of technique, closely related to the productivity of labor, and the extent of capital accumulation in the past all enter into the determination of the organic composition of capital. The assumptions which Marx makes concerning the organic composition of capital will be considered in the next section in connection with the rate of profit. 6. The rate of profit. To the capitalist, the crucial ratio is the rate of profit, in other words, the ratio of surplus value to total capital outlay. If we designate this by P, we have S equals P equals rate of profit C plus V. Several things need to be pointed out in connection with this ratio. In the first place, in directly identifying surplus value with profit, we are assuming that no part of surplus value has to be paid over to the landlord in the form of rent. This is an assumption which L\1 arcs makes until part 6 of volume 111 of Capital, where he first introduces the problem of rent. This procedure Marx explained in a letter to Engels setting forth a preliminary outline of capital. In the whole of this section at the time called capital in general, landed property is taken as equals O, that is, nothing as yet concerns landed property as a particular economic relation. This is the only possible way to avoid having to deal with everything under each particular relation. 11. Since it is beyond the rather limited scope of the present work to attempt a discussion of the theory of rent, we shall adhere to the assumption in question throughout. In the second place, the formula S/C plus V, strictly speaking, shows the rate of profit on the capital actually used up in producing a given commodity. In practice, the capitalist usually calculates the rate of profit on his total investment for a given period of time, say a year. But total investment is generally not the same as capital used up during a year, since the turnover time of different elements of total investment varies widely. Thus, For example, a factory building may last for 5 years, a may shine for 10 years while the outlay on wages returns to the capitalist every 3 months. In order to simplify the theoretical exposition, and to bring the rate of profit formula into conformity with the usual concept of an annual rate of profit, Marx makes the assumption that all capital has an identical turnover period of 1 year, or whatever unit period is chosen for the purposes of analysis. This implies that the productive 68 process requires a year, that the materials, machinery, and labor power bought at the beginning of the year are exhausted by the end, and that the product is then sold and all outlays recovered with the addition of surplus value. This is not to say that Marx ignores questions connected with varying turnover periods any more than he ignores the problem of rent. On the contrary, a large part of volume N is devoted to complications arising from the differences in turnover times of different elements of capital. But here again, in order to restrict the scope of our discussion and to focus attention on the essential elements of the theory, we shall retain the assumption given above throughout the present work. As for the factors determining the rate of profit, it is easy to demonstrate that they are identical with the factors determining the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital. In mathematical language, the rate of profit is a function of the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital. Remembering the definitions S equals S/V, Q equals C plus V, and P equals S/C plus V, it follows by simple manipulation that P equals S, L, Q. Thus, in spite of the fact that the rate of profit is the crucial variable from the point of view of the behavior of the capitalist, for purposes of theoretical analysis it must be looked upon as dependent upon the two more primary variables, the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital. This is the procedure which Marx in effect adopted and which will be followed in our subsequent investigations. Just as in the case of the rate of surplus value, so also in the case of the rate of profit the assumption of general equality as between industries and firms is made. The necessary conditions are strictly parallel in the two cases. To the mobility of labor as follows. SSV SC plus SV, SC. P equals C plus V equals V, C plus V, equals V, C plus V, S, C plus V, SC equals V, C plus V, S, C plus V, SC SSC. Equals V, C plus V. V, C plus V, equals, C plus V equals S, 1. Q. Away from low-wage areas to higher-wage areas corresponds the mobility of capital from low-profit areas to higher-profit areas, while in both instances a general equality in the level of technique is required. Any capitalist who is able to maintain an advantage in point of technical methods is able to enjoy a higher rate of surplus value and therefore also a higher rate of profit than his fellows. The justification for the two assumptions is therefore virtually the same, though it is perhaps true that in practice, and in the absence of N1 monopoly, capital is both more homogeneous and more mobile than labor. At this point we encounter for the first time an interesting theoretical problem. If both rates of surplus value and rates of profit are everywhere equal, then it follows that, if the exchange of commodities is to take place in accordance with the law of value, organic compositions of capital must also be everywhere the same. This can be readily demonstrated by assuming two commodities with equal values and equal rates of surplus value but with different organic compositions of capital. For example, the value of commodity A is made up of 10C plus 20V plus 20s equals 50, and that of B is made up of 30C plus 10V plus 10S equals 50. The rate of surplus value is in each case 100% and their respective values are identical. Presumably they should exchange for each other on a one-to-one basis. Yet if this happens it is obvious that the capitalist producing A will have a profit rate of 66%, while the capitalist producing B will have a profit rate of only 25%. This could not be a position of equilibrium. It will be recalled that the equality in rates of surplus value and in rates of profit was predicated upon actual tendencies at work in capitalist production, tendencies which arise from the force of competition. Can /VE perhaps assert that there is also an actual tendency to equality in organic compositions of capital, so that the difficulty can be overcome by making a similar assumption here? The answer is no. Within a given industry there is undoubtedly a tendency for organic compositions of capital to be equal as between firms. But as between industries producing entirely different commodities by widely varying methods, no such tendency exists. For example, there is obviously nothing to 70. Bring the ratios of constant to variable capital in the steel and clothing industries into conformity. The conclusion is therefore inescapable that in the real world of capitalist production the law of value is not directly controlling. It is entirely unjustifiable, however, to draw the inference from this fact, as critics of Marx invariably do, that the theory of value must be scrapped and a new basis sought for analyzing the workings of the capitalist system. It is perfectly legitimate to postulate a capitalist system in which organic compositions of capital are everywhere equal, and hence the law of value does hold, and to examine the functioning of such a system. Whether or not this procedure is valid cannot be decided a priori. It must be tested by dropping the assumption of equal organic compositions and investigating the extent to which the results which have been attained require to be modified. If the modifications should prove to be of negligible importance, the analysis based on the law of value would be vindicated. If, on the other hand, they should turn out to be so great as to alter the essential character of the results, then indeed we should have to abandon the law of value and look for a fresh starting point. Marx's method conforms to the procedure just outlined. Throughout the first two volumes of Capital, he ignores differences in organic compositions, which is another way of saying that he assumes that they do not exist. Then in volume 111 he abandons this assumption and attempts to show that, from the point of view of the problems which he was attempting to solve, the modifications which result are of a relatively minor character. There is no doubt that the proof which Marx gives for this latter proposition is in some respects unsatisfactory, but by substituting an adequate proof we shall demonstrate that both his method and his conclusions are sound. Alone among critics of Marx's theoretical structure, Bartkiewicz grasped the full significance of the law of value and its use. Moreover, as we shall see, it was Bartkiewicz who laid the basis for a logically unobjectionable proof of the correctness of Marx's method, a fact which entitles him to be considered not only as a critic but also as an important contributor to Marxian theory. Bartkiewicz's statement on the question at issue is worth quoting at this stage of the analysis. The fact that the law of value is not valid in the capitalistic economic order depends, according to Marx, on a factor, or series of factors, which does not constitute but rather covers up the essence of capitalism. Assuming that the organic composition of capital were the same in all spheres of production, the law of value, would be directly controlling for the exchange of commodities without stopping the exploitation of workers by capitalists and without substituting any other motive for the capitalist's search for profits in determining the size, direction, and technique of production. 12 Here, we have in a nutshell the reason for assuming equal organic compositions of capital. This assumption is not to be confused with the assumptions of equal rates of surplus value and equal rates of profit, however. The latter have their justification in actual tendencies at work in a competitive capitalist economy, the former involves a deliberate abstraction from conditions which undoubtedly exist in the real world. Its full justification can be demonstrated, therefore, only at a later stage, when the consequences of letting it drop are examined. Part 2. The accumulation process. v. 1. Simple reproduction. IR is useful, and even necessary, for theoretical purposes to imagine a capitalist system which runs on year in and year out in the same channels and without change. This enables us to comprehend the structure of relations obtaining in the system as a whole in their clearest and simplest form. To follow this procedure is not to imply, however, that there ever was or could be a real capitalist system which remained the same year after year. Indeed, when we examine the case from which change is supposed to be absent, it will appear that some of the most essential elements of capitalism as it really exists have been deliberately ignored. Francois Quesnay, the leader of the physiocrats, was the first economist to attempt a systematic presentation of the structure of relations existing in capitalist production. His famous tableau économique, I-758, for this reason alone was a milestone in the development of economic thought. Marx called it incontestably the most brilliant idea of which political economy had hitherto been guilty. Marx was greatly influenced by Quesnay and regarded his own scheme for analyzing the structure of capitalism, which in its most elementary form he called simple reproduction, as an improved version of the tableau. Simple reproduction refers to a capitalist system which preserves indefinitely the same size and the same proportions among its various parts. For these conditions to be satisfied, capitalists must every year replace all capital worn out or used up and spend all of their surplus value on consumption, and workers must spend all of their wages on consumption. If these requirements were not fulfilled, there would take place either an accumulation or a depletion of the stock of means of production, and this is excluded by hypothesis. We can see the reasons for these statements more easily if we represent simple reproduction in the notational language introduced in the last chapter. Suppose that all industry is divided into two great branches, in I means of production are produced, and in two consumption goods are produced. For some purposes it is convenient to subdivide the consumption goods branch into one producing work ers consumption goods, or wage goods, and one producing capitalists consumption goods, or what may be called luxury goods, while we shall want to work one. With a three-branch reproduction scheme in chapter VUBE, a two-branch scheme is simpler and fully adequate to our present purposes. Let C1 and C2 be the constant capital and GD respectively in I and II, similarly let V1 and V2 be the variable capital, S1 and S2 the surplus value, and W1 and W2 the product measured in value of the two branches respectively. Then we shall have the following table representing the total production. IC1 plus V1 plus SI equals W1 2 C2 plus V2 plus S2 equals W2. For the conditions of simple reproduction to be satisfied, the constant capital used up must be equal to the output of the producer's goods branch, and the combined consumption of capitalists and workers must be equal to the output of the consumer's goods branch. This means that C1 plus C2 equals C1 plus V1 plus SI V1 plus S1 plus V2 plus S2 equals C2 plus V2 plus S2. The distinction as drawn by Marx is between necessities of life and articles of luxury. Capital 11, Chap XX, Sector 4. Simple reproduction. 7.7. By eliminating C1 from both sides of the first equation and V2 plus S2 from both sides of the second equation, it will be seen that the TWO reduced to the following single equation. C2 equals V1 plus SI. This, then, may be called the basic condition of simple reproduction. It says simply that the value of the constant capital used up in the consumption goods branch must be equal to the value of the commodities consumed by the workers and capitalists engaged in producing means of production. If this condition is satisfied, the scale of production remains unchanged from one year to the next. Before proceeding, let us examine the reproduction scheme in somewhat more detail. Perhaps its greatest importance lies in the fact that it provides a unified framework for analyzing the interconnections of output and income, a problem which was never systematically or adequately dealt with by the classical economists. Production is divided into two broad categories: output of means of production and output of means of consumption. Taken together, these constitute the aggregate social supply of commodities. Income, on the other hand, may be said to be divided into three categories: the income of the capitalist, which must be spent on means of production if he is to maintain his position as a capitalist; the income of the capitalist which he is free to spend for consumption, surplus value; and the income of the worker, wages. Since, however, there are capitalists and workers in both of the great branches of production, it is perhaps better to say that income is divided into 6 categories, 3 for each branch. Taken together, these constitute the aggregate demand for commodities. Now it is obvious that in equilibrium aggregate supply and aggregate demand must be ALANCE, but what is not so obvious is the interrelation between the various elements of the two aggregates, which will just suffice to create such a balance. It is one of the most important functions of the reproduction scheme to throw light on this problem. In fulfilling this function, it may be noted in passing, the reproduction scheme lays the groundwork for an analysis of discrepancies between aggregate supply and aggregate demand which, of course, manifest themselves in general disturbances of the productive process. Each of the items in the reproduction scheme has a twofold character in that it represents an element of demand and at the same time an element of supply. Consider C1. It constitutes a part of the value of the output of means of production, and it also constitutes a part of the receipts of the capitalists of Department I derived from the sale of means of production and normally destined to be spent for fresh means of production. Thus C1 represents both supply of and demand for means of production. The requisite exchanges always take place among the capitalists of Department I. Value to the amount of C1 pursues, so to speak, a circular course emerging from one end of the means of production branch and circling back to enter the same branch at the beginning of the next production period. The next item is V1, which represents that part of the value of output of means of production which replaces wages. It is thus supply of means of production. On the other hand, V1 is also the wages of the workers engaged in producing means of production, and as such it obviously constitutes demand for means of consumption. Here there is no matching of the supply and demand elements. Exactly the same holds, under the assumption of simple reproduction, for SI as for V1, except that here we have to do W if the surplus value of the capitalists in Department I. We complete the analysis of Department I with a supply of means of production equal to V1 plus S1 undisposed of, and with a demand for means of consumption of the same magnitude unsatisfied. Now let us turn to Department II, the production of means of consumption. A part of the output of consumption goods equal to C2, representing the value of means of production used up in turning out consumption goods, corresponds to demand for fresh means of production by the capitalists of Department II. Here again there is no direct matching between supply and dem. It is otherwise with V2 and S2, these represent both supply of and demand for consumption goods. As in the case of C1, the necessary exchanges can take place altogether within one department, this time Department II. Department II is thus left with an unsee chapter X below. 79. Sold supply of consumption goods equal to C2 and an unsatisfied demand for means of production of the same magnitude. Coming now to the relations between the two departments, we note that I has a supply of means of production and a demand for means of consumption equal to V1 plus SI, and 2 has a demand for means of production and a supply of means of consumption equal to C2. It is apparent that the two departments can, so to speak, do business with each other, and provided that V1 plus S1 is exactly equal to C2, their mutual exchanges will clear the market for both means of production and means of consumption and bring aggregate supply and aggregate demand into balance. This reasoning brings us again to the equilibrium condition of simple reproduction by Erdéthid, which should have the advantage of laying bare the inherent logic of the reproduction scheme. The reproduction scheme is in essence a device for displaying the structure of supplies and demands in the capitalist economy in terms of the kinds of commodities produced and the functions of the recipients of incomes. It should be added, however, that no causal inferences can be drawn from the scheme as such. The scheme provides a framework, not a substitute, for further investigation. 2. The roots of accumulation. The reader may have reflected that the capitalist who lives in the imaginary world of simple reproduction does not manifest the characteristics which were attributed to capitalists in the last chapter. There it was pointed out that use values must never be looked upon as the real aim of the capitalist, yet we have now constructed a system in which capitalists receive the same income year in and year out and always consume it down to the last dollar. Clearly, under such circumstances, use values would have to be regarded as the aim of the capitalist. The conclusion is inescapable that simple reproduction involves abstraction from what is one most essential in the capitalist, namely, his concern to expand his capital. He gives effect to this by converting a portion, frequently the major portion of his surplus value, into additional capital. His augmented capital then enables him to appropriate still more surplus value, which he in 80 turn converts into additional capital, and so on. This is the process known as accumulation of capital. It constitutes the driving force of capitalist development. The capitalist, as Marx observed, shares with the miser the passion for wealth as wealth. But that which in the miser is a mere idiosyncrasy, is, in the capitalist, the effect of the social mechanism of which he is but one of the wheels. It is of the utmost importance to grasp this point. The circulation form MCM, in which the capitalist occupies the key position, is objectively a value expansion process. This fact is reflected in the subjective aim of the capitalist. It is not at all a question of innate human propensities or instincts. The desire of the capitalist to expand the value under his control, to accumulate capital, springs from his special position in a particular form of organization of social production. ANR1 Oman's reflection will show that it could not be otherwise. The capitalist is a capitalist and is an important figure in society only insofar as he is the owner and representative of capital. Deprived of his capital, he would be nothing. But capital has only one quality, that of possessing magnitude, and from this it follows that one capitalist is distinguishable from another only by the magnitude of the capital which he represents. The owner of a large amount of capital stands higher in the social scale than the owner of a small amount of capital. Position, prestige, power are reduced to the quantitative measuring rod of dollars and cents. Success in capitalist society therefore consists in adding to one's capital. To accumulate, as Marx expressed it, is to conquer the world of social wealth, to increase the mass of human beings exploited by him, and thus to extend both the direct and the indirect sway of the capitalist. 8. Given the urge to accumulate, an additional, reinforcing factor of hardly less importance enters into the motivation of the capitalist. The greatest amount of surplus value and hence also the greatest power to accumulate goes to the capitalist who employs the most advanced and efficient technical methods. Consequently, the striving for improvements is universal. But new and better methods of production require increased capital outlays and render obsolete and hence valueless existing means of production. In Marx's words, 8.1. The development of capitalist production makes it constantly necessary to keep increasing the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition makes the immanent laws of capitalist production to be felt by each individual capitalist as external coercive laws. It compels him to keep constantly extending his capital, in order to preserve it, but extend it he cannot except by means of progressive accumulation. For we see that the Marxian analysis relates capital accumulation to the specific historical form of capitalist production. The way to success and social preferment lies through accumulation, and he who refuses to enter the race stands in danger of losing out altogether. Corresponding to this analysis of accumulation, Marx sketched in the outlines of a theory of capitalists' consumption. At the historical dawn of capitalist production, and every capitalist upstart has personally to go through this historical stage, avarice and the desire to get rich are the ruling passions. But the progress of capitalist production not only creates a world of delights, it lays open in speculation and the credit system, a thousand sources of sudden enrichment. When a certain stage of development has been reached, a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity to the unfortunate capitalist. Luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. Although, therefore, the prodigality of the capitalist never possesses the bona fide character of the open-handed feudal lord's prodigality, but, on the contrary, has always lurking behind it the most sordid avarice and the most anxious calculation, yet his expenditure grows with his accumulation, without the one necessarily restricting the other. But along with this growth there is at the same time developed in his breast a Faustian conflict between the passion for accumulation and the desire for enjoyment. Thus, while the drive to accumulate remains primary, it does not exclude a parallel, and even in part derivative, desire to expand consumption. It is interesting to compare Marx's ideas about the motives behind capitalists' accumulation and consumption with the contemporary orthodox theories which laid stress on abstinence and waiting. According to the abstinence theory, it is painful for the capitalist to abstain from consumption in order to accumulate, and hence interest on capital is to be looked upon as the necessary reward for such abstinence. Against this Marx takes the position that to accumulate capital, that is to say, to increase one's wealth, is a positive end and has pleasures attached to it quite as much as consumption does. It would be just as logical, he suggests, to regard consumption as abstinence from accumulation as vice versa. It has never occurred to the vulgar economist to make the simple reflection that every human action may be viewed as abstinence from its opposite. Eating is abstinence from fasting, walking abstinence from standing still, working abstinence from idling abstinence from working, etc. These gentlemen would do well to ponder over Spinoza's determinatio est negatio. 5. In short, capitalists want both to accumulate and to consume. When they do either it can be looked upon as abstinence from the other, but looking at the matter in this way explains nothing. When we come to the waiting theory, Alfred Marshall was the leading exponent of this doctrine. Matters are, if anything, worse. The idea here is that ultimately capitalists want to consume everything they own. They do not do so now because if they wait they can consume it with interest in the future. This is the reductio ad absurdum of a consistent adherence to the assumption that all economic behavior is directed to the satisfaction of consumption wants. While the abstinence theory merely slurs over the capitalist's drive to accumulate wealth, the waiting theory denies it altogether. It is not to be overlooked that the abstinence theory was first propounded by Nassau W. Sr. in the 1830s and that the earlier economists had generally taken an independent motive to accumulate for granted. Thus Ricardo once wrote to Malthus, "I consider the wants and tastes of mankind as unlimited. We all wish to add to our enjoyments or to our power. Consumption adds to our enjoyments, accumulation to our power, and they aid 3. Equally promoter and D6 as usual, Ricardo universalizes a feature of capitalist production and applies it to mankind in general, but there is no trace of the abstinence point of view. How can we explain this rather sudden change of front on the part of the political economists? The answer seems to lie in the fact that the abstinence theory, as well as the waiting and time preference theories after it, operated as a defense of surplus value and hence of the status quo. Before about 1830 Marx suggests that the July Revolution in France marks the turning point. Capitalism, generally speaking, had been an aggressive force attacking many, though certainly not all, aspects of the status quo. When the victory had been won, however, it was necessary to turn from attack to defense. Many of the differences between the doctrines of the classical economists and their successors can be understood only when this fact is remembered. Not the least of these differences was signalized by the emergence of the abstinence theory of accumulation. 3. Accumulation and the value of labor power. The problem stated. It would be possible at this point to present a reproduction scheme, which Marx calls expanded reproduction in contrast to simple reproduction, showing the interrelation of supplies and demands when accumulation is taken into account, that is to say, when surplus value is no longer entirely consumed by capitalists but is divided into 3 parts, one being consumed by capitalists, another added to constant capital, and a third added to variable capital. But it seems wiser to postpone the presentation of expanded reproduction until Chapter X below, when we shall be ready to inquire more closely into its implications for the problem of crises. For the time being we are interested in investigating the effects of the increased quantity of variable capital, or, what comes to the same thing, the increased demand for labor power, which is implicit in the accumulation process. For this purpose we may simply assume the quantitative relations of supply and demand which are necessary to maintain the equilibrium of expanded reproduction without going into the formal structure of the scheme. We start, then, from the undoubted fact that accumulation involves an increase in the demand for labor power. Now when the demand for any commodity increases, its price also increases, and this entails a deviation of price from value. We know that in the case of an ordinary commodity, say cotton cloth, this will set certain forces in motion to bring price back into conformity with value. Cotton cloth manufacturers will make abnormally high profits, capitalists from outside will be induced to enter the industry, the supply of cotton cloth will be expanded, price will fall until it is once again equal to value and profits are normal. Having stated the general principle in this way, we are at once impressed by a striking fact: labor power is no ordinary commodity. There are no capitalists who can turn to producing labor power in case its price goes up. In fact, there is no labor power industry at all in the sense that there is a cotton cloth industry. Only in a slave society, like the pre-Civil War South where slave breeding was carried on for profit, can one properly speak of a labor power industry. In capitalism generally, the equilibrating mechanism of supply and demand is lacking in the case of labor power. As long as we were dealing with simple reproduction, it \v as possible to assume that labor power was selling at its value. There was no contradiction involved in such an assumption since there are no forces operating to produce a deviation between the price of labor power and its value. As soon as accumulation is taken into account, however, this ceases to be the case. Accumulation raises the demand for labor power, and it is no longer legitimate simply to postulate an equality between wages and the value of labor power. Moreover, as we have now seen, the mechanism which can be relied upon to re-establish this identity in the case of all commodities produced for profit is inoperative in the case of labor power. It appears that there are certain difficulties in the way of applying the law of value to the commodity labor power *. There is more involved in this than a mere terminological quibble. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that the validity of Marx's whole theoretical structure is called into question. To see why this is so, it is only necessary to recall that surplus value, which is essential to the existence of capitalism, depends upon the existence of a difference between the value of labor power and the value of the commodity which the laborer produces. If there are no forces at work to keep wages equal to the value of labor power, what reason is there for assuming the existence of this vital gap between wages and the value of the product? Might we not just as well assume that wages rise under the stimulus of accumulation until the whole gap is eliminated? Before we consider Marx's answer to these questions, it will be necessary to analyze briefly the Ricardian solution to the problem of the relation between wages and the value of labor power, for in this, as in other questions of economic theory, L\1 arcs can best be understood by way of a comparison with Ricardo. Ricardo's quantitative theory of value and profit is very similar, except in matters of terminology, to that of Marx. The same parallelism appears to extend to the theory of wages. Labor, says Ricardo, like all other things which are purchased and sold, and which may be increased or diminished in quantity, has its natural and its market price. The natural price of labor is that price which is necessary to enable the laborers, one with another, to subsist and to perpetuate their race, without either increase or diminution. Ricardo was very explicit about the forces which operate to keep the market price in line with the natural price. Permissible, since this law, so far as it can be assumed to have validity, rests on competition among producers which, in the case of the commodity labor power, is entirely excluded. Wie Vertreibung und Preisrechnung im Marxischen System, Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik, September 1907, p. 483. Bordelsius, however, thought the difficulty could be avoided by dropping the idea that labor power is a commodity like other commodities and simply assuming that the real wage is fixed. It apparently never occurred to him that such an assumption loses all justification the moment accumulation is introduced. Oscar Lang has recently emphasized the difficulty involved in applying the law of value to the commodity labor power and has pointed out, for the first time so far as I am aware, the implications of the problem for Marx's theoretical structure. Marxian Economics and a Modern Economic Theory, Review of Economic Studies, June 193 5. However much the market price of labor may deviate from its natural price, it has, like commodities, a tendency to conform to it. It is when the market price of labor exceeds its natural price that the condition of the laborer is flourishing and happy, that he has it in his power to command a greater proportion of the necessaries and enjoyments of life. When, however, by the encouragement which high wages give to the increase of population, the number of laborers is increased, wages again fall to their natural price, and indeed from a reaction sometimes fall below it. 7. For Ricardo, in short, the mechanism necessary to ensure that wages remain at about the conventional subsistence level is furnished by a theory of population. Moreover, the population theory which he had in mind is evidently a special case of the famous Malthusian theory, which was so much in vogue in England during the first half of the 19th century. Thus in the classical scheme the supply of all ordinary commodities is regulated by competition among capitalists in such a way as to equate price to value. In the case of the supply of labor precisely the same function is performed by the theory of population. It is in this sense that the theory of population forms an integral part of the theoretical structure of classical political economy. Marx never wrote much about the factors which determine the size of the population, but this much is certain, that he had no use whatever for the Malthusian theory or any of its variants. He called the theory of population the dogma of the economists, 8, and he scarcely ever mentioned it except to belittle it. Malthus's essay on population he termed a libel on the human race, 9, and the doctrine it contained the Malthusian population fantasy. 10. The great sensation caused by the essay was due not at all to any originality or scientific interest, both of which it altogether lacked, but solely to party interest. 11. It would probably be impossible to find in all Marx's writings a favorable reference to the classical doctrine of population. Clearly he had no disposition. Price of labor is equivalent to the Marxian concept of the value of labor power. The classics, and Marx in one of his earliest economic works, Wage Labor and Capital, 1847, did not differentiate between labor and labor power, rather they used the word labor in both senses. Confusion not infrequently resulted from this double use of the word labor. 87. To adopt this method of squaring the theory of value with the unique character of the commodity labor power. For Marx's solution the reserve army of labor. Marx was, of course, fully aware of the tendency of wages to rise under the impact of capital accumulation. The requirements of accumulating capital may exceed the increase of labor power or of the number of laborers, the demand for laborers may exceed the supply, and therefore wages may rise. This must, indeed, ultimately be the case if the conditions supposed above continue. For since in each year more laborers are employed than in its predecessor, sooner or later a point must be reached at which the requirements of accumulation begin to surpass the customary supply of labor, and therefore a rise of wages takes place. 12. He was quite certain, however, that such a rise in wages can never reach the point at which it would threaten the system itself. He had therefore to ask, what keeps wages in check so that surplus value and accumulation may continue as the characteristic and essential features of capitalist production? This question is the obverse of that posed above: what keeps wages equal to the value of labor power, and therefore to answer one is at the same time to answer the other. Marx's solution to the problem turns around his famous concept of the reserve army of labor, or, as he also termed it, relative surplus population. The reserve army consists of unemployed workers who, through their active competition on the labor market, exercise a continuous downward pressure on the wage level. The industrial reserve army, during the periods of stagnation and average prosperity, weighs down the active labor army. During the periods of overproduction and paroxysm, it holds its pretensions in check. Relative surplus population is therefore the pivot upon which the law of demand and supply of labor works. It confines the field of action of this law within the limits absolutely convenient to the activity of exploitation and to the domination of capital. 13. 8. The reserve army is recruited primarily from those who have been displaced by machinery, whether this takes the more striking form of the repulsion of laborers already employed, or the less evident but not less real form of the more difficult absorption of the additional laboring population through the usual channels. 1. That Marx thought of the introduction of labor-saving machinery as a more or less direct response on the part of capitalists to the rising tendency of wages is clearly indicated in the following passage, between 1849 and 1859, a rise of wages took place in the English agricultural districts. This was the result of an unusual exodus of the agricultural surplus population caused by the demands of war, the vast extension of railroads, factories, mines, etc. Everywhere the farmers were howling, and the London Economist, with reference to these starvation wages, prattled quite seriously of a general and substantial advance. What did the farmers do now? Did they wait until, in consequence of this brilliant remuneration, the agricultural laborers had so increased and multiplied that their wages must fall again, as prescribed by the dogmatic economic brain? They introduced more machinery, and in a moment the laborers were redundant again in a proportion satisfactory even to the farmers. There was now more capital laid out in agriculture than before, and in a more productive form. With this the demand for labor fell not only relatively but absolutely. 15. So far as the individual capitalists are concerned, each takes the wage level for granted and attempts to do the best he can for himself. In introducing machinery he is therefore merely attempting to economize on his own wage bill. The net effect of all the capitalists behaving in this way, however, is to create unemployment, which in turn acts upon the wage level itself. It follows that the stronger the tendency of wages to rise, the stronger also will be the counteracting pressure of the reserve army, and vice versa. In terms of the movement of the total social capital, mechanization means a rise in the organic composition of capital, i.e. a growth in the expenditures of capitalists on machinery and materials at the expense of labor. It may mean an absolute decline in the demand for labor, or it may mean simply that the demand 89 for labor lags behind the growth of total capital. In the latter case, if population is growing, it does not matter for what reason the steady expansion of a reserve army, say as a more or less constant proportion of the total working force, is a perfectly logical possibility. Marx seems usually to have had something of the sort in mind. The assumptions underlying this case were, indeed, those which would naturally have suggested themselves to someone writing in the mid-19th century. But the principle of the reserve army is independent of any particular population assumption. It works equally well with a stationary or even a declining population. In this fact we have one of the decisive differences between Marx and his predecessors in the classical school, a subject to which we shall presently return. In this connection, it is well to note that Marx was not the first to discover the possibility of labor displacement by machinery, or even the first to expose the falsity of the compensation theory which was then, as it is now, so popular among orthodox economists and publicists. Extremely important theoretical work had already been performed by Ricardo, among others, in the Famous chapter on machinery which first appeared in the third edition of the Principles. There Ricardo established by a somewhat clumsy but logically watertight argument that labor-saving machinery sets free workers without setting free variable capital for their employment elsewhere, and hence that their re-employment depends primarily on additional accumulation. Though Ricardo did not say so, it is consistent with his reasoning to assume that the rate of displacement exceeds the rate of reabsorption as a result of new accumulation. Marx's great accomplishment was the integration of this principle into the general theory of capital accumulation in such a way as to free the latter from an otherwise fatal dependence on the Malthusian population dogma. It would, of course, be wrong to assume that either the rate of accumulation or the introduction of labor-saving machinery proceeds at such an even pace as to preserve a nice equilibrium of wages and surplus value. On the contrary, with accumulation and the development of the productiveness of labor that accompanies it, the power of sudden expansion of capital also grows. 16. A rapid burst of capital accumulation may result from the opening up of a new market or a new industry. In such cases, the reserve army is depleted, and the check on a rise in wages is removed. Surplus value may, indeed, be seriously diminished. But as soon as this diminution touches the point at which the surplus labor that nourishes capital is no longer supplied in normal quantity, a reaction sets in, a smaller part of revenue is capitalized, accumulation lags, and the movement of rise in wages receives a check. 17. Marx is here describing one of the fundamental causes of crises. Alongside of displacement of labor by machinery, crises and depressions take their place as the specific capitalist mechanism for replenishing the reserve army whenever it has been reduced to dangerously small proportions. The elaboration of this theme is left until later. Here we need only note that through its relation to the reserve army, the problem of crises assumes a central position in Marx's theoretical system. Whereas for the classical theorists, the problem was not so much to explain crises as to explain them away. For Marx, capitalism without crises would be, in the final analysis, inconceivable. The theory of the reserve army can be illuminated by a simple diagram. Figure 1 is a representation of the industrial process. At the top is the large mass of workers in industrial employment. This is fed on the one hand by the stream of new workers finding jobs in capitalist industry for the first time, A, and on the other hand by the unemployed from the reserve army who are absorbed into industry, D. Leaving industrial employment are, first, the retiring workers who have finished their productive careers, F, and, second, those who are displaced from industry, C, and hence enter the reserve army. For the sake of completeness, two further streams are inserted, namely, the new workers who, failing to find employment, immediately go in the ranks of the reserve army, B, and those who, after a period of unemployment, give up looking for jobs and go in the stream of retiring workers, E. In the prosperity phase of the business cycle, industrial employment gains at the expense of the reserve army. On the other hand, crisis and depression witness a contraction of industrial employment and a filling up of the reserve army. A similar diagrammatic representation of the classical view of the industrial process would need to show only industrial employment with the incoming stream of new workers and the outflow of retiring workers. The level of wages, in this view, depends primarily on the magnitude of the stream of new work. Which in turn is a function of population growth. Thus, if we regard the system of production as coextensive with the field of industrial employment, it was the classical view that wages were ultimately regulated by factors outside the system, population. In Marx's theory, however, the system of production includes both industrial employment and the reserve army. Whatever assumption we care to make about factors outside the system, population, the fact remains that it contains within itself a mechanism for regulating the wage level and hence for maintaining profits. This is not to deny the practical and theoretical significance of the rate of population growth. The problem acquires great importance on a somewhat lower level of abstraction. See below, pages 222 ff. 92. Furthermore, since all the streams in Figure 1 are conceived as continuing flows, there is no ground for criticism based on the argument that technological unemployment is merely a transitory phenomenon and hence cannot form an integral part of a theory of the productive system. Classical political economy, which leans so heavily on the Malthusian_population theory, was always inclined to predict the imminent end of economic progress. The reasoning was majestic and convincing in its simplicity. Accumulation indirectly stimulates the growth of population, increase in numbers forces recourse to inferior lands, the necessaries of life can therefore be produced only at constantly increasing cost in terms of man-hours. This implies a rise in the value of labor and hence of wages as a proportion of the total product, hence, also, a fall in profit as a proportion of the total product. Eventually it seemed certain that even the absolute amount of profit would commence to fall. Finally, accumulation by capitalists, the motor force of the whole process will cease altogether when their profits are so low as not to afford them an adequate compensation for their trouble, and the risk which they must necessarily encounter in employing their capital productively. 18. This inexorable course of evolution could be temporarily checked by technical and scientific discoveries which would render the production of necessaries less costly. But eventually it must work itself out to its logical conclusion, the stationary state. Economic progress must finally be arrested by two overriding and immutable natural laws, the law of population and the law of diminishing returns. John Stuart Mill, in this connection, speaks gravely of the impossibility of ultimately avoiding the stationary state, this irresistible necessity that the stream of human industry should finally spread itself out into an apparently stagnant sea. 19. This is a theory of economic evolution deduced with logical precision from a few clearly enunciated initial premises. As the final word of classical political economy and the essential tendency of the capitalist system, it possesses an intellectual boldness which is certainly not to be denied. But towards the end of the 19th century, facts, like termites eating away the foundation of a stately mansion, brought the whole construction crashing to the ground. The Malthusian theory of population was unable to survive the marked decline in the trend of birth rates which set in during the 1870s in the most advanced Western countries. Economists were forced, gradually and reluctantly, to abandon the theory of population and with it the entire classical theory of economic evolution. Under the circumstances, this was inevitable. But economists gave up much more than was necessary. Instead of searching for a satisfactory theory of economic evolution to replace the discredited classical theory, they proceeded to exclude questions of evolutionary processes from the field of systematic theorizing. From the point of view of the statics and dynamics to which theorists now devoted their attention, even the business cycle looked like a meteorological affair, or at best like a byproduct of the congenital inability of the legislative mind to grasp the true principles of money and banking. Such were the sad consequences of the collapse of classical theory. The development of Marx's economic theory, however, could lead to no such results. By rejecting from the outset all truck with Malthusianism, Marx protected himself against the evil effects of its collapse. Moreover, by inserting into his theoretical structure the principle of the reserve army in place of the law of population, he not only broke sharply with the classical tradition, he also laid the foundation for a new and amazingly powerful attack on the problems of economic evolution. Whereas in the classical theory, changes in productive methods are treated as dependent upon essentially fortuitous inventions and discoveries, in Marx's theory they become necessary conditions for the continued existence of capitalist production. For it is chiefly by means of labor-saving technological innovations that the reserve army is recruited, and it is only because of the continued existence of the reserve army that surplus value and the class which it supports can survive. Nor is this the end of the matter. It is not even necessary to accept Marx's theory of historical materialism to agree to the thesis that changes in techniques of production exercise a profound influence on the institutional and ideological structure of society. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, "The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society." In Capital he rooted this insight in the soil of economic theory. In this way he discovered one of the most important of the laws of motion of capitalism which it was the announced intention of capital to explore. We have not yet, of course, expounded Marx's theory of economic evolution in all its ramifications. What we have done, however, is to provide the basis for such a theory, the fundamental view of the capitalist process as one which, in principle, involves ceaseless accumulation accompanied by changes in methods of production. It is at once upon, Nt that this view of the capitalist process differs radically from that which underlies the classical theory of economic evolution. The latter is, in principle, unconcerned with changes in methods of production. Economic development is viewed exclusively in terms of gradual, quantitative changes in population, capital, wages, profits, and rent. Social relations remain unaffected. The end product is simply a state of affairs in which all these rates of change equal zero. Since the Marxian view lays primary stress on changes in methods of production, it implies qualitative change in social organization and social relations as well as quantitative change in economic variables as such. The way is thus paved for regarding the end product as a revolutionary reconstitution of society rather than as a mere state of rest. Work to eliminate the surplus of income over cost from which both entrepreneurial profit and interest are derived. In other words, in the absence of change, income will be imputed entirely to the original factors of production. Machines will just replace their own cost, leaving no surplus for their owners. Entrepreneurs, however, seek to avoid the pauper's fate which awaits them in a stationary state of society by cutting costs, discovering new markets, inventing or popularizing new products in general, by introducing innovations. Those who are successful enjoy a sort of temporary monopoly position which is the source of entrepreneurial profit. Since money capital provides the wherewithal to wrest resources from their accustomed channels of use and divert them into new channels, and this is the essence of innovation, entrepreneurs are prepared to pay interest to get control of it. Once interest has arisen in one part of the SY-stem, being exclusively a monetary phenomenon, it spreads itself over the whole SY-stem. Any particular source of profit is bound to be temporary, assuming the absence of permanent barriers to competition, but since fresh innovations are always occurring, profit and interest as such never wholly disappear. To be sure, the introduction of innovations does not take place smoothly and continuously, but rather in clusters or groups. This discontinuity in the process of innovation underlies the phenomenon known as the business cycle. This brief sketch of Schumpeter's theory is sufficient to indicate that for him, as for Marx, changes in methods of production are a basic feature of capitalism and no mere epiphenomena which impinge in a more or less haphazard fashion on the economic process. In spite of certain obvious similarities between this view and the Marxian view which Schumpeter himself clearly recognizes, there remain fundamental theoretical differences. For example, there is nothing in Schumpeter analogous to the reserve army, and his treatment of the capital-labor relation is altogether different from that of Marx. Moreover, Schumpeter specifically disclaims any intention to proceed from changes in methods of production to changes in the economic organization, economic custom, and so on, p. 61n. Hence he admits that my structure covers only a small part of Marx's ground, p. 60n. It is noteworthy that in orthodox circles, Schumpeter's theory of economic development has never commanded anything like the attention which it deserves, and that it has been widely misunderstood and misrepresented. In so far as it has achieved recognition, it has done so as business cycle theory rather than as the foundation of a theory of capitalist evolution. In the final analysis, therefore, the example of Schumpeter serves only to emphasize the modern orthodox economist's lack of interest in what Marx called capitalism's laws of motion. 1. Marx's formulation of the law. We have seen in the last chapter that the accumulation of capital is accompanied by a progressive mechanization of the process of production. The same amount of labor, working with more elaborate and more efficient equipment, is able to process more materials and turn out an ever-increasing volume of finished goods. Looked at from one point of view, this means that the productivity of labor continually grows. From another point of view, it means that the organic composition of capital, the ratio of capitalists' outlay on materials and machines to total outlay, also displays a steadily rising trend. From these indisputable trends Marx deduced his famous law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit. It was shown above that the rate of profit can be expressed in terms of the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital in the following formula: P equals S, L, Q. From this it follows that if we assume the rate of surplus value, S, to be constant, the rate of profit, P, varies inversely with the organic composition of capital, Q. In other words, as Q rises P and Ws fall. But we have already established the fact that Q displays a rising trend in the course of capitalist development, hence there must be at least a tendency for P to fall. As we shall see presently, it may be no more than a tendency, since changes in S may compensate, or even overcompensate, for the effects of a change in Q. This, very briefly, is the substance of what Marx calls the theory of the law, Volume 3, Chapter 12I. To him it possessed great significance. It demonstrated that capitalist production had certain internal barriers to its own indefinite expansion. On the one hand, a rising organic composition of capital is the expression of growing labor productivity. On the other hand, the falling rate of profit which accompanies it must ultimately choke up the channels of capitalist initiative. Marx very clearly expressed this idea in the following passage, discussing Ricardo's position on the tendency of the rate of profit. The rate of profit is the compelling power of capitalist production, and only such things are produced as yield a profit. Hence the fright of the English economists over the decline of the rate of profit. That the bare possibility of such a thing should one/Ori Ricardo shows his profound understanding of the conditions of capitalist production. He reproach moved against him, that he has an eye only to the development of the productive forces. Regardless of the sacrifices in human beings and capital values incurred, strikes precisely his strong point. The development of the productive forces of social labor is the historical task and privilege of capital. It is precisely in this way that it unconsciously creates the material requirements of a higher mode of production. / worries Ricardo is the fact that the rate of profit, the stimulating principle of capitalist production, the fundamental premise and driving force of accumulation, should be endangered by the development of production itself. And the quantitative proportion means everything here. There is indeed something deeper than this hidden at this point, which he vaguely feels. It is here demonstrated in a purely economic way, that is from a bourgeois point of view, within the confines of capitalist understanding, from the standpoint of capitalist production itself, that it has a barrier, that it is relative, that it is not an absolute but only a historical mode of production corresponding to a definite and limited epoch in the development of the material conditions of production. 1. 2. Marx enumerates 6 counteracting causes which thwart and annul the general law of the falling rate of profit, leaving to it merely the character of a tendency. 2. One of these, the 6th, is really concerned with the way in which the rate of profit is 98. Calculated and will not be considered here. The other 5 may be classified according to whether their effect is to keep down the organic composition of capital or to raise the rate of surplus value. Under the first heading comes cheapening of the elements of constant capital, while under the second we find rising the intensity of exploitation, depression of wages below their value, and relative overpopulation. One cause, forage and trade, comes under both headings. Let us consider briefly how these various factors operate. Cheapening of the elements of constant capital. The increased use of machinery, through raising the productivity of labor, lowers the value per unit of constant capital. In this way the value of the constant capital, although continually increasing, is prevented from increasing at the same rate as its material volume, that is, the material volume of the means of production set in motion by the same amount of labor power. In exceptional cases the mass of the elements of constant capital may even increase while its value remains the same or even falls. 8. In other words, a given increase in the organic composition of capital, through lowering the value of constant capital, to a certain extent acts as its own corrective. As Marx indicates, the offset may be very substantial, even going to the point of cancelling out the initial increase altogether. Raising the intensity of exploitation. Here Marx stresses lengthening the working day and what would nowadays be called speed up and stretch out. Lengthening the working day directly raises the rate of surplus value by increasing the amount of surplus labor without affecting the amount of necessary labor. Speed up and stretch out, on the other hand, raise the rate of surplus value through compressing necessary labor into a shorter time and hence leaving a larger proportion of an unchanged working day for surplus labor. The effect in either case is to raise the rate of profit compared to what it otherwise would have been. These methods of raising the rate of surplus value are not necessarily connected with the rising organic composition of capital, but are rather devices adopted by the capitalists to offset a falling rate of profit if and when they are feasible. Depression of wages below their value. The practice of wage cutting, which capitalists are prepared to engage in when possible, Marx merely mentions in passing, since he proceeds on the general assumption that all prices and wages are market determined, and this assumption rules out the possibility of an aggressive wage policy on the part of the capitalists. This factor, he observes, has nothing to do with the general analysis of capital, but belongs in a presentation of competition which is not given in this work. 4. Relative overpopulation. We have already seen in the last chapter how the increasing use of machinery, which in itself means a higher organic composition of capital, sets free workers and thus creates relative overpopulation or the reserve army. Marx stresses the point that the existence of unemployed laborers is conducive to the setting up of new industries with a relatively low organic composition of capital and hence a relatively high rate of profit. When these relatively high rates of profit are averaged in with the rates of profit obtaining in the old industries, they raise the overall rate of profit. It would seem, however, that a more important effect of the reserve army is that which was discussed in the last chapter, namely, through competition on the labor market with the active labor force, to depress the rate of wages and in this way to elevate the rate of surplus value. For this reason we have classified relative overpopulation as one of the factors which tends to raise the rate of surplus value. Foreign trade. It is frequently possible by foreign trade to acquire raw materials and necessities of life more cheaply than they could be produced at home. To the extent that foreign trade cheapens partly the elements of constant capital, partly the necessities of life for which the variable capital is exchanged, it tends to raise the rate of profit by raising the rate of surplus value and lowering the value of the constant capital. 5. This factor, the ref or, belongs in both classifications of counteracting causes. Here, again, however, it must be observed that there is no necessary connection between the possibilities of foreign trade and changes in the organic composition of capital, so that the inclusion of foreign trade at this point should be regarded in the light of a footnote rather than as an integral part of the analysis. It will be readily apparent from this brief summary of the main counteracting causes that Marx's analysis is neither systematic nor exhaustive. Like so much else in volume 111, it was left in an unfinished state, and it is safe to conclude that if he had lived to prepare the manuscript for the press himself, he would have introduced extensive expansions and revisions at various points. It may not be out of place, therefore, to devote further consideration to the problem of the tendency of the rate of profit in the light of Marx's whole theoretical system. This is the more necessary since the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit has been the object of numerous criticisms from both followers and opponents of L/1 Marx. 3. A critique of the law. We have seen that the forces operating on the rate of profit can be summarized in a formula containing two rather complicated variables, the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital. We have also seen that the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is deduced by Marx on the assumption that the organic composition of capital rises while the rate of surplus value remains constant. There seems to be no doubt about the propriety of assuming a rising organic composition of capital. Is it justifiable, however, to assume at the same time a constant rate, f surplus value? It is necessary to be clear about the implications of the latter assumption. A rising organic composition of capital goes hand in hand with increasing labor productivity. If the rate of surplus value remains constant, this means that a rise in real wages takes place which is exactly proportional to the increase in labor productivity. Suppose that labor productivity is doubled, that is to say, that in the same time labor produces twice as much as previously. Then, since an unchanged rate of surplus value means that the laborer works the same amount of time for himself and the same amount for the capitalist as previously, it follows that both the physical output represented by the wage and the physical output represented by the surplus value have also doubled. In other words, the laborer benefits equally with the capitalist in the increased productivity of his labor. While there can be no logical objection to an assumption which leads to this result, there are nevertheless grounds for doubting its appropriateness. In the first place, our whole analysis up to this point leads us to expect a rising rate of surplus value. One of the normal concomitants of increasing labor productivity under capitalist conditions is the creation of an industrial reserve army which exercises a depressing effect on wages and in this way tends to elevate the rate of surplus value. His is precisely one of the distinguishing characteristics of capitalism, that past labor in the form of constant capital stands in a competitive relation to living labor and keeps the latter's pretensions in check. The assumption of a constant rate of surplus value with rising labor productivity appears to neglect this effect. It may be said that Marx took account of this problem by including relative overpopulation among the counteracting causes to the falling rate of profit, and from a formal point of view this may be granted. But it seems hardly wise to treat an integral part of the process of rising productivity separately and as an offsetting factor. A better procedure is to recognize from the outset that rising productivity tends to bring with it a higher rate of surplus value. Furthermore, this is what Marx usually does. Two quotations from different parts of volume I will serve to illustrate his normal approach to the question. Like every other increase in the productiveness of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities, and, by shortening that portion of the working day in which the laborer works for himself, to lengthen the other portion that he gives, without an equivalent, to the capitalist. In short, it is a means for producing surplus value. 6. And another, even more emphatic, statement of the same point, but hand in hand with the increasing productivity of labor goes, as we have seen, the cheapening of the laborer, therefore a higher rate of surplus value even when the real wages are rising. The latter never rise proportionally to the productive power of labor. 1. Many other passages expressing the same general view could easily be added. Indeed, it is perhaps no exaggeration to say that Part 4 of Volume I, that production of relative surplus value, which covers more than 200 pages, is very largely devoted to elaborating upon the close relation which exists between labor productivity and the rate of surplus value. It would appear, therefore, that Marx was hardly justified, even in terms of his own theoretical system, in assuming a constant rate of surplus value simultaneously with the rising organic composition of capital. A rise in the organic composition of capital must mean an increase in labor productivity, and we have Marx's OVN word for it that higher productivity is invariably accompanied by a higher rate of surplus value. In the general case, therefore, we ought to assume that the increasing organic composition of capital procèdes pari passu with the rising rate of surplus value. If both the organic composition of capital and the rate of surplus value are assumed variable, as we think they should be, then the direction in which the rate of profit will change becomes indeterminate. All we can say is that the rate of profit will fall if the percentage increase in the rate of surplus value is less than the percentage decrease in the proportion of variable to total capital. The proportion of variable to total capital is equal to 1 minus the organic composition of capital. When the organic composition of capital increases, the proportion of variable to total capital decreases. Can we say that this condition is generally likely to be satisfied? In other words, is it legitimate to assume that changes in the organic composition of capital will usually be relatively so much larger than changes in the rate of surplus value that the former will dominate movements in the rate of profit? If so, Marx's assumption of a constant rate of surplus value might be considered a useful device for focusing attention on the most important element in the situation, and the treatment of changes in the rate of surplus value as a counteracting cause could be justified. Marx himself probably thought in these terms, and this is probably the reason why he formulated the rate of profit problem as he did. Most subsequent Marxist writers have apparently been of the same mind, for the general impression one gets from the literature is that, over any considerable period of time, changes in the organic composition of capital are sure to be enormous, so great in fact as far to outweigh any possible compensating effect of changes in the rate of surplus value. This view seems to the present writer to be untenable. In physical terms, it is certainly true that the amount of machinery and materials per worker has tended to grow at a very rapid rate for at least the last century and a half. But the organic composition of capital is a value expression, and, because of steadily rising labor productivity, the growth in the volume of machinery and materials per worker must not be regarded as an index of the change in the organic composition of capital. Actually, the general impression of the rapidity of growth of the organic composition of capital seems to be considerably exaggerated. It should be noted that we are here considering changes in the organic composition of capital after making full allowance for the cheapening of the elements of constant capital, which Marx again treats as a counteracting cause. It might seem that it would be preferable to look first at what might be called the original increase in the organic composition, to observe the effects of this on the rate of profit, and only then to take account of the cheapening of the elements of constant capital, which is itself due to the rise in productivity associated with the original increase. It might be held that if this were done, the rate of increase of the organic composition would appear much larger, and that this fact is prevented from showing in the statistics only by one of the counteracting causes. It is doubtful, however, whether any useful purpose can be served by such an attempt to preserve Marx's implied distinction between the primary rise in the organic composition and the counteracting, but smaller, fall due to the cheapening of the elements of constant capital. All that can ever be observed is the net change in the organic composition, which is the resultant of both forces. It seems better, therefore, to use the expression change in the organic composition of capita only in the net sense, which takes account of cheapening of the elements of constant capital. If this is done, there will perhaps be less temptation to think of the organic composition in physical instead of value terms. If these arguments are sound, it follows that there is no general presumption that changes in the organic composition of capital will be relatively so much greater than changes in the rate of surplus value that the former will dominate movements in the rate of profit. On the contrary, it would seem that we must regard the two variables as of roughly coordinate importance. For this reason, Mann's formulation of the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit is not very convincing. At the same time, we may remark that attempts which have been made to demonstrate that a rising organic composition of capital must be accompanied by a rising rate of profit are equally unconvincing. This does not mean that there is no tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Not only Marx but classical theorists and modern theorists as well have all regarded a falling tendency of the rate of profit as a basic feature of capitalism. All I have tried to show is that it is not possible to demonstrate a falling tendency of the rate of profit by beginning the analysis with the rising organic composition of capital. Once it is realized, however, that the rising organic composition of capital is itself but a link in a longer causal chain of influences operating on the rate of profit, the apparent dilemma disappears. Behind the rising organic composition of capital lies the process of capital accumulation, and it is here that we should look for forces which tend to depress the rate of profit. It was explained in the last chapter how the accumulation of capital, taken by itself, operates to increase the demand for labor power and hence to raise wages. Other things remaining equal, such a rise in wages leads to a reduction in the rate of surplus value, and this, in turn, expresses itself in a fall in the rate of profit. Since, as Marx again and again insists, the capitalist process of production is essentially a process of accumulation, it follows that from this fact alone there arises a persistent tendency for the rate of profit to fall. It was also observed in the last chapter, however, that capitalists do not tamely submit to the encroachment on the rate of profit which their own accumulation brings about. They strive through the introduction of machinery and other labor-saving devices to maintain the rate of profit at its former level or even to raise it above its former level. This is where the rising organic composition of capital comes into the picture. Whether their actions will succeed in restoring the rate of profit, or whether they will only act to hasten its fall, class as a whole, the change in the rate of profit is a result of their actions which may be quite different from what each one intended. In the same way, when capitalists bid up the price of labor power, each one intends to improve his own situation, yet the net result will be to worsen the lot of all. Is an issue which cannot be settled on general theoretical grounds, if the analysis presented in this section is correct. One thing seems fairly certain, however, and that is that the increase in the organic composition of capital will tend to restore the rate of surplus value and thus to expand the mass of surplus value over what it would have been in the absence of the rise in the organic composition of capital. Hence, even if the effect is to depress the rate of profit still further, the acts of the capitalists in raising the organic composition of capital do not lack a certain objective justification from the point of view of the capitalist class as a whole. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that the arguments of this section have been concerned with the theoretical foundations of the falling tendency of the rate of profit. There has been no thought of denying the existence or fundamental importance of such a tendency. Nor has there been any intention of denying the validity of Marx's counteracting causes. In practice, one of these, namely the raising of the intensity of exploitation, speed up, stretch out, taylorization, etc., is particularly important. This is a method of compressing more labor into a given amount of time. For example, what used to require 5 hours is now accomplished in 4 as a result of an increase in the speed of machinery. With the working day remaining at, say, 10 hours, where necessary labor used to be 5 hours and surplus labor 5 hours, the ratio will now be 4 hours necessary labor and 6 hours surplus labor. The rate of surplus value has increased from 100 per center to 150 per center. The figures are purely illustrative, but the magnitudes involved are not unrealistic, and they show what relatively large changes in the rate of surf value can result from apparently small changes in the speed of work. Capitalists are always under a temptation to attempt to raise the rate of surplus value in this fashion, and there seems little doubt that the resulting offset to the falling tendency of the rate of profit is continuous and may at times be substantial. No one who neglects this factor can comprehend fully present-day trends in capitalist production. Finally, before we leave the subject of movements in the rate of profit, it should be pointed out that there are forces other than those which have so far been mentioned which are important in this connection. These forces may be classified as those tending to depress the rate of profit, and those tending to elevate the rate of profit. Among the forces tending to depress the rate of profit we may mention, 1. Trade unions and, 2. State action designed to benefit labor. Among the forces tending to elevate the rate of profit we may mention, 3. Employers' organizations, 4. Export of capital, 5. Formation of monopolies, and 6. State action designed to benefit capital. The enumeration is, of course, far from exhaustive. Let us consider each of these very briefly. 1. Trade unions. In combating the falling tendency of the rate of profit, capitalists are equally engaged in attempting to batter down wages. As we have already seen, their chief ally in this war on wages is the Industrial Reserve Army. If the competition of the Industrial Reserve Army on the labor market were allowed to operate without let or hindrance, workers' real incomes might be held down to a low level of subsistence while capitalists reaped all the benefits of advancing productivity, getting both a larger share of the value of output as well as the entire increase in real income. Thus the Reserve Army is the most important obstacle standing in the way of the workers realizing a share in the gains of industrial development. In order to overcome this obstacle, workers band together in trade unions and in this way secure, so far as possible, control over the supply of labor power. Trade unions are thus the most important instrument by which workers strive to better their condition under capitalist production. At the same time and for the same reasons, however, unions exercise a depressing influence on the rate of profit. 2. State action designed to benefit labor. This is a factor of great importance, the roots of which will be discussed more fully below, see Chapter 13. It takes many forms, for example, legal limitation of the working day, unemployment insurance, and, recently in the United States, legislation aimed to safeguard the right of collective bargaining. The first of these generally, not necessarily, reduces the rate of surplus value, while the second and third are of great assistance to workers in their efforts to maintain wage standards. Many other types of state action could be mentioned in this connection. Most of them clearly tend to depress the rate of profit. 3. Employers' organizations. Insofar as such organizations operate to improve the bargaining position of capital vis-a-vis labor, they evidently exercise an upward influence on the rate of profit. 4. Export of capital. This is a factor to which Marx devoted little attention, not because it is unimportant but because he did not live to complete his theoretical system. In its direct effect on the home economy, capital export acts to relieve the pressure on the domestic labor market and in this way prevents accumulation from having its full depressing effect on the rate of profit. A more extended discussion of capital export belongs to the theory of world economy, to which we return in Chapter 16. 5. Formation of monopolies. Obviously, individual capitalists create monopolies in the hope of improving their own rate of profit. Moreover, the effect may be an elevation in the general rate of profit. The influence of monopoly on the rate of profit, however, is a complicated subject which must be taken up in detail later on, Chapter 15. 6. State action designated to benefit capital. An obvious example of this is provided by protective tariffs. As in the case of monopolies, protective tariffs may have the effect of raising the general rate of profit, but here again the full effect is complex and must be reserved for later treatment, Chapter 16. This enumeration of factors operating on the rate of profit, though by no means exhaustive, can serve to show that a wide variety of disparate and apparently unrelated forces have a common focus in their effects on the rate of profit. If the Marxian view that movements in the rate of profit ultimately dominate the functioning of the capitalist system is correct, then this provides us with a unifying principle of first importance. In the analysis of capitalism, everything must be carefully scrutinized and tested for its influence on the rate of profit. When this is done, political economy becomes both a more coherent and a more powerful weapon of understanding. 7. 1. The problem stated. It is now time to examine in detail a problem which has occupied a central position in most discussions of Marxian economics since Engels published Volume 111 of Capital in 1894. Throughout Volume 1, Marx develops his analysis as though the law of value were directly controlling for the prices of all commodities. This is legitimate so long as it is assumed that in every branch of production the organic composition of capital is the same. Once this assumption is dropped, however, a serious, some have maintained a fatal, difficulty arises. Let us divide industry into three major branches, corresponding to the twofold division employed above in Section 1 of Chapter V. Department I produces means of production, Department 2 workers consumption goods, WH goods, and Department 111 capitalists consumption goods, luxury goods. For the sake of simplicity we shall assume throughout the whole discussion that all industries within a single department have the same organic composition of capital. To illustrate conditions under which the law of value is valid, we assume that as between departments the organic composition of capital is also equal. Taking the rate of surplus value as 100%, we then have a situation such as that depicted in Table 1. Everything is evidently in order. All commodities sell at their values. The conditions of simple reproduction are fulfilled, the amount of constant capital laid out, 400, just equals the amount of constant capital produced, 400, total wages, 200, are just sufficient to buy the quantity of wage goods produced, 200, and the surplus value of all departments, 200, covers the output of the luxury goods department, 200. Finally, all capitalists are enjoying the same rate of profit, 3.5%, and hence none has an incentive to shift from one line of production to another. In the real world, however, the organic composition of capital is not the same in all industries. For example, it is relatively high in the electric power industry and relatively low in the clothing industry. In order to bring this fact to light, we must alter our assumptions. In Table 11, Department 3 has been foot unchanged, but the organic composition of capital in Department I is assumed to be higher and in Department 2 to be lower. As BE4, total production is 800, and the conditions of simple reproduction are still satisfied as far as the output of the three departments is concerned. But the effect of changing the organic compositions of capital is clearly seen in the new rates of profit. Whereas before the rates of profit were all equal at 3.5%, they now stand at 2.3% or 60% and 3.5% in the three departments respectively. Obviously this could not be a position of equilibrium. The capitalists would all want to go into the production of wage goods in order to share in the higher rate of profit obtainable there. And such a migration of capital out of some industries and into others would clearly upset the whole scheme. A position of equilibrium must be characterized by equality in the rates of profit yielded by all the industries in the system. Marx put it strongly when he wrote that there is no doubt that, aside from unessential, accidental, and mutually compensating distinctions, a difference in the average rate of profit of the various lines of industry does not exist in reality and could not exist without abolishing the entire system of capitalist production. Apparently, the attempt to apply the law of value to a situation in which the organic composition of capital differs from industry to industry breaks down. It would seem, Marx said, as though the theory of value were irreconcilable with the real phenomena of production, so that we should have to give up the attempt to understand these phenomena. In the hands of his critics, the statement has, figuratively speaking, been reduced to a simpler form: the theory of value is irreconcilable with the real phenomena of production. Marx himself, H.O. Weaver, did not take such a gloomy view of matters. He clearly recognized the dilemma into which the theory of value led. Let us examine his efforts to find a way out. As we shall see later, this no longer holds if the economy is assumed to contain elements of monopoly. It has been widely supposed that Marx was not aware of the problem under examination until after Volume I had been published, and this has led to the view that the discussion in Volume 111 of prices of production is no more than a clumsy effort to cover previously unrecognized errors. For example, H. B. Parks in his Marxism, an Autopsy, 1939, a book which contains in convenient form many of the most widespread misinterpretations of Marxism, expresses this view as follows: the reason for the assertion that Marx was not trying to explain prices is that when Marx came to write the third volume of Das Kapital, he found that some of the theories which he had advanced in the first volume were inapplicable. Actually, the first draft of Volume I was completed before Volume I was published. See Engel's preface to Volume 111. To Mar.X's solution: in order to understand Marx's method, it is convenient to assume that a process of adjustment is begun from a starting point such as that pictured in Table N. Capitalists will move about in search of the highest possible rate of profit until no one can improve his position by a further move, a state of affairs which will be reached only when the rate of profit is the same for every industry. Now, according to Marx, the total amount of value produced, namely 800, will be the same as before, since there has been no change in the total number of hours of labor expended. Further, both the total amount of capital and the total amount of surplus value will be unaffected. The prices of commodities and the division of surplus value among the capitalists, however, will be different. Capitalists, in other words, will share in the pool of surplus value according to the size of their total capitals instead of, as before, according to the size of their variable capitals. The prices of commodities, would, Marx calls prices of production, will now be made up of the capital expended in production plus a profit calculated as a certain percentage of the capital outlay. This percentage is nothing but the average rate of profit and is found by dividing total surplus value by total social capital. In value terms, the system looks as follows. Comparing Table 111 with Table N, we see that the price of commodities produced in Department 1 and I has risen by 3 1/2, the price of commodities produced in Department N has fallen by a like amount, and the price of commodities produced in Department 111 is unaffected. There has, of course, taken place a corresponding rise in the profits of Department I and fall in the profits of Department N. But the totals of the profits and prices of all departments are respectively equal to the former totals of surplus value and value. This is Marx's own method of transforming values into prices. Before any general comments can be made, it is necessary to test the internal consistency of the results. Tables I and N were both constructed on the hypothesis of simple reproduction. The product of Department I was assumed equal to the amount of constant capital used up, the product of Department 2 was assumed equal to total wages, and the product of Department 3 was assumed equal to total surplus value. If the procedure used in transforming values into prices is to be considered satisfactory, it must not result in a disruption of the conditions of simple reproduction. Going from value calculation to price calculation has no connection with the question whether the economic system as a whole is stationary or expanding. It should be possible to make the transition without prejudicing this question one way or the other. Let us examine Table 3 in this light. Table 3a selects from Table 3 the relevant items, and it also includes the totals which were omitted from Table 3. A moment's inspection of Table I reveals that the Marxian method of transformation results in a violation of the equilibrium of simple reproduction. The total quantity of constant capital used up in production still equals 400, but the constant capital produced in Department I is now priced at 433 1/2. There is a discrepancy between the two figures of 33 1/2. Similarly, the total wage bill of all three departments amounts to 200, but the output of wage goods in Department N is priced at only 166%. Again there is a discrepancy of 33 1/2. The fact that total surplus value still covers the output of luxury goods is a mere accident of the way the table has been constructed. In general, no such coincidence could be expected. The discrepancies revealed in Table NM could be justified only if we were to make the assumption that workers accumulate. An alternative solution: capital to the extent of 33 1/2 out of their incomes. But, of course, there is no reason why we should make such an assumption, and to have it forced upon us by the mechanics of transforming values into prices is unreasonable. Only one conclusion is possible, namely, that the Marxian method of transformation is logically unsatisfactory. 3. An alternative solution: the source of Marx's error is not difficult to discover. In his price scheme, the capitalist's outlays on constant and variable capital are left exactly as they were in the value scheme. In other words, the constant capital and the variable capital used in production are still expressed in value terms. Outputs, on the other hand, are expressed in price terms. Now it is obvious that in a system in which price calculation is universal, both the capital used in production and the product itself must be expressed in price terms. The trouble is that Marx went only halfway in transforming values into prices. It need occasion no surprise that this procedure leads to contradictory results. Marx himself was by no means unaware of this possible source of error. In discussing the transformation problem in volume 111 he wrote, "Since the price of production may vary from the value of a commodity, it follows that the cost-price constant capital plus variable capital of a commodity containing this price of production may also stand above or below that portion of its total value which is formed by the value of the means of production consumed by it. It is necessary to remember this modified significance of the cost price and to bear in mind that there is always the possibility of an error if we assume the cost price of the commodities of any particular sphere is equal to the value of the means of production consumed by it. 2. At this point, however, he dropped the matter with the remark that our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point. Nevertheless, the problem apparently bothered him, because he returned to it in Theories of Surplus Value, where he devoted 2 full pages to showing how the transformation of values into prices of production works doubly, namely through altering the amount of profit received in a given industry, and through altering the price of input factors, what he called the cost price. In spite of this, Marx reiterated his belief that prices of production could be derived from values. This significant deviation of production prices from values which capitalist production brings about does not in the least alter the fact that production prices, as before, are determined by values. 4. It must be said, however, that he never succeeded in proving this contention in a logically convincing manner. Although if he had lived to rewrite Volume 3, it is quite possible that he would have left this subject in a more satisfactory state. In the remainder of this section we shall outline a method of transforming values into prices which is free of the objection to which Marx's method is open. As a first step, let us assume that the price of a unit of constant capital is X times its value, the price of a unit of wage goods is Y times its value, and the price of a unit of luxury goods is Z times its value. Further, let us call the general rate of profit R. It is important to understand that R is not defined as Marx defined the rate of profit, and hence it seems wise not to use the same symbol for both concepts. Now, in value calculation, the following 3 equations describe the conditions of simple reproduction. The economic meaning of this equation can be easily seen. So far in our value schemes we have reckoned everything in terms of hours of labor. In other words, 1 hour of labor has been the unit of account. By assuming that total output in value terms is equal to total output in price terms, we should simply be retaining the same unit of account in the price scheme. There is no logical objection to this way of proceeding, but from a mathematical point of view there is an alternative method which is simpler and hence more attractive. Instead of calculating the value scheme in terms of units of labor time, we might have put it in money terms. Thus the value of each commodity would not be expressed in units of labor but in terms of the number of units of the money commodity for which it would exchange. The number of units of labor necessary to produce 1 unit of the money commodity would provide a direct link between the 2 systems of accounting. Let us assume that the value scheme has been cast in money terms and that gold, which we will classify as a luxury good, has been selected as the money commodity. Then 1 unit of gold, say 1/35 of an ounce, is the unit of value. For the sake of simplicity we will also suppose that the units of other luxury goods have been so chosen that they all exchange against the unit of gold on a 1-to-1 basis. In other words, the unit value of all luxury goods, including gold, is equal to 1. Now, in going from a value to a price scheme, we wish to retain 1/1/35 of an ounce of gold as the unit of account. The unit of gold will therefore be equal to 1 in both schemes, and under the assumed conditions the same must be true of all luxury goods. Since we have already assumed that the price of a unit of luxury goods is Z times its value, this amounts to setting Z equals 1, and this, in turn, reduces the number of unknowns to 3. Since we have 3 equations, the system is now completely determined. It is clear that price calculation according to what may appropriately be called the Bortkiewicz method, as illustrated in Table IUB, produces no disturbance of the equilibrium of simple reproduction. The output of department I equals the constant capital used up, the production of department U equals wages paid out, and the output of department 3 is sufficient to absorb the total surplus value accruing to the capitalists. Furthermore, all capitalists are realizing 3.5% on their investments. Everything is in order again, just as it, v as in Table I, which showed a value scheme O and the assumption of equality I and the organic composition of capital for all industries. So far the numerical examples have been worked out on the basis of figures, first presented in Table 2, which were specially selected for their simplicity and manageability. There is, however, a certain accidental characteristic of this particular set of figures which might lead to misunderstanding. It will be noted that in table urbanization total price amounts to 800, exactly the same sum as total value in the earlier tables. One would be tempted to conclude from this that in general the Bortkiewicz method of transforming values into prices leaves the totals unchanged. This, however, is not so, and in order to demonstrate the point it seems desirable to reproduce the tables which Bortkiewicz himself uses to illustrate his method of transformation. Table 4 gives a value scheme and label EVA the corresponding price scheme. Table EVA is derived from Table 4 in the same way that Table IIIH was derived from Table 11. We see once again that all the conditions of simple reproduction are fully satisfied by this method of transformation. But there is one difference between this case and the earlier one. In Table 1 VA total price, 1000, diverges from total value in Table 1V, 875, whereas in the previous example the two totals were the same. A brief explanation of this difference will show that the earlier example is a special case while the later example must be regarded as possessing general validity. The problem turns on the organic composition of capital in the gold industry relative to the organic composition of the total social capital before the transformation to price terms has been carried through. This can be readily demonstrated. It is clear, first, that if in the gold industry a relatively high organic composition of capital obtains, the price of gold will be greater than its value. This follows from the fact that in price calculation profit is proportional to total capital whereas in value calculation it is proportional to variable capital alone. Consequently, if all other commodities are expressed in terms of gold, their total price must be less than their total value. This can be put otherwise as follows: since x by POEC the price and the value of a unit of gold are both numerically equal to 1, the fact that its 122 price is higher than its value can be expressed only by the fact that the average price of all other commodities is lower than their average value. Put still otherwise, if the organic composition of capital is relatively high in the gold industry, the transformation from value to price will raise the purchasing power of gold. The same reasoning applies, mutatis mutandis, to the case where the organic composition of capital in the gold industry is relatively low. In this case total price will be greater than total value. Only in the special case where the organic composition of capital in the gold industry is exactly equal to the social average organic composition of capital is it true that total price and total value will be identical. These principles can be tested by reference to the numerical examples already presented. In Table N the organic composition of capital in the luxury goods department, and hence in the gold industry, was 100/150 or 667%, while the organic composition of the total capital was 400/600, also 663%. Hence the transformation to price, Table IIIB, resulted in a total price equal to total value. In the example taken from Bortkiewicz, however, the organic composition of capital in the luxury goods department was originally 50/140 or 35.5% compared to an organic composition of the social capital of 375/675 or 55%. Since in this case the organic composition of capital in the gold industry was relatively low, the transformation from value to price resulted in a total price greater than total value. Since there is no reason to assume that the organic composition of capital in the gold industry is equal to the average organic composition of the social capital, it follows that in general the Bortkiewicz method leads to a price total differing from the value total. It is important to realize that no significant theoretical issues are involved in this divergence of total value from total price. It is simply a question of the unit of account. If we had used the unit of labor time as the unit of account in both the value and the price schemes, the totals would have been the same. Since we elected to use the unit of gold, money, As the unit of account, the totals diverge. But in either case the proportions of the price scheme, ratio of total profit to total price, of output of constant capital to output of wage goods, etc., will come out the same, and it is the relations existing among the various elements of the system rather than the absolute figures in which they are expressed which are important. With the help of the Bortkiewicz method we have shown that a system of price calculation can be derived from a system of value calculation. This is the problem in which Marx was really interested. He believed he could solve it by using an average rate of profit calculated directly from the value magnitudes. This was an error, but it was an error which pales into insignificance when compared with his profoundly original achievement in posing the problem correctly. For, by this accomplishment, Marx set the stage for a final vindication of the labor theory of value, the solid foundation of his whole theoretical structure. A close inspection of the formula for the rate of profit, derived above, reveals a striking fact. The formula in question, 1t will be recalled, is as follows. In other words, the organic composition of capital in Department 3, luxury goods, plays no direct role in determining the rate of profit. This is a result of considerable theoretical interest. It means essentially that the rate of profit depends only upon the conditions of production existing in those industries which contribute directly or indirectly to the makeup of real wages. Conditions existing in industries catering solely to capitalists' consumption are relevant only insofar as they influence conditions in the wage goods industries. Marx would have agreed that this proposition holds with respect to the rate of surplus value, but his method of transforming values into prices led him to believe that it did not apply to the rate of profit. As Bortkiewicz pointed out, however, the result is in accord with Ricardo's theory of profits, and Marx's criticism of Ricardo on this score was unjustified. Bortkiewicz developed this theorem about the rate of profit in two directions. In the first place, he regarded it as conclusive support for the Marxian view that profits constitute a subtraction from the product of labor. In this connection Bortkiewicz substituted the neutral expression deduction theory, Abzugstheorie, for I/1 Marx's term exploitation theory, Ausbeutungstheorie. In the light of this theorem, it should be quite clear that the cause of profit as such is to be sought in the wage relation and not in the productive power of capital. If it were a question of this power it would be inexplicable why certain branches of production are excluded from any influence on the height of profits. Secondly, Bortkiewicz shm.ved how this theorem, relative to the rate of profit, could lead to a refutation of the general validity of Marx's version of the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit. To demonstrate that there is no necessary connection between variations in the average organic composition of the total social capital and variations in the average rate of profit, one need only assume that the organic composition of capital in Department 3 rises while everything else remains unchanged. The average organic composition of capital must rise, but the rate of profit remains unaffected. The practical significance of this criticism is not great. In general there is no reason to assume a tendency for the organic composition of capital in the luxury goods industries to rise more rapidly than the average for all industries. Furthermore, in the real world the industries which cater only to capitalists' consumption are doubtless few and relatively unimportant. The great majority of consumption goods industries are common to Departments 2 and 3 alike. Some writers have apparently assumed that the main burden of Bortkiewicz's criticism of the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit rests on grounds which have just been explained. This is true so far as his article on the rectification of Marx's fundamental theoretical construction in the third volume of Capital 6 is Conson 1 ed. But in his other papers on Marxian economics, value calculation and price calculation in the Marxian system. 7. Bortkiewicz puts the chief emphasis on Marx's neglect of the mathematical relation between the productivity of labor and the rate of surplus value. This latter objection to Marx's formulation of the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit is certainly the more important of the two. Moreover, this objection has nothing to do with the procedure used in transforming values into prices. 5. The significance of price calculation. So far we have discussed the technical aspects of the problem of transforming values into prices. Having observed that Marx's method was faulty, we located the source of his error and proceed to demonstrate that the problem can be solved in a logically satisfactory manner. What, now, is the significance of the whole issue? Marx himself, it seems clear, regarded the problem of price calculation as one of distinctly secondary importance. So far as he was concerned, its relevance was limited to two aspects of the economy, L, the prices of individual commodities, and C, the articles by Shibata cited in note to p. 105 above. TC above, p. 104n. 126. 2. The relative profits of individual capitalists. To use a modern turn of phrase, these are economic issues of a microscopic nature. They relate to the separate elements of the system, not to the system as a whole. Marx, however, was interested in economic macroscopics, total income, its division among the major social classes, and the manner in which these aggregate quantities behave in the course of the development of the capitalist system. In relation to these larger issues, the question of value calculation versus price calculation possessed only an incidental significance, which he could safely afford to neglect. If Marx's method of solving the transformation problem could be considered valid, there seems to be no doubt that this position would be entirely justified. According to his method, total output, total surplus value, total wages, rate of surplus value, and rate of profit are all undisturbed by the transition from value terms to price terms. Moreover, the forces set in motion by the capitalists' tireless pursuit of increased income and wealth operate quite as strongly and with precisely the same broad effects whether the system be one of value calculation or price calculation. Our investigation has shown, however, that Marx's method is unsatisfactory, that not only individual prices and profits but also aggregates and their relation to one another may be affected by the transition from value to price. To what extent, if at all, does this fact discredit the conclusions which have been reached in earlier chapters on the assumption of system-wide equality in the organic composition of capitals? In order to answer the question, let us postulate a value scheme on the assumption of general equality in the organic composition of capitals. Call this value scheme V. In this case the corresponding price scheme is identical. Now vary the organic composition of the individual capitals but in such a way as to leave the average unchanged. Call the corresponding price scheme P. We know that V and P will differ in certain particulars. For example, both the total amount of surplus value and the rate of profit may be, say, smaller in P than in V. But aside from the particular figures involved, it is readily seen that the relationships implied in the two schemes are identical. Capitalists get profits and workers get wages in both, the conditions of simple reproduction are the same. In passing from V to P the system has, so to speak, undergone a transformation which affects only its dimensions. In comparing two equilibrium states, this in itself is a matter of no great import. Now let the two systems develop under the impact of accumulation. Will their tendential characteristics differ significantly? This is the crux of the problem. Clearly distinguishable differences, it would appear, might arise from two sources. First, in P the organic composition of capital in the gold industry might follow a singular course, let us say rising more steeply than the average for all industries, while X hypothesis in V all industries behave similarly in this respect. In such a case the purchasing power of money would act differently in the two systems, or, looking at the matter from the other side, total price would progressively diverge from total value. This, however, as we have already noted, is simply a question of the unit of account which has no deeper theoretical significance. It appears that the first difference can be dismissed without fear of serious consequences. A second difference between the tendencies of V and P might arise because of certain relative shifts in the organic composition of capital as between the various industries in P, shifts which by assumption are absent from V. The average will simultaneously increase in both to the same extent, but in P the rate of increase in some industries may be assumed to be rapid while in others it is slow or perhaps even non-existent. But to make a difference in the broad trends, this internal shifting of the organic composition of capital in P will have to be of a certain definite kind. It will have to affect wage goods industries on balance differently from luxury goods industries. For, if the particularly P increases as well as the failures to increase are distributed in more or less random fashion over the entire field of industry, there will be no reason to assume a particular effect on any of the relevant aggregate quantities. Shifts which have a special effect F on the wage goods industries are certainly not impossible. Moreover, in principle they need only be shifts which exercise a significant influence on industries which are directly or indirectly relatively more important in the production of wage goods as compared to those which are relatively more important in the luxury goods field. Consequently, it must be admitted that there may be forces present in P which are absent from V. But here it is pertinent to pose a question. We already know that V exhibits certain fairly definite tendencies. These tendencies are not done away with by the transformation to P, at most they are modified. But in which direction are they modified? Are they reinforced? Or inhibited? The truth is that there are no grounds on which to base an answer to this question. Under such circumstances there is only one general assumption which has anything to recommend it, namely, that different rates of change in the organic composition of capitals are distributed more or less at random among the various branches of industry. This amounts to assuming that rates of change of the organic composition of capital as between industries are neutral with respect to the trend of the aggregate quantities in which we are primarily interested. And this, finally, amounts to abstracting altogether from such divergent rates of change. This is an appropriate abstraction in the sense already explained in an earlier chapter. Once this abstraction has been made, it follows that the patterns of development traced out by V and P will differ only in minor details. In other words, the laws of motion of capitalist production can, in principle, be discovered and analyzed by the use of either value calculation or price calculation. The legitimacy of treating the case where value calculation and price calculation are identical is an obvious corollary. It appears, therefore, that a correct conception of the transformation problem does not affect the laws of capitalist development reached in earlier chapters. It may be urged that the whole set of problems concerned with value calculation and the transformation of values into prices is excess baggage. The real world is one of price calculation. Why not deal in price terms from the outset? A Marxist can safely concede something to this point of view. Insofar as the problems which are posed for solution are concerned with the behavior of the disparate elements of the economic system, prices of individual commodities, profits of particular capitalists, the combination of productive factors in the individual firm, etc., there seems to be no doubt that value calculation is of little assistance. Orthodox economists have been working intensively on problems of this sort for the last half-century and more. They have developed a kind of price theory which is more useful in this sphere than anything to be found in 1/1 Marx or his followers. One might be tempted to go farther and concede that from the formal point of view it is possible to dispense with value calculation even in the analysis of the behavior of the system as a whole. There is, however, a weighty reason for believing that this would be a mistaken view. The entire social output is the product of human labor. Under capitalist conditions, a part of this social output is appropriated by that group in the community which owns the means of production. This is not an ethical judgment, but a method of describing the really basic economic relation between social groups. It finds its most clear-cut theoretical formulation in the theory of surplus value. As long as we retain value calculation, there can be no obscuring of the origin and nature of profits as a deduction from the product of total social labor. The translation of pecuniary categories into social categories is greatly facilitated. In short, value calculation makes it possible to look beneath the surface phenomena of money and commodities to the underlying relations between people and classes. Price calculation, on the other hand, mystifies the underlying social relations of capitalist production. Since profit is calculated as a return on total capital, the idea inevitably arises that capital as such is in some way productive. Things appear to be endowed with an independent pouvoir of their own. From the point of view of value calculation, it is easy to recognize this as a flagrant form of commodity fetishism. From the point of view of price calculation, it appears to be natural and inevitable. It is not only a question of obscuring the basic social relations of capitalist production, however. Every one of the theories of profit which have been developed starting from price calculation is open to serious objection. Bohm-Bawerk, the great opponent of Marx's value effectively blasted the theories which rely on the alleged productivity of capital as an explanatory principle. His own theory of time preference is certainly no more solidly grounded. It is perhaps significant that modern theorists have largely given up the attempt to explain the origin of profit and now confine themselves to analyzing changes in the level of profit and the division of profit among entrepreneurs and interest receivers. But despite this attitude of indifference on the part of modern theorists towards the problem of the origin and nature of profit, the issues involved are of profound significance. They affect not only our attitude towards the economic system in which we live but also our choice of the theoretical tools with which we seek to understand it. It is from this circumstance that the dispute over price calculation versus value calculation derives its real importance. If we believe, with Marx and the great classical economists, that profit can be understood only as a deduction from the combined product of social labor, there is no way of dispensing with value calculation and the labor theory of value on which it is based. Part 3. Crises and Depressions. 8. Marx never lost sight of the problem of crises. In the Manifesto, one of his early works, he spoke of the commercial crises that by their periodical return put the existence of the entire bourgeois society on trial, each time more threateningly. And one of the last things published during his own lifetime, the postscript to the second edition of Volume I of Capital, 1873, closed on a similar note. The contradictory movement of capitalist society impresses itself upon the practical bourgeois most strikingly in the changes of the periodic cycle through which modern industry runs and whose crowning point is the general crisis. The crisis is once again approaching, although as yet but in its preliminary stage, and by the universality of its theater and the intensity of its action it will drum dialectics even into the heads of the mushroom upstarts of the new, Holy Prusso-German Empire. Moreover, throughout the 3 volumes of Capital and the 3 volumes of Theories of Surplus Value, the problem of crises continually recurs. Nevertheless, THE.RE is nowhere to be found anything approaching a complete or systematic treatment of the subject in Marx's writings. There are very good reasons for this lack. Crises are extraordinarily complicated phenomena. They are shaped to a greater or less extent by a wide variety of economic forces. As Marx expressed it, the real crisis can be explained only from the real movement of capitalistic production, competition, and credit. 2. By competition and credit he meant the entire organizational structure of markets and financial machinery which makes the actual economy so much more complicated than the model systems which were analyzed in Capital. To put the point otherwise, the crisis as a complex concrete phenomenon could not be fully analysed on the levels of abstraction to which Capital is. 133. 1. 3-4. Confined. What we do find are all the aspects of the crisis problem which emerge on the higher levels of abstraction. These appear from time to time thought out are the analysis, though not necessarily in logical order from are the point of view of an overall treatment of crises. It is probably safe to say that if Marx had lived to complete his analysis of competition and credit he would have given us a thorough and systematic treatment of crises. As it turned out, however, crises necessarily remained on the list of unfinished business. Under these circumstances, and in view of the practical importance of the problem, it was natural that Marx's followers should devote a great deal of attention to the theory of crises. On the one hand, they extended Marx's analysis in various respects, on the other hand, they quarreled among themselves about the meaning and relative importance of his scattered contributions to the subject. There can, therefore, be no question of treating crises within the general framework of Marxian economics without taking account of the writings of later Marxists on the subject. In what follows, no attempt at complete coverage will be made, rather we shall confine ourselves to drawing upon the most important authors insofar as this will help in rounding out and clarifying the presentation. 1. Simple commodity Peruacreon and crises. A well-recognized and more or less stable currency, or means of circulation, is a necessary feature of a society which has advanced beyond the stage of occasional barter to the point of regularly satisfying its requirements through the private exchange of individual producers. Whereas the form of the barter transaction is CC, commodity against commodity, under conditions of developed commodity production the form of exchange becomes CMC, commodity against money and money against commodity. It is thus the function and purpose of money to split the act of exchange into two parts which in the very nature of the case may be separated in time and in space. In the history of civilization the introduction of money represented a great forward step. The producer no longer has to search out someone who has what he wants and at the same time wants 5. What he has. By the use of money he is enabled to sell his product when it is ready and to purchase his requirements at his convenience. In this way much time is saved and genuine specialization, the foundation of increased productivity, becomes possible. All this is commonplace. But what is perhaps less widely recognized is the fact that the organization of production through private exchange in the manner indicated carries with it the possibility of a crisis of a kind which would be unthinkable in a simpler economy in which labor is organized and products are shared under the direction of a single authority, for example, in the patriarchal family economy, or the economy of the feudal manor. For if producer A sells and then, for whatever reason, fails to buy from B, having failed to sell to A, cannot buy from C, and C, having failed to sell to B, cannot buy from D, and so on. Thus a rupture in the process of circulation, which is conditioned upon the separation of purchase and sale, can spread from its point of origin until it affects the entire economy. The familiar result of a crisis, coexistence of stocks of unsaleable commodities and unsatisfied wants, emerges. Every producer has produced more than he can sell. While in earlier forms of society economic disaster was synonymous with unwanted scarcity, for the first time we meet that peculiarly civilized form of economic crisis, the crisis of overproduction. Of course, in this case it would be absurd to say that the cause of the crisis is overproduction. On the contrary, it is obvious that overproduction is the result of the crisis. In the example given, the cause is to be sought in the circumstances which induced producer A to interrupt the process of exchanging his own products for the products of others. If we can discover why A sold and failed to buy, we shall have laid bare the cause, at least in a proximate sense, of the crisis. Now actually it is not easy to think of reasons why producers should behave in this disruptive way in a society of simple commodity production. To be sure, it is possible for natural disaster, or war, or some such catastrophic occurrence, to interrupt the circulation of simple commodity production, but the resulting economic crisis is likely to be only of acute shortage rather than one of unsaleable surpluses, and in this respect simple commodity production is not very different from more primitive societies. Hoarding, based on the miser's greed for gold, is a conceivable explanation of a crisis of the sort depicted, and it is well known that hoarding as an end in itself is much more common under conditions approximating THIRD-WORLDism commodity production than it is in more advanced societies. Hoarding, however, usually takes place gradually and over a long period of time. If it is offset by an adequate increase in the total supply of the money commodity, it will have no noticeable effect on the economy. If it is not, it may exercise a persistently depressive effect on circulation and hence on production. But it is difficult to see how hoarding could produce a crisis of the sudden and violent character with which we are familiar in the modern world. The conclusion seems warranted that, Barring external factors like wars and crop failures, crises are possible but rather unlikely, or at most accidental, under simple commodity production. Essentially, this conclusion flows from the basic conditions of simple commodity production. The circulation form CMC certainly contains the possibility of a crisis, but at the same time it signifies production for consumption, and since consumption is fundamentally a continuous process, there is little reason to expect the possibility to turn into reality. The classical economists showed their lack of historical perspective by a consistent failure to distinguish between simple commodity production and capitalist production. Theorems worked out on the implicit assumptions of simple commodity production were frequently generalized and uncritically applied to capitalist production. One of the clearest examples of this is afforded by the principle which has become famous in economic literature as Say's law of Ararquets, so called after the French follower of Adam Smith and contemporary of Ricardo, Jean-Baptiste Say. Say's law holds that a sale is invariably followed by a purchase of equal amount, in other words that there can be no interruption of the circulation CMC, hence no crisis and no overproduction. We have already noted that under simple commodity production such an interruption seems unlikely. Say's law transforms this into the dogma of impossibility. The correct thesis that crises and overproduction are unlikely under simple commodity production becomes the false thesis that crises and overproduction are impossible under all circumstances. By accepting Say's law, sometimes explicitly and sometimes tacitly, the classical economists barred the way to a theory of crises. As a result, their contributions to the subject were fragmentary, unrelated, and of small permanent value. No one recognized this more clearly than Marx, and it is hence not surprising that he devoted much attention to a detailed criticism of Say's law, in its Ricardian version. He wanted to remove all doubt about the nature of the formal possibility of crises and overproduction in commodity-producing societies, and thus to clear the way for a later analysis of the causes of crises. This task is accomplished in the section on crises in theories of surplus value. 8. Ricardo denied the possibility of general overproduction in the following terms: no man produces but with a view to consume or sell, and he never sells but with an intention to purchase some other commodity which may be useful to him, or which may contribute to future production. By producing, then, he necessarily becomes either the consumer of his own goods, or the purchaser and consumer of the goods of some other person. Productions are always bought by productions, or by services. Money is only the medium by which the exchange is effected. For Marx poured ridicule on this reasoning. This is the childish babbling of a Say, but unworthy of Ricardo. 5. Actually, one does not have to buy just because one has sold. Sale and purchase are separated both in time and in space. Money is more than the medium by which the exchange is effected, it is the medium by which the exchange is split into the two separate and distinct transactions, sale and purchase. If one sells and fails to buy, the 138 result is crisis and overproduction. When we say that the simple form of metamorphosis, i.e. CMC, contains the possibility of the crisis, we are only saying that in this form itself lies the possibility of the tearing apart and separation of essentially complementary operations. 0. Ricardo even misrepresents the conditions of simple commodity production, though he obviously means his analysis to apply not only to simple commodity production but to capitalism as well. When we turn to a consideration of the latter, we shall see the full implications of Ricardo's error. 3. The circulation form CMC, which is characteristic of simple commodity production, turns into MCM under capitalism. From the point of view of circulation, this is the fundamental difference between the two. Let us examine this more closely. The rationale of CMC is clear. So far as exchange value is concerned, the C at the beginning and the C at the end are identical. From the point of view of use value, however, the first C possesses for its producer none, or at most a small use value, while the second C is desired because of its greater use value. Thus the purpose of the exchange is the acquisition of use value and not the enhancement of exchange value. This is what is meant by saying that simple commodity production is production for consumption, and it is this that explains the unlikelihood of crises and overproduction under conditions of simple commodity production. MCM, the dominant form of circulation under capitalism, is entirely different. The capitalist, acting as a capitalist T, starts his career with money, M, in sufficient quantity to function effectively as capital. He throws this into circulation in exchange for labor power and means of production, C, and finally, after a process of production has been performed, he reappears on the market with commodities which he transforms back into money. M. Both the M at the beginning and the M at the end represent exchange value, neither possesses use value. The whole procedure would be pointless, therefore, unless there is a quantitative difference between M and M, in other words unless M equals M is positive. So far as the capitalist is concerned, the expansion of value, which is the objective basis or mainspring of the circulation MCM, becomes his subjective aim, and it is only in so far as the appropriation of ever more and more wealth in the abstract becomes the sole motive of his operations that he functions as a capitalist. 7. Here we have a new element which was entirely missing from simple commodity production. For though the miser might share the capitalist's passion for wealth in the abstract, he satisfies it by withdrawing money from circulation, while the capitalist continually throws his money back into circulation and thereby changes the character of the circulation process itself. This is what is meant by saying that capitalism is production for profit, and it is this that explains, as we shall presently see, why capitalism is peculiarly susceptible to crises and overproduction. Before we consider the relation between MCM and crises, it should be noted that the circulation form CMC does not simply disappear or become irrelevant with the coming of capitalist production. Indeed, for the great majority of people, the laborers, circulation continues to take the form CMC with all that this implies. The worker begins with a commodity, labor power, which at best has a very limited use value for him. He converts his labor power into money, and finally he uses the money to acquire necessaries and conveniences of life. This is CMC, and the objective is an increase in use value. MCM is as foreign to the worker as it is to simple commodity producers. It is therefore entirely mistaken to picture the worker as dominated by the profit motive or to imagine that he shares the capitalist's urge to appropriate ever more and more wealth in the abstract. The worker is motivated by a desire for use values, and what appears to be accumulation on the part of workers, through savings banks, insurance companies, etc., has little in common with the accumulation of the capitalist. It springs, rather, from the necessity under which the worker is placed to attempt to ensure a flow of use values to himself and his family at a time when his labor power will no longer be saleable. The difference of behavior and motivation as between capitalist and worker has, of course, nothing to do with human nature. It springs from the difference between MCM and CMC, that is to say, from the different objective circumstances in which each is placed. Through failure to make this distinction, orthodox economics has frequently been led into one or the other of two opposite errors: the error of supposing that under capitalism everyone is driven on by a desire to make profits, or the error of supposing that everyone is interested only in use values and hence that all saving is to be regarded in the light of a redistribution of income through time. A good example of the inconsistencies into which orthodox economics is likely to fall on this account is cited by Marx. He quotes approvingly a statement by McCulloch: "The inextinguishable passion for gain, the ore sacra fames, will always lead capitalists." But, Marx quickly adds, this VV, of course, does not prevent the same McCulloch and others of his kidney, when in theoretical difficulties, such, for example, as the question of overproduction, from transforming the same capitalist into a moral citizen, whose sole concern is for use values, and who even develops an insatiable hunger for boots, hats, eggs, calico, and other extremely familiar sorts of use values. 8. Careful consideration of the simple but fundamental characteristics of capitalist society would serve to warn against such pitfalls. Let us now analyze the relation between MCM and the crisis problem. We have already seen that the attention of the capitalist is focused on M. He is interested in seeing that M is as large as possible. Naturally, he does not judge excess or of the wo. King class SWHLE have ever been substantially posum for any considerable period of time. There is hence every reason to believe that the assumption on which Marx always works, namely that workers consume their entire incomes, is fully justified on theoretical as well as empirical grounds. For 1. Failure by the absolute size of AM, but rather by the size of AM relative to the magnitude of his original capital, or, in other words, by the size of the fraction AM/M. Since this fraction is obviously nothing but the rate of profit, we may say that the capitalist is interested in maximizing his rate of profit, that this is the immediate objective which he has in view when he embarks his capital in production. Now, so far as the formal possibility of a crisis is concerned, there is no difference between simple commodity production and capitalism. \V as said earlier in analyzing simple commodity production is equally applicable here. Any interruption in the circulation process, any withholding of buying power from the market, can initiate a contraction in the circulation process which will give rise to the phenomenon of overproduction and which will soon be reflected in a curtailment of production itself. But there is this big difference, that whereas before it was hard to see what would stand such a contraction, now at any rate it is clear that if anything happens to AM, the capitalist will immediately reconsider the desirability of throwing his M into circulation. AM constitutes the Achilles heel of capitalism, which was missing from simple commodity production. For the present, two cases will be considered. In the first place, if AM disappears or becomes negative, the incentive of capitalist production is removed. Capitalists will withdraw their capital, circulation will contract, and a crisis followed by overproduction will set in. This case is pretty clear. It is also, however, an extreme case which is unlikely to have a counterpart in practice. It is true that at times profits do disappear and even give way to losses over the greater pan of the whole economy. But this is well recognized as the result of a particularly severe crisis. It is, in other words, a depression phenomenon and can scarcely be used to explain the onset of the crisis. Our second case, the ref or, is that of a fall in AM or, to use more familiar terminology, in the rate of profit. Supposing that the rate of profit always remains positive so that the motivating factor of capitalist production is never entirely removed, are there still grounds for expecting that at a certain stage capitalists might curtail their operations sufficiently to bring on a crisis? The answer is emphatic yes. As Marx expressed it, under capitalism it is not only a question of replacing the same mass of objects of which the capital is composed on the same scale or, in the case of accumulation, on an expanded scale, but of replacing the value of the advanced capital with the usual Gewohnlichen rate of profit. 9. The usual rate of profit need not be thought of as one definite figure, no more and no less. It is sufficient that it be a fairly well-defined range of figures, say 10 to 15% or 4 to 6% according to circumstances. Once the rate of profit goes below \V the usual range, a curtailment of operations on the part of capitalists will set in. The reasons for this are not difficult to see. By the very nature of the circulation process, every individual capitalist is continuously called upon to choose between two alternative courses of action: either he must throw his capital back into circulation or he must hold it in its money form. In the long run, it is true, these alternatives do not exist. If he wants to continue as a capitalist, sooner or later he must reinvest his capital. But this does not mean that he must immediately reinvest his capital any more than it means he must always continue to reinvest his capital in the same line of production. It is a generally accepted principle that if the rate of profit goes below the usual level in any particular industry, capitalists will shift their capital out of that industry and into some other. If, however, the rate of profit goes below the usual level in all or nearly all industries at the same time, nothing can be gained by shifting from one to another. When this happens, capitalists are under no compulsion to continue reinvesting under what they must regard as unfavorable conditions. They can postpone reinvesting until conditions are once again favorable, that is to say, until either the rate of profit is back in the usual range or they have reconciled themselves to a new and lower norm for the rate of profit. In the meantime, the postponement of reinvestment will have interrupted the circulation process and brought on a crisis and overproduction. The crisis and subsequent depression are, in fact, part of the mechanism by which the rate of profit is restored either completely or partially to its previous level. It is not true, therefore, that the rate of profit must disappear or become negative in order to produce a crisis. All that is required is a reduction in the rate of profit below its usual level, sufficient to induce capitalists to begin holding their capital J in money form pending the return of more favorable conditions. In this way the continuity of the circulation process is breached and the crisis precipitated. It might be thought that, instead of holding on to their money capital, the capitalists would increase their personal consumption when faced with an abnormally low rate of profit. If this happened, the character of the demand for commodities would be changed, but the total would be unaffected, and no interruption of the circulation process would be entailed. To argue in this way, however, is to make the mistake which Marx was so careful to warn against. It is to assume that all at once the capitalist loses his interest in accumulation and becomes a moral citizen whose sole concern is for use values. It is to assume that the capitalist, faced with hard times, seeks compensation in riotous living rather than in the more prosaic but also more realistic way of pulling in his belt. In short, it is to assume away what is most essential to capitalism, the never-ceasing urge to accumulate capital. Marx criticized this line of reasoning very clearly in the following passage. It is never to be forgotten that in the case of capitalist production it is not directly a question of use value, but of exchange value, and more particularly of the expansion of surplus value. This is the driving motive of capitalist production, and it is a fine conception which, in order to reason away the contradictions of capitalist production, abstracts from its very basis and makes it into a system of production which is concerned with the immediate consumption of the producers. 10. The argument of this section may be summed up as follows. The specific form of capitalist crisis is an interruption of the circulation process induced by a decline in the rate of profit below its usual level. It is interesting and also instructive to note that modern business cycle theory has arrived at a conclusion which, though apparently unrelated, is nevertheless in substance very similar to the Marxian position. Modern theorists start on a lower level of abstraction than Marx. For them the capitalist class is divided into two sections: entrepreneurs who organize and direct the processes of production, and money capitalists who supply. 1. 44. The funds, in the form of interest-bearing loans, which the entrepreneurs require for their operations. Entrepreneurs may also own capital, but insofar as they do they are regarded as loaning it at interest to themselves. Under these assumptions the entrepreneur will find it worthwhile to invest capital so long as the rate of profit which he receives is greater than the rate of interest which he is obliged to pay. Just as soon as the rate of profit falls below the rate of interest, however, the entrepreneur has no more motive to invest, circulation is interrupted, and a CNS ensues. When the matter is put in this way, it appears that the trouble is that the rate of interest is too high. In a sense this is true, but what it really means is that rather than loan their capital to entrepreneurs at lower rates, capitalists prefer to hold it in money form. There may be various reasons for this preference, but business cycle theorists seem to be generally agreed that the most important is the capitalists' belief that lower rates of interest would be unlikely to last, in other words, that lower rates would be unusual and abnormal, and hence that from a purely pecuniary point of view it is wiser to postpone lending activities until demand has picked up at the present or perhaps even higher rates. Of course, if interest rates do not recover as expected after a reasonable lapse of time, capitalists may become reconciled to a new and lower range of rates and may therefore begin lending once again on terms which entrepreneurs can accept. If now we attempt to formulate this position while abstracting from the separation of capitalists from entrepreneurs, we see at once that the refusal of money capitalists to lend to entrepreneurs at interest rates below what is regarded as normal or usual is essentially the same phenomenon as the refusal of capitalist entrepreneurs, what Marx calls capitalists without qualification, to invest when the rate of profit falls below the usual range. In general terms, these are alternative ways of saying that the capitalist class as a whole contracts its investment activities when the rate of return on capital sinks below a certain level which is more or less definite at any particular time and place. The Marxian formulation has the great advantage of emphasizing that this type of behavior springs from the most fundamental characteristics of capitalist production and not from the particular form in which the supply and use of capital funds is organized. This is not to argue that a complete analysis of crises is possible without taking full account of the phenomena of the money market, rate of interest, credit, etc. We have only tried to demonstrate what modern business cycle theory frequently slurs over, namely, that even in the absence of the institutional arrangements which give rise to a money market and a rate of interest, capitalist production would still be subject to crises brought on by fluctuations in the rate of profit. The most important implication of this proof is that no amount of tampering /1th the monetary system can be expected to do away with capitalist crises. If the foregoing analysis is correct, it follows that a discussion of the causation of crises must run in terms of the forces operating on the rate of profit. In this connection, the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit has obvious relevance. It was shown in Chapter 6 that the process of capital accumulation carries with it a tendency for the rate of profit to decline. If this tendency does not work itself out both continuously and gradually, it seems clear that crises may be the result. This possibility will be considered in the next chapter under the general heading Crises associated with the falling tendency of the rate of profit. It is important to realize that the falling tendency of the rate of profit was deduced on the assumption that the conditions of the law of value /V are fully complied with, in other words, all commodities were assumed to sell at their equilibrium values throughout the analysis. The falling rate of profit was, therefore, not a symptom of disequilibrium in the value system, though, if it should lead to a crisis, it would then become the cause of such a disequilibrium. Now if we drop the assumption that all commodities sell at their equilibrium values, another possible source of a fall in profitability emerges. Capitalists may suffer from an inability to sell commodities at their values. This possibility has scarcely been mentioned heretofore, although it is implicit in the theory of value. The point is obvious when applied to a single commodity. If too much is produced, market price falls below value, and profit is reduced or wiped out. If this happens to enough industries at the same time, the outcome is a general fall in the rate of profit followed by a crisis. In this case, however, the decline in profitability is already a symptom of disequilibrium, which is now intensified by the ensuing crisis. The essential difficulty is that of realizing the value which is already, in a physical sense, embodied in finished commodities. Hence this possibility will be considered in detail in Chapter X under the general heading Realization Crises. It is important to grasp the difference between crises associated with the falling tendency of the rate of profit and realization crises. The practical capitalist is unlikely to see any difference. For him the trouble is always insufficient profitability from whatever source it may arise. But from the point of view of causal analysis, the two types of crises present divergent problems. In the one case we have to do with movements in the rate of surplus value and the composition of capital, with the value system remaining intact. In the other case we have to do with as yet unspecified forces tending to create a general shortage in effective demand for commodities, not indeed in the sense that the demand is insufficient to buy all the commodities offered, but that it is insufficient to buy them all at a satisfactory rate of profit. The starting point of the crisis is in both cases a decline in the rate of profit, But what lies behind the decline in the rate of profit in the one case requires a very different analysis from what lies behind the decline in the rate of profit in the other. 9. Crises associated \v with the falling tendency of the rate of profit. According to Marx, the rate of profit tends to fall in the course of capitalist development because as a general rule the organic composition of capital rises relatively more rapidly than the rate of surplus value. This may be the case, though reasons were advanced in Chapter V1 for doubting the generality of the law. At any rate, to the extent that the rate of profit does manifest a downward tendency for the reason given, it seems clear that VE have the basis of a theory of crises. We need not repeat the analysis of the mechanism whereby a fall in the rate of profit beyond a certain point becomes the cause of a crisis. In a chapter entitled Unraveling the Internal Contradictions of the Law, Marx noted the connection between crises and the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. A fall in the rate of profit promotes overproduction, speculation, crises, surplus capital along with surplus population. 2. And again, the barrier of the capitalist mode of production becomes apparent in the fact that the development of the productive power of labor creates in the falling rate of profit a law which turns into an antagonism of this mode of production at a certain point and requires for its defeat periodical crises. 8. It seems likely that in both these passages Marx had in 1.9 a fall in the rate of profit which is attributable to a rising organic composition of capital. In other words, he had in mind his general law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit. Some writers have concluded that Marx meant the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit to be the primary explanatory principle so far as crises are concerned. This is a problem of interpretation which is much complicated by the fact that in the very same chapter in which the above quoted passages occur, Marx also takes account of declining profitability due to two other separate and distinct causes. 1. A fall in the rate of surplus value consequent upon an increase in wages in value terms T and 2. The impossibility under certain circumstances of selling commodities at their full values, what we have called the realization problem. T. Moreover, both of these factors are brought into relation to crises, and at times it is impossible to be sure which kind of a decline in profitability Marx has in mind. Under the circumstances, there is really no way of knowing how much weight he intended to place upon the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit as an element in the explanation of crises. At times there are indications that he thought of this law as applying only in the long run. For example, in one place, he says, in view of the many different causes which bring about a rise or fall in the rate of profit, one would think that the average rate of profit would change every day. But a certain movement in one sphere will counterbalance that of another. We shall examine later on, i.e. in the part devoted to the law toward which side these fluctuations gravitate ultimately. But they are slow. 4. Slow changes in the rate of profit are hardly relevant to the problem of crises, since in the long run capitalists' ideas about what is normal also change. It should be remembered in this connection that the chapter on unraveling the internal contradictions of the law has, perhaps to a greater degree than most of Volume 3, the character of preliminary notes jotted down by Marx for his own guidance in later elaboration of the subjects touched upon, so that definitive judgments are probably out of the question. So far attention has been confined to the relation between crises and Marx's version of the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit. In Chapter 6, however, the conclusion was reached that we should be on sounder ground to search for causes of the falling tendency of the rate of profit in the process of capital accumulation with its inherent tendency to raise the demand for labor power and hence the level of wages. If now we turn to Part VU of Volume 1, the accumulation of capital, we shall find that Marx had a well-articulated theory of crises running in precisely these terms. It is a curious fact, for which there is no obvious explanation, that the contribution to crisis theory contained in Volume I has been largely neglected by writers on Marxian economics. We are already familiar with the important place which the reserve army of labor holds in Marx's theoretical analysis of capitalism. That crises play an important role in recruiting the reserve army was briefly indicated in the earlier discussion of this subject. Let us now undertake a closer analysis of this relation. It is conceivable that if capital accumulation proceeded smoothly and new labor-saving inventions were always available at the right time and in the right quantity, there might exist a more or less stable reserve army which would serve to prevent accumulation from exercising any undue upward pressure on wages. But such a picture is unrealistic. As capitalism develops, sharp fluctuations in the rate of accumulation, partly caused by and partly leading to technical revolutions, become more and more the rule. As Marx expressed it, with accumulation and the development of the productiveness of labor that accompanies it, the power of sudden expansion of capital also grows. It grows not merely because the elasticity of the capital already functioning increases, not merely because the absolute wealth of society expands, of which capital only forms an elastic part, not merely because credit, under every special stimulus, at once places an unusual part of this wealth at the disposal of production in the form of additional capital. It grows also because the technical conditions of the process of production themselves, machinery, means of transport, etc., now admit of the rapidest transformation of masses of surplus product into additional means of production. The mass of social wealth, overflowing with the advance of accumulation, and transformable 150 into additional capital, thrusts itself frantically into old branches of production whose market steadily expands, or into newly formed branches, such as railways, etc., the need for which grows out of the development of the old ones. In all such cases, there must be the possibility of throwing great masses of men suddenly on the decisive points without injury to the scale of production in other spheres. Overpopulation supplies these masses. 5. But if surplus population is a necessary precondition for such rapid bursts of accumulation, it is also true that the latter tend to exhaust the reserve army and lead to a condition in which available labor power is more or less fully utilized. Capitalists are forced to bid against one another for additional workers, wages rise, and surplus value is cut into. Whenever accumulation requires an extraordinary addition of paid labor, then wages rise, and, all other circumstances remaining equal, the unpaid labor surplus value diminishes in proportion. But as soon as this diminution touches the point at which the surplus labor that nourishes capital is no longer supplied in normal quantity, a reaction sets in, a smaller part of revenue is capitalized, accumulation lags, and the movement of rise in wages receives a check. 6. This reaction, characterized as it is by a contraction in investment activity, is nothing more nor less than the crisis. It seems quite clear that it was this process of declining reserve army, rising wages, and reduced profitability as a cause of crises which Marx had in mind when he formulated his well-known criticism of underconsumption theories in Volume 11. The following is the passage in question. It is purely a tautology to say that crises are caused by the scarcity of solvent consumers, or of a paying consumption. The capitalist system does not know any other modes of consumption but a paying one, except that of the pauper or of the thief. If any commodities are unsaleable, it means that no solvent purchasers have been found for them, in other words, consumers, whether commodities are bought in the last instance for productive or individual consumption. The reference to productive or individual consumption shows that Marx here meant by solvent consumption what present-day writers call effective demand. But if one were to attempt to clothe this tautology with a profounder justification by saying that the working class receive too small a portion of their own product, and the evil would be remedied by giving them a larger share of it, or raising their wages, we should reply that crises are precisely always preceded by a period in which wages rise generally and the working class actually get a larger share of the annual product intended for consumption. From the point of view of the advocates of simple common sense, such a period should rather remove a crisis. It seems, then, that capitalist production comprises certain conditions which are independent of good or bad will and permit the working class to enjoy that relative prosperity only momentarily, and that always as a harbinger of a coming crisis. The statement flows naturally from the discussion of crises in Volume 1, and it is directed against the kind of crude underconsumption theory which has always enjoyed considerable popularity, particularly among trade unionists. There could be nothing more absurd, however, than to cite this passage as proof that Marx regarded the magnitude of consumption as of no consequence in the causation of crises. We shall go into this aspect of his thought more in detail in our discussion of realization crises. Crises which are brought on by a reduction in profitability consequent upon a rise in wages are also considered in the chapter on unraveling the internal contradictions of the law in volume 111. Here extreme conditions are assumed according to which not only the rate of profit but also the absolute amount of profit suffers a reduction. In this case, there would be a strong and sudden fall in the average rate of profit, but it would be due to a change in the composition of capital which would not be caused by the development of the productive forces, but by a rise in the money value of the variable capital, on account of the increased wages, and the corresponding reduction in the proportion of surplus labor to necessary labor. In connection with this case, which clearly continues the volume I line of thought on crises, Marx made his most detailed analysis of the depression. This discussion is so compact that, with the deletion of a few unessential passages, it can best be presented in his own words. Once the crisis has broken out, under all circumstances the equilibrium is restored by making more or less capital unproductive or destroying it. This would affect to some extent the real substance of capital, that is, a part of the means of production, fixed and circulating capital, would not perform any service as capital. A portion of the running establishments would then close down. Of course, time would corrode and depreciate all means of production, except land, but this particular stagnation would cause a far more serious destruction of means of production. The principal work of destruction would show its most dire effects in a slaughtering of the values of capitals. That portion of the value of capital which exists only in the form of claims on future shares of surplus value or profit, which consists in fact of creditors' notes on production in its various forms, would be immediately depreciated by the reduction of the receipts on which it is calculated. One portion of the gold and silver money is rendered unproductive, cannot serve as capital. Any portion of the commodities on the market can complete its process of circulation and reproduction only by means of an immense contraction of its prices, which means a depreciation of the capital represented by it. In the same way the elements of fixed capital are more or less depreciated. There is the added complication that the process of reproduction is based on definite assumptions as to prices, so that a general fall in prices checks and disturbs the process of reproduction. This interference and stagnation paralyzes the function of money as a medium of payment, which is conditioned on the development of capital and the resulting price relations. The chain of payments due at certain times is broken in 100 places, and the disaster is intensified by the collapse of the credit system. At the same time still other agencies would have been at work. The stagnation of production would have laid off a part of the laboring class and thereby placed the employed part in a condition in which they would have to submit to a reduction of wages even below the average. This operation has the same effect on capital as though the relative or absolute surplus value had been increased at average wages. On the other hand, the fall in prices and the competitive struggle would have given to every capitalist an impulse to raise the individual value of his total product above its average value by means of new machines, NEV, and improved working methods, new combinations, which means to increase the productive power of a certain quantity of labor. The depreciation of the elements of constant capital itself would be another factor tending to raise the rate of profit. The mass of the employed constant capital, compared to the variable, would have increased, but the value of this mass might have fallen. The present stagnation of production would have prepared an expansion of production later on, within capitalistic limits. And in this way the cycle would be run once more. One portion of the capital which had been depreciated by the stagnation of its function would recover its old value. For the rest, the same vicious circle would be described once more under expanded conditions of production, in an expanded market, and with increased productive forces. 7 It is clear from this description of the after effects of a crisis that Marx regarded depression as more than just hard times. The depression is rather the specific method of remedying the evils. From a capitalist point of view, of prosperity. An accelerated rate of accumulation brings on a reaction in the form of a crisis. The crisis turns into depression. The depression, through filling up the reserve army and depreciating capital values, restores the profitability of production and thereby sets the stage for a resumption of accumulation. A repetition of the whole process is now merely a matter of time. IN.is is, then, really more than a theory of crises. It is essentially a theory of what modern economists call the business cycle as a whole. Marx was fully aware of this, the course characteristic of modern industry, viz., a decennial cycle, interrupted by smaller oscillations, of periods of average. 154. Activity, production at high pressure, crisis, and stagnation, depends on the constant formation, the greater or less absorption, and the reformation of the industrial reserve army of surplus population. In their turn, the varying phases of the industrial cycle recruit the surplus population and become one of the most energetic agents of its reproduction. The whole form of the movement of modern industry depends, therefore, upon the constant transformation of a part of the laboring population into unemployed or half-employed hands. The superficiality of political economy shows itself in the fact that it looks upon the expansion and contraction of credit, which is a mere symptom of the periodic changes of the industrial cycle, as their cause. As the heavenly bodies, once thrown into a certain definite emotion, always repeat this, so it is with social production as soon as it is once thrown into this movement of alternate expansion and contraction. Effects, in their turn, become causes, and the varying accidents of the whole process, which always reproduces its own conditions, take on the form of periodicity. 8. It thus appears that Marx regarded the business cycle as the specific form of capitalist development and the crisis as one phase of the cycle. The basic factor which is reflected in this peculiar course of development is a fluctuating rate of accumulation which, in turn, is rooted in the fundamental technical and organizational characteristics of the capitalist system. The chain of causation runs from the rate of accumulation to the volume of employment, from the volume of employment to the level of wages, and from the level of wages to the rate of profit. A fall in the rate of profit below the normal range chokes off accumulation and precipitates a crisis. The crisis turns into depression, and, finally, the depression recreates the conditions favorable to an acceleration in the rate of accumulation. It should be noted that the conception of the business cycle which emerges from Marx's analysis of capital accumulation is one which is, in principle at least, acceptable to non-Marxian political economy. Indeed, it is probably safe to say that there is not a single important element in this theory which does not find its place in some one or one knower of the many theories of the business cycle elaborated by economists in the last 3 or 4. 5 decades. Fluctuations in the rate of investment, shortages of labor, maladjustments between wages and selling prices, these are all familiar to students of the cycle problem. Through naturally the emphasis varies from theory to theory. Even the idea that the business cycle is the inevitable form of capitalist development is widely accepted. Such well-known theorists as Spytho.ff, Schumpeter, Robertson, and Hansen have been at great pains to emphasize this point. Here, however, orthodox theory has called a halt. It has never seen in the business cycle a threat to the permanence of the capitalist system itself. Crisis and depression, instead of being what Koski once incisively described as capitalism's memento mori, are rather looked upon as restorative forces, unpleasant in the short run but necessary in the long run. Are we to conclude that Marx himself would have agreed? If he had had no views on crises other than those set forth in this chapter, the answer might be in the affirmative. Such, however, was not the case. The theory of crises propounded in Volume I, and occasionally reverted to in Volumes 2 and 3, is intended to deal with only one side of the whole problem. For it assumes throughout that, until the crisis actually breaks out, all commodities can be sold at their full values. In the language of current theory, it assumes that the crisis is not the result but rather the cause of a shortage of effective demand. The trouble, therefore, is not in any sense a scarcity of markets but an unsatisfactory, from a capitalist standpoint, distribution of income between recipients of wages and recipients of surplus value. To drop this assumption is to open up a new range of possibilities. Until these have been explored, a task which is undertaken one and the next chapter, the theory remains incomplete and one-sided. The conclusions which apparently flow from it must not be regarded as definitive. If the decline in profitability which is immediately responsible for the outbreak of a crisis results from capitalists' inability to realize the full value of the commodities which they produce, we shall speak of a realization crisis. In Marxist literature, discussion has centered upon two types of crises which may be classified under this general heading. 1. Crises arising from disproportionality among the various lines of production, and 2. Crises arising from the underconsumption of the masses. Let us examine each of these in turn. 1. Crises arising from D1 SPR0 P0 rationality. L.V. regarded it as elementary, and none of his followers has ever denied, that a general crisis and overproduction can result from partial disturbances in the process of production and circulation. If all commodities sold at their values, this would mean that the relative proportions in which the various articles were produced would be correct. But the correct proportions are not known to capitalists a priori, nor are they prescribed in a master plan. Each capitalist produces for a market the size of which he can only estimate on the basis of very incomplete knowledge, with the result that now too little, now too much is produced. This manifests itself in selling prices which are either above or below values. A compensating tendency now goes into operation. Production of commodities which have been sold below their values is contracted, while production of commodities which have been sold above their values is expanded. If conditions, methods of production, wants of consumers, productivity of labor, etc., never changed, eventually the correct proportions would be discovered by trial and error, and thenceforth all selling prices would correspond to values. In 1561-57 practice, however, conditions continually change, so that conformity of selling prices to values is at best but approximate and temporary. This is common knowledge and generally accepted by all schools of economic theory. But the classics implied, if they did not always openly state, that the processes of adjustment would be smooth and continuous so that no general disturbances could arise from these situations of partial over and underproduction. There is no guarantee that this condition will in general be fulfilled. If, for example, the capitalists in the steel industry overestimate the demand for steel and produce more than the market can absorb at remunerative prices, they will contract their production and in so doing reduce the demand for labor POWER, iron, coal, transportation, etc. There is no reason to suppose that there must take place a simultaneous expansion in the production of other commodities of such a nature as to make good the deficit in demand created by the cut in steel production. If there is not, the error of the steel makers will give rise to an interruption in the circulation process which, as we know from the discussion in Chapter 8, will tend to spread from its point of origin. Moreover, if steel production is sufficiently important so that the initial disturbance is a large one, it may engulf the whole economy in a general crisis. As Marx put it, that a crisis, and hence also overproduction, be general, it is enough that it seize hold of the leading articles of commerce. 1. Such a crisis is easily traceable to what we have called disproportionality between the various branches of production, and this disproportionality in turn has its roots in the planless, anarchic character of capitalist production. Disproportionality is always a possible cause of crises, and it is almost certainly a complicating factor in all crises whatever their basic cause may be. It is partly for this reason the behavior of the credit system is an additional reason that the real crisis never conforms exactly to a fixed theoretical pattern. But disproportionalities arising from the planlessness of capitalism are by nature not amenable to explanation in terms of general laws. For this reason their treatment falls outside the scope of Marx's theoretical system. Thus, having mentioned the possibility of disproportionality, Marx in one place proceeds as follows: Nevertheless, we do not here speak of the crisis so far as it rests upon disproportional production unterproportionierter Production, that is to say upon a faulty distribution of social labor among the individual spheres of production. This can come into consideration only so far as the discussion concerns the competition of capitals. There, as has already been said, the rise or fall of market value as a consequence of this faulty relation has as a result the withdrawal of capital from one sphere of production and its carrying over to another, the migration of capital from one branch to another. Nevertheless, it is already implied in this process of equilibration that it assumes the opposite of equilibration and hence can contain within itself the seeds of the crisis, that the crisis itself can be a form of equilibration. 2. Since the competition of capitals was a subject which he did not pretend to analyze in any detail, it was only natural that disproportionality as a cause of crises should have received no more than passing attention at his hands. Moreover, early followers of Marx, as well as commentators on his economic writings, appear to have ignored this theory of crises altogether. It may, therefore, seem surprising that many spokesmen of German social democracy in the years before and after the First World War put forward a disproportionality explanation of crises as though it were the one and only Marxist theory of the subject. The reasons for this deserve some attention. The man who was chiefly responsible for the popularity of the disproportionality theory among socialists was the Russian economist, Michael Tugan-Baranowski. Tugan was perhaps the most influential and original of the economic thinkers produced by the so-called revisionist movement, which began to make headway in all branches of European socialism after the death of Engels in 1895. The propriety of calling Tugan a revisionist might be questioned, since he never claimed to be a Marxist of any kind and in this respect differed from those who, like Edward Bernstein, thought, or at least said they thought, they were merely revising Marx in the light of up-to-date experience. For all practical purposes, however, Tugan was one with the revisionists, and it would be misleading not to classify him as such so far as the present inquiry is concerned. It shall be added, however, that Tugan also exercised a considerable influence on the development of modern business cycle research, his work on the history of commercial crises in England being one of the pioneer pieces of empirical investigation in this field. 8. Tugan rejected what he took to be the two explanations of crises advanced by Marx, namely, 1. That crises are produced by the falling tendency of the rate of profit, and, 2. That crises result from the underconsumption of the masses. The first of these he disposed of on the alleged ground that a rising organic composition of capital, far from leading to a falling rate of profit as L/Farks supposed, must lead to a rising rate of profit. The second he attempted to refute by an elaborate demonstration that there could be no overproduction or shortage of demand regardless of what happens to consumption, so long as production is correctly proportioned to the various branches of industry. The disproportionality theory was, therefore, in a sense a corollary of his criticism of Marx and was not in the least intended as an exposition of Marx's theory. But in order to explain what he meant by proportional production, which was supposed to be immune from all underconsumption difficulties, he drew heavily on the reproduction schemes which Marx had expounded in Volume U. Tugan was the first to put the reproduction schemes to this use, and, in so doing, he established a fashion which spread rapidly among Marxist writers. Soon the theory of disproportionality, developed in connection with the reproduction schemes, came to be regarded as Marx's own theory instead. 160. Of as Tugan's, its real origin was overlooked or forgotten. What finally fixed the seal of authenticity on this new version of the disproportionality theory was its acceptance, at least in its positive implications, by Hilferding in his well-known book on finance capital several years later. 4. Hilferding was an orthodox Marxist, looked up to as perhaps the outstanding economist of the German-speaking socialist movement. His book was certainly one of the most important since Capital itself. When Hilferding espoused the disproportionality theory, its position was secure. Marx would never have denied the validity of the theory. Probably he would have thought the use of the reproduction schemes to illustrate it a good idea. But he would have strongly resented the overtones and implications of the theory, and, To tell the truth, it is these rather than its rather meager content that account for the popularity which it enjoyed. For, in fact, Tugin and most of those who followed, however unwittingly, in his footsteps, meant the disproportionality theory to be the only possible explanation of crises, and if this conclusion is accept, the implications are indeed far-reaching. Let us examine this more closely. If the development of capitalism is inseparable from a falling tendency of the rate of profit or a consumption demand which tends to lag ever further behind the requirements of production, or both, then the ills of the system can be expected to grow with age and the time when capitalist relations become a fetter on the further development of society's productive forces must come as certainly as night follows day. Then, indeed, must the crises which periodically interrupt the economic life of society be regarded as a memento mori of the existing social order. But if these dire forebodings rest on a purely imaginary foundation, and if crises are really caused by nothing more intractable than disproportionalities in the productive process, then the existing social order seems to be secure enough, at least until people become sufficiently well educated and morally advanced to want and deserve a better one. Meanwhile, not only need there be no collapse of capitalism, but n1 can be done even under capitalism to iron out the disproportionalities which are the cause of much needless suffering. More than that, much is already being done, for as industry becomes organized in trusts and as government supervision over economic affairs progresses, is it not clear that the anarchy of capitalist production is increasingly removed? If the first of these alternative views is accepted, socialists must prepare for stormy weather ahead. They must even be ready, if need be, to force through a revolutionary solution of the contradictions of the existing order. But if the second alternative is accepted, socialists can look forward to an indefinite period of quiet educational work which, they can at least hope, will eventually be crowned with success in the peaceable adoption, by common consent, of the cooperative commonwealth. Now there can be no doubt that at the heart of revisionism lay a will to believe that the latter is the only rational view. To bolster up and justify this will to believe became the main function of revisionist theorizing. From this point of view Tugin's disproportionality theory of crises, constructed on the basis of the very arguments which purported to disprove the falling rate of profit and the underconsumption theories, was very attractive. When it is recalled that in the years before the First World War the great majority of the intellectuals associated with German social democracy gravitated towards the revisionist camp, though many of them, like Kosky and Hilferding, would have resented any questioning of their orthodoxy, the popularity of the disproportionality theory is not difficult to understand. All this is now a part of the history of socialist thought, and it may seem like an attempt to revive dead issues to devote so much attention to the disproportionality theory today. For its intrinsic interest is not great, and recent Marxist literature on the crisis problem has shown a sound disposition to relegate it once again, as Marx himself did, to a position of secondary importance. Nevertheless, there is still a very good reason for a careful analysis of Tugin's argument, because in elaborating the disproportionality theory, Tugin was at the same time attempting to undermine all versions of the underconsumption explanation of crises. And in so doing he unknowingly provided the best key to an interpretation of Marx's own fragmentary and somewhat enigmatic statements on the relation between consumption and crises. We shall therefore find it useful to examine Tugin's reasoning as an introduction to the underconsumption theory of crises. 2. Crises arising from underconsumption. We have already had occasion to make use of reproduction schemes. In Chapter VA2 Department Scheme, Department 1 Producing Means of Production, or Constant Capital, and Department 2 Producing Consumption Goods, was constructed on the assumption of simple reproduction, absence of capital accumulation. In Chapter VN3 Department Schemes, the Consumption Goods Department being broken into two, producing respectively wage goods and capitalists' consumption goods, were utilized in analyzing the relation between values and prices of production. In these the assumption of simple reproduction was retained. Tugin-Baranowski always worked with three department schemes, but the gist of his argument can be presented somewhat more simply with only two departments. We must now drop the assumption of simple reproduction, and examine the nature of the equilibrium conditions for expanded reproduction, capital accumulation. First, however, let us recall the equilibrium condition for simple reproduction. And if this condition is satisfied, equilibrium exists between the two departments. An amount of constant capital equal to C1. 163. Must always be returned to the production process in Department I and hence never enters into the exchange with Department II, and similarly an amount of consumption goods equal to V2 plus S2 is always consumed by the workers and capitalists of Department II and hence likewise does not enter into the exchange between the two departments. In passing to expanded reproduction we shall assume, as Marx always does, that workers continue to consume their entire incomes but that capitalists invest a part of theirs in enlarging the process of production. This means that capitalists lay out a part of their surplus value in purchasing additional means of production and additional labor power. If this is to be accomplished without difficulties, means of production over and above what is necessary to replace constant capital used up in the current production period must be produced, and consumption goods for additional workers must also be produced. We also assume that, with expanding incomes, capitalists raise their own consumption from year to year, though by less than the full amount of the increase in surplus value. Surplus value can now conveniently be divided into four parts. First, an amount spent on consumption which is just sufficient to maintain capitalists' consumption at the level of the preceding period, call this SC. Second, an increment of consumption, call this SAC. Third, accumulation which serves to augment variable capital, call this save. And, fourth, accumulation which goes to purchase additional constant capital, call this SAC. If we add the numerical subscripts to D.ff, differentiate the items belonging to Department I from those belonging to Department II, the total reproduction scheme looks as follows. The 6 terms included in the box correspond exactly to the scheme constructed on the assumption of simple reproduction. The remainder are added by passing to expanded reproduction. In order to discover the equilibrium condition for expanded reproduction we must proceed as before, that is to say, by equating all the items which represent a demand for constant capital to the total output of constant capital, and all the items which represent a demand for consumption goods to the total output of consumption goods. This gives us the following 2 equity 10 ns, but the two equilibrium conditions display, as might be expected, a definite structural similarity. The items enclosed in boxes on each side of the equation, in fact, constitute ex definition the equilibrium condition for simple reproduction and must be equal independently of the rest of the items. Moreover, as before, a considerable number of items do not enter into the exchange between the two departments. An ever-increasing amount of constant capital, produced in Department I, remains in Department I, while, of course, the expanding consumption of workers and capitalists in Department N is entirely supplied by the output of Department 11. Now, according to Tegan, the expanded reproduction scheme shows 2 things. First, if the part of surplus value which is annually added to capital is not divided among the various industries and departments in the correct proportions, a crisis is sure to be the result, and, second, if the increment to capital is divided in the correct proportions, no possible grounds for a crisis exist. Thus, the reproduction scheme at one and the same time demonstrates what is the cause of crises, disproportionality, and what is not, restricted consumption of the masses. Let us examine these 2 claims. Tegan believed that the danger of disproportionality leading to a crisis really only arises in connection with newly accumulated capital. If it were not necessary to find investment for new capitals, if production were not spurred on by the capitalization of profits, the proportional division of social production would offer no great difficulties. 5. But in the case of new investment, there can be no sound basis in experience for judging the pattern of new demand. Each capitalist is making his own decisions without knowledge of what the others are doing. The correct proportions are, as the expanded reproduction scheme shows, related to one another in a complicated fashion, All in all, the chance that the process will go forward smoothly and without interruptions is practically non-existent. Since, as Tegan was careful to emphasize, accumulation is inseparable from capitalism, this is virtually the same as saying that crises are inevitable, at least until some effective form of planning can be introduced into the production process. Though it is not germane to the present inquiry, it may be added, for the sake of completeness, that Tegan builds this up into a theory of the business cycle by bringing in the workings of the credit system. Crisis and depression constitute a period during which idle loan capital piles up and interest rates are depressed. Presently, new investment activity is once again embarked upon. For various reasons, among them the length of time necessary to complete many of the new projects, the latent disproportionality in the division of the newly invested capital does not come to the surface until a considerable period of prosperity has been enjoyed. But eventually, when the new projects are in running order, the disproportionality becomes evident and soon precipitates the inevitable crisis. From this point the process merely repeats itself. This theory is chiefly vulnerable on the grounds of its superficiality. But since it is not our intention to criticize Tegan's positive contribution to business cycle theory, let us turn to his second contention, namely, that the expanded reproduction scheme also serves to demonstrate the impossibility of underconsumption. If social production were organized in accordance with a plan, Tegan claimed, if the directors of production had complete knowledge of demand and the power to direct labor and capital from one branch of production to another, then, however low social consumption might be, the supply of commodities could never outstrip the demand. 6. It must be said at once that Tegan's proof of this statement is purely formal and rests on manipulation of the reproduction schemes. Boiled down to its simplest terms, it comes to this, that if the proportional division of output is precisely that which is prescribed by the equilibrium condition for expanded reproduction, then supply and demand must be in exact balance. When it is recalled that the equilibrium condition was derived by assuming a balance of supply and demand, this is hardly surprising. At first sight, however, it might appear that even such tautological reasoning fails to support the conclusion that expanded reproduction can proceed indefinitely however low social consumption might be. For if the capitalists of both departments accumulate at approximately the same rate and there is no reason to make any other assumption, the reproduction scheme itself seems to show that equilibrium can be maintained only if both departments expand in a coordinated fashion, and of course the expansion of Department N necessarily implies an expansion of consumption. Let us try to construct a case of accumulation in both departments with social consumption remaining constant. All accumulation must take the form of purchase of additional constant capital, and capitalists must not increase their own consumption, otherwise social consumption would rise. This means that the st.o and save items in the reproduction scheme are all zero. The scheme then looks as follows. From this it follows that S002 must be zero, in other words, no accumulation takes place in Department 11. Since this contradicts our original assumption, it seems that we must conclude that the case is an impossible one. In reality, however, this conclusion arises from a certain inflexibility in the setup of the reproduction scheme, for we have implicitly assumed that none of the capital and labor already employed in the previous period can migrate from one department to the other. If this assumption is dropped, some of the newly accumulated constant capital can go into each department while some variable capital, along with the laborers which it supports, can be shifted from Department 2 to Department 1. If the proper proportions are maintained, the upshot will be that the output of Department I expands because more labor and means of production are employed there, while the output of Department 2 remains constant, the loss of labor being exactly offset by an increased utilization of constant capital. The organic composition of the total social capital rises, and production of means of production expands relative to production of consumption goods. Essentially the same reasoning can be employed to construct a case of expanded reproduction, showing an increase in production of means of production coincident with an absolute but smaller decline in production of consumption goods, and this is 168. What Tagan does. 7. Such a case, it should be noted, implies an absolute decline in the number of workers employed, hence contracting consumption by the working class as a whole, and no change in the consumption of the capitalists. Total output, however, steadily expands, and the proportion made up by means of production grows always larger. From the point of view of the workers, matters get worse and worse, but Tagan insists that capitalism is run by and for capitalists, and from their point of view there is never any shortage of demand for what they produce and hence no danger of a crisis. The only requisite is that the proper proportions must always be maintained among the various branches of production. Tagan pushes his reasoning to its logical conclusion: if all workers except one disappear and are replaced by machines, then this one single worker will place the whole enormous mass of machinery in motion and with its assistance produce new machines and the consumption goods of the capitalists. The working class will disappear, which will not in the least disturb the self-expansion process via Wertungsprozess of Kapital. The capitalists will receive no smaller mass of consumption goods, the entire product of 1 year will be realized and utilized by the production and consumption of the capitalists in the following year. Even if the capitalists desire to limit their own consumption, no difficulty is presented. In this case the production of capitalists' consumption goods partially ceases, and an even larger part of the social product consists of means of production, which serve the purpose of further expanding production. For example, iron and coal are produced which serve always to expand the production of iron and coal. The expanded production of iron and coal of each succeeding year uses up the increased mass of products turned out in the preceding year, until the supply of necessary minerals is exhausted. 8. Few economists have gone to such extremes in denying the interdependence of production and consumption, but at any rate it is impossible to charge Tagan with inconsistency. He began playing with reproduction schemes, established certain rules of the game, and discovered that by persistence in writing one row of 5 years after another he could produce the most surprising results. It was not easy, even for Tagan, to take the final step of attributing the characteristics of his schemes to the real world, but, after a moment's hesitation, he took the plunge. This may all sound very strange, yes, perhaps like the greatest nonsense. Perhaps truth is certainly not always an easy thing to understand, nevertheless it remains truth. As truth naturally I do not mean the wholly arbitrary and unreal assumption that the replacement of manual labor by machine leads to an absolute diminution in the number of workers. This hypothesis has only served to show that my theory 1. Even if driven to the limit of unreality, does not break down, but rather the thesis that, given a proportional distribution of social production, no decline in social consumption is capable of producing a superfluous product. 9. The reception which Tagan's theory was accorded by Marxist writers was unanimously and emphatically unfavorable. Not all of them by any means regarded a shortage of consumption as an inevitable or even a very important cause of crises, but none could stomach the idea that production could expand indefinitely without any regard to the level or trend of consumption. It may not be unprofitable to run over very briefly some of the recessions which Tagan's theory called forth. One of the earliest to review Tagan's first book was Conrad Schmidt, one of the ablest of the revisionists. Writing in the More Mills That Should Make More Mills Forever. This case presents no glut, but it is an unreal case. Introduction to Karl Rodbertu's Overproduction and Crisis, English trans 189-8, p. 15. More recently, Knight has stated, given accurate planning, the speed at which the market will absorb funds in the process of real investment can never be less than the rate at which funds are forthcoming. It is a purely technological matter, and there is no reason why the entire productive capacity of society should not be used to construct new capital goods, if the population should decide to save all its income. F. H. Knight, The Quantity of Capital and the Rate of Interest, Journal of Political Economy, October 1936, p. 639. These statements reflect a view very similar to that of Tagan, but neither of the two writers went much beyond a bare statement of principle. 170. Theoretical organ of the revisionists. Schmidt, while agreeing fully with Tugin that the breakdown of capitalism was a most unlikely eventuality, nevertheless took issue sharply with the latter's view on the connection between production and consumption. The purposes of production, for which production takes place, Schmidt wrote, are purposes which in the final analysis and in one way or another proceed from the demand for consumption goods, purposes which are comprehensible only when taken in connection with and continuously referred back to consumption demand. Definitive or consumption demand is the enlivening force which, throughout the entire economy, keeps the huge apparatus of production in motion. 10. A little later Koskai, at the time universally regarded as the authoritative spokesman of Marxism, published a review of the same book in the official theoretical organ of the Social Democratic Party. Koskai was no less severe than Schmidt. The capitalist may equate men and machines as much as he likes, society remains a society of men and never one of machines, social relations remain always relations of man to man, never the relations of men to machines. It is for this reason that in the final analysis human labor remains the value-creating factor, and it is for this reason also in the final analysis that the extension of human consumption exercises the decisive influence over the expansion of production. Production is and remains production for human consumption. 11. Louis B. Boudin, the outstanding American Marxist theorist in the years before the First World War, a member of the Orthodox school, joined in the attack on Tugin. Calling the latter's theory an utter absurdity and the veriest rot, Boudin claimed that means of production are nothing more than means to the production of consumable goods. Where, therefore, there is no demand for the consumable goods ultimately to be produced by their means, their production is over production, and is so found to be when the ultimate test is applied. 12. Even Hilferding, though his own crisis theory owed much to Tugin, was in sharp disagreement on this important point. Tugin sees only the specific economic forms of capitalist production and therefore overlooks the natural conditions which 17I are common to all production whatever its historical form. In this way he arrives at the strange notion of production which has nothing but production in view while consumption appears only as a troublesome accident. If this is madness it still has method and even Marxist method, since the analysis of the historical form of capitalist production is specifically Marxian. It is Marxism gone crazy, but still Marxism, that makes Tugin's theory so peculiar and so stimulating. Tugin feels this himself, though he does not realize it. Hence his sharp polemic against the common sense of his opponents. 1-3 That Rosa Luxemburg, the queen of underconsumptionists, should have scornfully rejected Tugin's reasoning was, of course, to be expected. The view that production of means of production is independent of consumption, she wrote, is naturally a vulgar economic fantasy of Tugin-Baranowski. Finally, we may bring this review of opinion to a close with the measured statement of Bukharin, frequently the spokesman in matters of political economy for the Bolsheviks. Maintaining that the essence of Tugin-Baranowskiism consists in cutting production off from consumption and completely isolating it, Bukharin had the following to say: if we had to do with a market which is emancipated from consumption, thus with a closed circle of production of means of production in which the branches of production mutually serve each other, in other words, if we had a strange production system such as that pictured by the lively imagination of Tugin, then to be sure a general overproduction would be impossible. We reach entirely different results if, instead of the theory of Tugin-Baranowski, we hold to the correct theory, the theory of Marx. We have then a chain of related industries providing each other with markets which follow a certain definite order determined by the technical economic continuity of the whole process of production. This chain ends, however, with the production of consumption goods which can only go directly into personal consumption. 14. Behind all these criticisms of Tugin's theory lies one single idea, namely, that the process of production is and must remain, regardless of its historical form, a process of producing goods for human consumption. Any attempt to get away from this fundamental fact represents a flight from reality which must end in theoretical bankruptcy. Tugin's ability to construct reproduction schemes which apparently demonstrate the opposite does not change matters one whit. Production is production for consumption, Tugin, and his reproduction schemes to the contrary notwithstanding. On this issue all shades of Marxist opinion were in absolute agreement. But the question naturally arises, does this not stand in crass contradiction to the view so frequently reiterated by Marx himself that the end and aim of capitalist production is not consumption but rather the expansion of values? Is it not a glaring form of the error which Marx warned against when he said, "It is never to be forgotten that in the case of capitalist production it is not directly a question of use value, but of exchange value, and more particularly of the expansion of surplus value?" 15 answer is to be found in the recognition that a contractation between the ends of production regarded as a natural technical process of creating use values, and the ends of capitalism regarded as a historical system of expanding exchange value does exist. Not only does it exist, it constitutes the fundamental contradiction of capitalist society from which all other contractations are ultimately derived. Traditional political economy tries to slur over or depay this contradiction by the device of assuming that the subjective aim of capitalist production is identical with the objective aim of production in general, namely, the augmentation of utility. Tugin, on the other hand, adopted the opposite method of assuming that the indefinite expansion of exchange value is compatible with the ends of production in general. Marxian political economy, in contrast to both, not only recognizes the contradiction but proclaims it to the skies and rests on this foundation its proof that capitalism is no more permanent than the various social systems which have preceded it. We must now attempt to trace this line of thought, in so far as it is related to the problem of crises, in the writings of Marx I7j himself, and then, having accomplished this, to present a logically watertight formulation of the much misunderstood underconsumption theory of capitalist crises. No more than his followers did Marx share Tugin's idea that production, regarded as a natural process common to all historical epochs, could in some fashion provide its own directives. In the unfinished introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, he was explicit on this point. Consumption produces production by creating the necessity for NEV production, i.e. by providing the ideal, inward, impelling cause which constitutes the prerequisite of production. Consumption furnishes the impulse for production as well as its object, which plays in production the part of its guiding aim. It is clear that while production furnishes the material object of consumption, consumption provides the ideal object of production, as its image, its want, its impulse, and its purpose. It furnishes the object of production in its subjective form. No wants, no production. But consumption reproduces the want. 16 Even under capitalism, where the various branches of production acquire a considerable degree of apparent independence of one another, means of production are never produced except with a view to their ultimate utilization, direct or indirect, in turning out consumption goods. A continuous circulation takes place between constant capital and constant capital, even without considering any accelerated accumulation, which is in so far independent of individual consumption as it never enters into such consumption, but which is nevertheless definitely limited by it, because the production of constant capital never takes place for its own sake, but solely because more of this capital is needed in those spheres of production whose products pass into individual consumption. 17 Nevertheless, the social relations of capitalist production enforce a restriction of consumption and at the same time spur the capitalists on to attempt an unlimited expansion of production. In a powerful passage, which deserves to be widely known, Marx describes this most fundamental characteristic of capitalism. 174. The consumption of the worker is on the average equal to his costs of production, not to what he produces. The entire surplus he produces for others. Moreover, the industrial capitalist, who drives the worker to this overproduction, i.e. production over and above his own needs, and employs every means to increase as much as possible this relative overproduction as contrasted to the necessary production, appropriates the surplus product directly. But as personified capital, he produces for the sake of production, wants enrichment for the sake of enrichment. In so far as he is a mere functionary of capital, hence a bearer of capitalist production, he concerns himself with exchange value and its enlargement, not with use value and the increase of its size. It is a question of the expansion of abstract wealth, of the increasing appropriation of the labor of hers. He is driven by exactly the same urge to get rich as the miser, only he satisfies it not in the illusory form of building a hoard of gold and silver, but in capital formation, which is actual production. If the overproduction of the laborer is production for others, then the production of the normal capitalist, as he should be, the industrial capitalist, is production for the sake of production. The more his wealth grows, the more he falls behind this ideal and becomes wasteful himself for the sake of displaying his wealth. But he always enjoys his wealth with a bad conscience, with the check of economy and enrichment. He remains, in spite of all spending, like the miser, essentially greedy. When Sismondi says that the development of the productive power of labor makes it possible for the worker to enjoy ever more consumption, which, however, if he actually were to receive it, would render him unfit for work, as a wage laborer, it is no less true that the industrial capitalist becomes more or less unsuited for his function as soon as he thinks of enjoying his wealth, as soon as he wants accumulation for the sake of enjoyment instead of the enjoyment of accumulation. He is thus also a producer of overproduction, production for others. Here, then, we can see the elements of what Marx in one place calls the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, production. Entirely lacks an objective unless it is directed towards a definite goal in consumption, but capitalism attempts to expand production without any reference to the consumption which alone can give it meaning. Sismondi feels the fundamental contradiction, on the one hand unfettered productive power and increase of wealth which at the same time consists of commodities and must be turned into money, on the other hand as a foundation the limitation of the consumption of the mass of producers to the necessary means of subsistence. 18. Against this background, the more familiar passages in which Marx relates crises and stagnant production to the magnitude of consumption acquire a meaning and significance which they might otherwise lack. The most substantial, and in some ways the most explicit of these passages is the following: the creation of surplus value is the object of the direct process of production. As soon as the available quantity of surplus value has been materialized in commodities, surplus value has been produced. Now comes the second act of the process. The entire mass of commodities must be sold. If this is not done, or only partly accomplished, or only at prices which are below the prices of production, the laborer has been none the less exploited, but his exploitation does not realize as much for the capitalist. It may yield no surplus value at all for him, or only realize a portion of the produced surplus value, or it may even mean a partial or complete loss of his capital. The conditions of direct exploitation and those of the realization of surplus value are not identical. They are separated logically as well as by time and space. The first are only limited by the productive power of society, the last by the proportional relations of the various lines of production and by the consuming power of society. This last named power is not determined either by the absolute productive power or by the absolute consuming power, but by the consuming power based on antagonistic conditions of distribution, which reduces the consumption of the great mass of the population to a variable minimum within more or less narrow limits. The consuming power is further restricted by the tendency to accumulate, the greed for an expansion of capital and a production of surplus value on an enlarged scale. This is a law of capitalist production imposed by incessant revolutions in the methods of production. The resulting depreciation of existing capital, the general competitive struggle and the necessity of improving the product and expanding the scale of production for the sake of self-preservation and on penalty of failure. The market must, therefore, be continually extended, so that its interrelations and the conditions regulating them assume more and more the form of a natural law independent of the producers and become ever more uncontrollable. This internal contradiction seeks to balance itself by an expansion of the outlying fields of production. But to the extent that the productive power develops, it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the condition of consumption rests. On this self-contradictory basis it is no contradiction at all that there should be an excess 9F capital simultaneously with an excess of population. For while a combination of these two would indeed increase the mass of the produced surplus value, it would at the same time intensify the contradiction between the conditions under which the surplus value is produced and those under which it is realized. 19 Here Marx indicates a belief that an interruption of production may result from capitalists' inability to sell commodities at their values. The trouble is traced to a restricted volume of consumption demand restricted by love one wages plus capitalists' tendency to accumulate. This does not necessarily mean, however, that a decline in output must occur first in the consumption goods department. Whether it will or not depends upon the form of the relation existing between production of means of production and production of consumption goods. Marx's silence on this issue merely shows that he had never worked the underconsumption theory out in any detail. In the preceding quotation, depression is pictured as a period in which expansion of production is held by an insufficient demand for the final fruit of production, namely, consumption goods. The corresponding view of prosperity envisages a period in which more means of production are produced than can ultimately be utilized. Thus, the epochs in which capitalist production exerts all its forces are always periods of overproduction, because the forces of production can never be utilized beyond the point at which surplus value can be not only produced but also realized but the sale 177 of commodities, the realization of the commodity capital and hence also of the surplus value, is limited not only by the consumption requirements of society in general, but by the consumption requirements of a society in which the great majority are poor and must always remain poor. The last VO statements quoted from Marx contain the implication that stagnation of production, in the sense of less than capacity utilization of productive resources, is to be regarded as the normal state of affairs under capitalist conditions, for it is only from this standpoint that periods of full utilization can be rationally designated as periods of overproduction. If this view is adopted, the whole crisis problem appears in a new light. Emphasis shifts from the question, what brings on crisis and depression, to its opposite, what brings on expansion? While the two questions are in no way mutually exclusive, business cycle literature has always in the past tended to emphasize the former. In the course of our further inquiry we shall find that the latter leads to results of at least equal importance. Here again, however, it cannot be maintained that Marx developed the implications of his own suggestion. Finally, we may quote what appears to be Marx's most clear-cut statement in favor of an underconsumption theory of crises. The last cause of all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses as compared to the tendency of capitalist production to develop the productive forces in such a way that only the absolute power of consumption of the entire society would be their limit. 20 In its context this statement has the character of a parenthetical remark, and the interpretation which ought to be placed. 178. Upon the expression the last use of all real crises remains unclarified. The principle involved, however, is obviously identical with that enunciated in the two preceding quotations. Other passages stressing the contradiction between capitalism's urge to expand production and its correlative concern to limit consumption could be presented. 21 But they would add little to what has already been brought out. How far can we go, then, in saying that we have here a developed underconsumption theory of crises? No clear-cut answer to this question seems possible. Certainly the passages quoted have been taken from widely scattered parts of Marx's economic writings, and at no point is the problem subjected to the kind of prolonged and painstaking analysis which one frequently meets in his work. On this ground it could be maintained that Marx regarded underconsumption as one aspect, but on the whole not a very important aspect, of the crisis problem. This appears to be the opinion of Dobb, 22, and there is no doubt much to back it up. Another view is possible, however, namely, that in these scattered passages Marx was giving advance notice of a line of reasoning which, if he had lived to complete his theoretical work, would have been of primary importance in the overall picture of the capitalist economy. Many of his followers have evidently been of this opinion, and, on the whole, it seems to me the more reasonable of the two alternatives. If this is so, however, it ought to be possible to construct, with the aid of Marx's analytical concepts, a logical and detailed theory where Marx himself left only very general directives. Yet it cannot be said that any Marxist writer has been very successful along this line. Rosa Luxemburg's attempt, certainly the most elaborate and probably the one to attract more adherents than any other, was a clear failure from a logical standpoint. Koski did little more than repeat the statements of Marx concerning the general dependence of production on the market for consumption goods. Writing in 1902, Koski described the crisis theory which orthodox Marxists generally attribute to Marx in the following terms. The capitalists and the laborers whom they exploit provide, with the growth of the wealth of the former, and of the number of the latter, what is, to be sure, a steadily growing market for the means of consumption produced by capitalist industry. The market grows, however, less rapidly than the accumulation of capital and the rise in the productivity of labor. Capitalist industry must, therefore, seek an additional market outside of its domain in non-capitalist nations and strata of the population. Such a market it finds and expands more and more, but not fast enough. In this way every period of prosperity, which followed a significant widening of the market, is foredoomed to short life, and the crisis becomes its necessary end. 23. Beyond bringing in the non-capitalist nations and strata of the population, incidentally an interesting foreshadowing of Rosa Luxemburg's theory, Koski has here nothing to add to the statements already quoted from Marx. It is even true that Koski's formulation of the relation between consumption and production is less specific, and hence less satisfactory than Marx's own. Failure to make any significant progress with the underconsumption theory, to which should perhaps be added the repeated attacks of hostile critics, tended more and more to divert the attention of Marxist writers from this approach to the problem of crises. One of the weightiest treatises written in Germany during the 20s, that of Henrik Grossmann, flatly denied the possibility of insufficient consumption, and, as we have already noted, the outstanding present-day English Marxist economist, Maurice Dobb, assigns a role to underconsumption which is distinctly secondary to that of the falling tendency of the rate of profit. If the underconsumption theory is to regain prestige and take a place among the important and accepted principles of Marxian economics, it seems clear that a careful formulation, free of the objections which have been leveled at earlier versions, is needed. In the remainder of this chapter an attempt will be made to provide such a formulation. The logical argument is based upon the algebraic appendix at the end of the chapter. In general, no con. 180. Concepts or assumptions are involved which are not implicitly or explicitly present in the main body of Marx's theory. Thus the intention is neither to construct an original theory, nor to revise Marx's theory, but rather to supplement his work at a point where it is incomplete. The real task of an underconsumption theory is to demonstrate that capitalism has an inherent tendency to expand the capacity to produce consumption goods more rapidly than the demand for consumption goods. To put the point in another way, it must be shown that there is a tendency to utilize resources in such a way as to distort the relation between potential supply of and potential demand for consumption goods. This tendency may manifest itself in one of two ways. Either, 1, capacity is actually expanded and the difficulty becomes apparent only when an increasing volume of consumption goods begins to come on the market. There will then be a point beyond which supply exceeds demand at normally profitable prices, and as this point is past production of consumption goods, or production of additional capacity, or more likely BOTH, will be curtailed. In this case, then, the tendency in question manifests itself in a crisis. Or, 2, there are ideally productive resources which are not utilized to produce additional capacity, because it is realized that the additional capacity would be redundant relative to the demand for the commodities it could produce. In this case, the tendency does not manifest itself in a crisis, but rather in stagnation of production. It follows that if the tendency to underconsumption can be established, it can serve to explain BOTH crises and periods of stagnation. At the same time, however, it must be expected that there are many forces which counteract the tendency to underconsumption, so that for long periods the latter may remain latent and inoperative. For the present we shall attempt only to establish the tendency to underconsumption, leaving the counteracting forces and their mutual interactions for consideration in Chapter 2. The procedure is the following: to assume that all productive resources are continuously fully utilized, and then to demonstrate that, in the absence of counteracting forces, this leads to a contradiction. The conclusion is then indicated that the contradiction can be solved only by a violation of the original assumption, which, in turn, must mean in practice, by crises and stagnations. We assume, as before, that workers consume all of their wages and that the surplus value accruing to capitalists, which steadily grows larger, can be divided into 4 parts, a first which maintains their consumption at its previous level, a second which increases their consumption, a third which is accumulated and serves to employ additional workers, and a fourth which is accumulated and adds to the stock of constant capital. The third and fourth parts constitute accumulation in Marx's sense of the term, the fourth alone is investment in the usage of modem cycle literature. It will be convenient to follow this terminology here. The reader should, therefore, be careful to keep in mind that accumulation by capitalists is in part consumed by workers, and in part invested in additional means of production. The classical economists very often made the mistake of assuming that all accumulation is consumed. Modern theorists not infrequently go to the opposite extreme by assuming that all accumulation is invested. Now the basic fact of capitalism, on which the behavior of the system ultimately depends, is the drive of capitalists to get rich. Satisfying this desire requires 2 steps: 1, making as much profit as possible, and 2, accumulating as large a part of it as possible. The first involves steadily improving the methods of production, chiefly by using more and more machines and materials per worker. The second involves accumulating larger and larger proportions of a growing profit total. Translating this into the terminology of the previous paragraph, we get the following: that accumulation rises as a proportion of surplus value and that investment rises as a proportion of accumulation. All the while consumption is rising because capitalists increase their own consumption and lay out a part of their accumulation in increased wages. But, and this is the significant point, since the increment of capitalists' consumption is a diminishing proportion of total surplus value, and since the increment of wages is a diminishing proportion of total accumulation, it follows that the rate of growth of consumption, i.e. the ratio of increment of consumption to total consumption, declines relative to the rate of growth of means of production, i.e. the ratio of investment to total means of production. In other words, the ratio of the rate of growth of consumption to the rate of growth of means of production declines. This is a result which flows logically from the characteristic pattern of capitalists' behavior. If we now change our angle of vision and look upon production as a natural technical process of creating use values, we see that a definite relation must exist between the mass of means of production, assuming, it will be remembered, that they are fully utilized, and the output of consumption goods. Moreover, a definite relation must similarly exist between changes in the stock of means of production, i.e. investment, and changes in the output of consumption goods. These relations are ultimately determined by the technical characteristics of production, and accordingly can vary with the progressive development of methods of production. Such evidence as we have, however, strongly suggests a remarkably high degree of stability for a reasonably well-developed capitalist economy. In other words, it appears that over long periods a given percentage increase in the stock of means of production will generally be accompanied by approximately the same percentage increase in output. On this basis we are justified in making the assumption that the technically determined relation between stock of means of production and output of consumption goods remains constant. If we start from a position of equilibrium, it then follows that a given rate of increase of means of production will be accompanied by an equal rate of increase in the output of consumption goods. In other words, the ratio of the rate of growth in the output of consumption goods to the rate of growth of means of production remains constant. This conclusion follows from a consideration of production as an organized and synchronized process of making useful articles for human consumption. The essence of the underconsumption theory can now be very briefly stated. Since capitalists, who control the direction of resources and funds, act in such a way as to produce a steady decline in the ratio rate of growth of consumptio rate of growth of means of production, and since the nature of the production process enforces at least approximate stability in the ratio rate of growth in the output of consumption goods rate of growth of means of production, it follows that there is an inherent tendency for the growth in consumption to fall behind the growth in the output of consumption goods. As has already been pointed out, this tendency may express itself either in crises or in stagnation, or in both. We have spoken of a tendency for consumption to lag behind the output of consumption goods. Since, however, the numerator and denominator, in both of the foregoing ratios, are function-ally related in such a way that it would be impossible to subtract from one without adding to the other, it is equally logical to speak of a tendency for the provision of means of production to exceed the requirements for means of production. Properly understood, therefore, underconsumption and overproduction are opposite sides of the same coin. If this is kept in mind, it should not be a cause of surprise that an underconsumption crisis may first break out in the sphere of production of means of production, while an overproduction crisis may first break out in the sphere of production of consumption goods. The label used is a matter of taste, the point of origin a relatively unimportant detail dependent upon a multitude of particular circumstances. It must be emphasized again that we have here to do with a tendency to underconsumption, which is always present but which may be fully or partially offset by counteracting forces of which as yet no account has been taken. The nature of these counteracting forces and their relative strength at various stages of capitalist development will be treated in Chapter XN. A significant point emerges from this discussion, namely that it is incorrect to oppose disproportionality to underconsumption as a cause of crises, and that, in so doing, Tegenbaranow Sky succeeded only in confusing the real issues. For it now appears that underconsumption is precisely a special case of disproportionality between the growth of demand for consumption goods and the growth of capacity to produce consumption goods. This disproportionality, however, in contrast to the kind envisaged by Tegen, arises not from the uncoordinated and planless character of capitalism, but from the inner nature of capitalism, namely that capital and its self-expansion appear as the starting and closing point, as the motive and aim of production, that production is merely production for capital, and not vice versa, the means of production mere means for an ever-expanding system of the life process for the benefit of the society of producers. 24. The only Marxist writers, aside from Marx himself, who correctly understood the general relation between disproportionality, underconsumption, and crises were Lenin and his follow. 1. ERS, particularly Bukharin. Lenin's own writings on the subject were not extensive and were almost wholly embodied in a series of polemics against the populist authors, Narodniki, who exercised a considerable influence in Russian intellectual circles during the 1890s. The Narodniki were extreme and dogmatic underconsumptionists who maintained that capitalism could never expand on the basis of the internal market and therefore must rely for its continued growth on capturing an ever larger foreign market. Russia, they argued, had appeared on the stage too late to compete successfully for the foreign market with the older industrial nations of Western Europe and America. Hence Russian capitalism was doomed to degeneration and decay from its very birth and could under no circumstances be considered a progressive force. From this they deduced that Russian socialism could not rely on the growth of a revolutionary working class but must rather draw its support from the countryside, from the peasantry with its age-old institutions of common property and its bitter hatred for a land-owning aristocracy which lived from the most brutal kind of exploitation. This whole conception of the role of capitalism in Russia was energetically opposed by Lenin. To him, capitalism was, under the specific conditions existing in Russia at the time, a progressive force which was calling into being the bearers of the socialist future, the industrial working class. In order to support this position he attacked the populist theory at its roots, namely, in the doctrine of the inexpansibility of the internal market. But in doing so he refused to go to the opposite extreme, represented by Tikhon Baranowski and Bulgakov, which maintained the indefinite expansibility of the internal market so long as the correct proportions between the individual branches of production were observed. Lenin held that a contradiction between production and consumption, in other words a tendency to underconsumption, certainly does exist in capitalism. Between the limitless striving for expansion of production, which is the very essence of capitalism, and the restricted consumption of the masses, there is undoubtedly a contradiction. 25. This was a denial of the Tikhon position. But it did not lead to the populist conclusion. There is nothing more stupid than to deduce from the contradictions of capitalism its impossibility, its unprogressive character, etc. That is flight from an unpleasant but undoubted reality into the cloud world of romantic fantasies. The contradiction between the limitless striving for expansion of production and the limited capacity for consumption is not the only contradiction of capitalism, which in general can neither exist nor develop without contradictions. The contradictions of capitalism testify to its historical transitional character, explain the conditions and causes of its downfall and its transformation into a higher echelon, but they exclude neither the possibility of capitalism nor its progressiveness in comparison with earlier systems of social economy. 26. In crisis theory Lenin took a closely related position, though he seems not to have worked it out in any detail. He avowed himself an adherent of the theory of disproportionality arising from the anarchy of capitalist production, but emphatically read that this did not deny the importance and relevance of the tendency to underconsumption, stating clearly that underconsumption, so far from contradicting the disproportionality explanation, is merely one aspect of it, the consuming power of society, and the proportionality of the various branches of production. These are absolutely not individual, independent, unconnected conditions. On the contrary, a certain state of consumption is one of the elements of proportionality. 27. Bukharin followed closely in the footsteps of Lenin. He distinguished two types of crisis theory. The first, which he rejected, holds that crises arise from disproportionality between the individual branches of production. The factor of consumption plays no part. The second, that of Marx, Lenin, and the orthodox Marxists, which Bukharin accepted, holds that crises arise from disproportionality in social production. The factor of consumption, however, forms a part of this disproportionality. 28. In principle, the position of Lenin and Bukharin, like that of Marx himself, is unobjectionable. But, again like Marx, their demonstration of the tendency to underconsumption is fragmentary and incomplete. It is to be hoped that the exposition of this chapter will serve to remove the doubts and hesitations which have hitherto prevented many Marxist economists from accepting the theory of underconsumption as one aspect and a very important aspect of the whole crisis problem. Appendix to Chapter X. The following treatment of underconsumption is based upon the last book published by Otto Bauer before his death. 1. Bauer's highly interesting suggestions are essentially correct, though they are not presented quite accurately and they do not bring out with sufficient clarity the connection between underconsumption and the basic characteristics of capitalist production. If I is the net national income in value terms, W the total WAGE bill, equals workers' consumption, L the part of surplus value consumed by capitalists, and K the part of surplus value ADDED2. The way they allow consumption to grow warrants only a declining rate of investment, DCJDT.O. Hence if the rate of investment actually does increase, the output of consumption goods will display a continuous tendency to outrun the demand. It'll be noticed that this conclusion is reached on the assumption that national income in value terms is growing at a constant or declining rate. If the national income grows at an increasing rate, dC/dt may be positive and it may be equal to dk/dt, though either of these things is necessarily true. It is quite possible that national income should grow at an increasing rate in a young capitalist country where manpower is abundant or rapidly increasing. Our analysis therefore suggests that such a country is unlikely to be beset with serious underconsumption difficulties. But in an old capitalist country, and all the advanced capitalist countries with the possible exception of Japan certainly deserve this designation, today national income is almost certain to be growing at a declining rate. So far as capitalism is concerned, we are undoubtedly justified in calling underconsumption a disease of old age. For further arguments supporting this conclusion, the reader is referred to Chapter 2 below. 11. 1. We are now in a position to pose a question which could be no more than suggested at an earlier stage. Are crises capitalism's memento mori? Do they tend to become more and more severe and eventually to result in a breakdown of the system itself? Ever since the late 1890s, this has been one of the most widely and earnestly discussed topics in the whole realm of Marxist thought. But before attempting to assess the significance for this problem of the foregoing analysis of crises, it will be useful to sketch some of the chief issues and theories in what may properly be called the breakdown controversy. The general framework of the controversy was established by Marx's scattered statements concerning the end of capitalism and the coming of socialism. In broad outline, his position was unambiguous and consistently maintained. At a certain stage, capitalist relations of production will cease to foster the development of the forces of production and will instead come into so many fetters on further expansion of the forces of production. This will mark the beginning of a revolutionary period during which the working class, at once oppressed and disciplined by its special position in society, will overturn the existing relations of production and establish in their stead higher, socialist, relations of production. Moreover, according to Marx, this is not a process which may happen, it must happen with all the inevitable force of a natural law. Marx, however, did not trace out in detail the course of events which would mark the transformation of capitalism into a fetter on the further development of productive forces. Crises would become more and more severe, putting the existence of the entire bourgeois society on trial, each time more threateningly. The 190 means adopted to overcome the 1n, on the one hand by enforced destruction of a mass of productive forces, on the other, by the conquest of new markets, and by the more thorough exploitation of the old ones, achieve results only at the cost of paving the way for more extensive and NR1 or destructive crises, and diminishing the means whereby crises are prevented. This was the view put forward in the Communist Manifesto. A similar conviction that crises must continue to grow worse, though less explicitly expressed, can be detected in the discussion of the falling rate of profit in Volume 111. These are all, however, statements of a very general character. They leave open the question of capitalist breakdown in any usual meaning of the term. Another and distinct line of thought, which will be examined more closely in Part 4, points also to increasing obstacles in the path of capitalist expansion. One here is, according to Marx, a strong tendency for capital to become centralized in fewer and fewer hands. Eventually, the monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist entanglement. This entanglement is burst asunder. The knell of private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 1. This is, however, not so much a prediction as a vivid description of a tendency. 4. In another place, speaking of the centralization of already existing capitals in a few hands and a decapitalization of many, Marx issues an implied warning against too rigid deductions. This process, he says, would soon bring about the collapse of capitalist production, if it were not for counteracting tendencies which continually have a decentralizing effect by the side of the centripetal ones. 2. In a real sense it can be said that Marx's entire theoretical system constitutes a denial of the possibility of indefinite capitalist expansion and an affirmation of the inevitability of the socialists. See the passage quoted above, p. 97. The German word here is Zusammenbruch. Throughout the present work this is translated by the more literal breakdown. Revolution. But nowhere in his work is there to be found a doctrine of the specifically economic breakdown of capitalist production. Whether this is to be accounted a weakness or not, we shall consider in due course. At any rate, it is clear that his treatment of the problem, both in its positive and in its negative aspects, prepared the ground for a long drawn-out controversy which cannot be regarded as fully settled to this day. In the years prior to Engels' death, 1895, the problem of capitalist breakdown was not often discussed as such. Occasional remarks which appear to rest upon a definite breakdown theory were actually little more than an attempt to give emphatic expression to the general conception of an inevitable transition from capitalism to socialism. For example, in 1891 Kosky wrote, "Irresistible economic forces lead with the certainty of doom to the shipwreck of capitalist production. The substitution of a new social order for the existing one is no longer simply desirable, it has become inevitable." 8. Yet a few years later, in his polemic against Bernstein, Kosky vigorously denied that there were any traces of a breakdown theory in his earlier work. He even maintained, and there seems to be no good reason to doubt his accuracy, that the very conception of a breakdown theory as well as the term itself, Zusammenbruchstheorie, were inventions of Bernstein. This requires some explanation. Edward Bernstein was for many years a close friend and collaborator of Engels, generally regarded as an orthodox Marxist and an outstanding representative of German social democracy. Soon after Engels' death, however, Bernstein launched the so-called revisionist movement, which will always be associated with his name. Articles published in Die Neue Zeit in 1896 and 1897 were elaborated in book form in 1899 under the title The Prepositions of Socialism and the Tasks of Social Democracy. 6. This was, as Kosky correctly remarked, the first sensational writing in the literature of social democracy. For the first time a big-name Marxist saw the wisdom of revising Marx. Naturally the press was delighted, and the book attained a large circulation and much weighty approval. 93. B. Ehrenstein, motivated by a deep-seated dread of violence, a contempt for theory, and an absorption in the practical details of everyday living, was in almost every sense the antithesis of Marx. Revisionism, applied to the works of Bernstein, is an extreme euphemism. His real aim, though he may not have been fully conscious of it, was to eradicate Marxism, root and branch, from the socialist movement. In place of Marx's basic conception of socialism as the necessary outcome of an objective historical process, Bernstein wished to substitute the idea of socialism as the goal of civilized mankind, free to choose its future to conform to higher ethical and moral standards. Where Marx would have held that men learn to deserve, what they get, Bernstein held the reverse, that they get what they deserve. Hence for struggle and revolutionary training, Bernstein would substitute persuasion and education as the means to socialism. In order to be effective in his environment, Bernstein realized that he could not simply throw Marxism overboard, its appeal was too great and its influence too profound. It was necessary to proceed more cautiously, by way of modernizing and revising Marxism. In pursuing his goal thus deviously, Bernstein found the breakdown theory one of his most convenient points of attack. His argument runs somewhat as follows. One of Marx's doctrines was the inevitable and catastrophic breakdown of capitalism. It goes without saying that Bernstein was unable to adduce proof of this. In the light of economic developments since Marx's death, growth of the world market, rise of cartels, perfection of the credit system, etc., the theory of catastrophic breakdown is no longer tenable and must be abandoned. In its place we must recognize a ameliorative trend in capitalist development, the severity of crises diminishes, class struggles grow less sharp, etc. Characteristically, Bernstein establishes the ameliorative trend in a purely descriptive fashion. And now comes the real point of the argument. Revolutionary tactics are justified only on the assumption that capitalism will break down and that the continued existence of society will absolutely demand a new economic order. In this case, of course, whatever is necessary at the time will also be justified. But if, as Bernstein believed, capitalist breakdown is the outcome not of real capitalist development but of an outworn theory, it follows that all excuse for revolution has vanished. In reality, peaceful and gradual elimination of the evils of capitalism is possible. It is therefore also politically expedient and morally right. In this way Bernstein comes to the same positive conclusion as his Fabian contemporaries in England who, because of a different intellectual heritage, were able to take the wisdom of gradualism for granted without going through the laborious preliminary of revising Marx. The reaction of the orthodox Marxists to Bernstein's attack was by no means uniform. The first full-dress counterblast to his economic arguments was delivered by Heinrich Kuhnau in the official theoretical organ of the Social Democratic Party. This effort is interesting chiefly for its title, On the Breakdown Theory. 6. That Marx and Engels believed in the breakdown of capitalism was taken for granted by Kuhnau. He makes no effort, however, to give specific content to the concept. Indeed, as the term is most frequently used, it appears merely to stand for the opposite of Bernstein's cheerful predictions about the future of economic conditions under capitalism. As for Kuhnau's own ideas on the progressive deterioration of economic conditions, there is nothing but a crude shortage of markets theory, which might find support in certain of Engels' popular writings but which has no foundation in Marx. Koskai's